okay. The updates work.
Listen, all I'm saying is that Zito needs an actual gun to do that bit with.
No, I don't.
I don't want that to happen because we'll be like playing, and I'll be like, Zito, roll a d20, and then I'll just hear a gunshot go off.
No, see, we just need to get him an M1 Garand and never have it loaded.
Oh my god. Why does that still feel dangerous, though?
Because it's an M1 Garand.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Bro, what's the problem? I like bolt action.
How do you spell
donate
death? Ping.
donate bits to the Unexpectables today so we can get Zito a Desert Eagle gun.
No, we're not
No.
getting him a deagle. That's actually
Don't get me a deagle. I only actually like firing revolvers and bolt action rifles. Those were the most fun to fire.
Fair enough. Oh
I'm
my
more
goodness.
of a bow and arrow guy myself.
I'm more of a Lewis and Thompson guy.
I want to kill a man with a single punch.
Well,
Rest
you're gonna...
on.
I would like to point out that the 3 Americans indicated we enjoy the firing aspect, and Monty went straight to, I want to do a murder.
Kill.
Sorry.
How are we the tame ones in this scenario?
Oh man. Oh my god, look at all the subs.
Although,
Jesus.
Monty, I will say this. Canada is, like, you can't get this shotgun anywhere, but Canada has this really cool, like, spring loader where it's, like, one tube is off to the side, and as soon as you fire, it automatically, like, swivels the ammo into the gun, and only Canada is allowed to have this shotgun for hunting. It looks fucking sick.
Oh yeah, I can believe that. I mean, hunting obviously is a big thing here, given all the wilderness.
and you guys also have a revolver chamber shotgun.
A revolver chamber shotgun.
Yes,
By the way,
I've seen it fire. It looks fucking awesome.
the YouTube. This episode's not getting by the time we started off immediately talking about guns.
No, it will. It will.
That cannot get you demonetized at all.
Okay,
I don't
cool.
think so.
That's crazy, man.
Unless you threaten lives, Monty.
I have shot a shotgun once, and I did not like the experience. But you know, it's a tool. You use it for hunting.
You don't like having your shoulder horribly bruised for 3 days after going skeet shooting?
When I shot a gun for the first time, I shot a 22, which I did enjoy. I like the more rifle-y kind of guns. I shot a shotgun, and I was skeleton-bones. I was a skeleton woman. I had no padding in my shoulder, so getting the kickback directly into the shoulder, even with all the, like, I did all the proper preparation, right? And, like, it kicked me, it was, like, directly being kicked into the bone, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. It was also loud, and I'm like, too noisy, too much pain, I'm done. God, that's it. That's all for me.
That first bit was exactly why I switched to the revolver. I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to. Oh fuck, I like this. This is fun. Everyone like looked at me like, I don't think this is. I think the revolver's gonna be too unwieldy for you. And I think I got like almost a perfect headshot on every shot for 6 rounds. And I'm like, nah, let me do it again.
Oh my god, the like some ancient ancestor of yours was just like, finally, my descendant.
Some descendant who has done inscrutable things in Ireland and or Italy is like just singing inside me right now.
I like the and or.
They're like popping off right now. They're like, let's go!
Well, I can't say the funny M word, Mark. We'll get demonetized.
Monty already did. It's fine.
Yeah, we
All right,
said
fine.
Monty several times.
Hey, how you doing? It's come to the mafia, yay.
Oh my god. Well, we're back. Sorry again for 2 weeks of absence. Unfortunately, a couple weeks ago, I had the stomach flu, I think. It was some sort of bug. There was a there's a lot of flus going around my town right now because the weather has like a light switch has decided it is now spring and winter is now over suddenly. And then Connor and
I was in Sedaddle.
You were in Sedaddle enjoying the Sedaddle things.
Like food and rain.
The
Also-
two things Seattle's known for.
Also, we have a level 9 hype train right now.
Let's go.
Almost 10. Almost 10.
Unexpectables fans going crazy right
Going abs just like Zito's ancestors.
Can you
abs
drunk?
Hey, yo, listen here. You're pretty good.
Is this Italian ocelot?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Revolver pasta lot.
Revolver pasta lot?
Okay,
games revolve apostolon. I like to reload during a battle. Hey.
When do you know your murder's done? When you can throw the body at the wall and it sticks.
You got my fucking hand!
I just want the revolver ocelot bit where he's spinning the guns, but at one point it's just like a pizza. Like the pizza dough flies in, he does like a pizza spin, and it goes back to spinning the revolver.
Bro, I would be intimidated by the man who can spin a pizza while also firing a fucking rifle.
Oh my god.
Also, do you all realize how long Chet's had to hold it in?
I know.
They held it in for a level. They held it in for a level 10.
Level 10. I didn't know it could go that high.
Level 10 hype train.
Did you see Twitch put in this thing just today that you can now put in 6 figures for special emotes?
It's what the who on earth is gonna do that?
And I'm just like, oh boy, a bit notification for Saudi princes and Mr. Beast.
The two things Seattle's famous for.
True.
But the funny thing is, I actually know where Mr. Beast lives.
So do I.
Is that something you want to admit on the internet?
I mean, we're not going to say where it is.
Yeah.
What happens if Gaijin gets kidnapped and Mark gets kidnapped and they're interrogated?
Just the fucking in the back of it, you hear the background of Gaijin's fucking building. Hi there, I'm Mr. Beast. I'm kidnapping you now.
You know too much.
That's how I know you don't watch Mr. Beast, because he hasn't started a single video with "Hi there." If I see a Mr. Beast video start with "Hello,"
in today's
I'm like,
video,
that's a pod person. That is
in
not Mr. Beast.
In today's video, we're gonna assassinate all the snitches who know too much.
That's more like it. Yeah.
I put 300 YouTubers into an arena, and the winner gets to survive.
And $10,000.
That reminds me of my favorite quote, which is like the Super Bowl would be a lot more interesting if the winning team was allowed to live.
It's true.
Oh my gosh! Well, Connor.
Speaking of living, we did that after we fought a dragon.
We did.
Right here on the Unexpectables.
We didn't fight a dragon. We friended a dragon.
It's true. We pulled a Josuke Higashikata and we turned that foe into a friend.
The power of friendship is meta.
It's true. But we're here. We're back, and we're here for another episode 71, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
Yes. And so, before we get into it, let's go around the horn and introduce ourselves, starting with Gaijin Goomba.
You know, I've had a burning question inside me for a while. So, if Halfling is Spanish, would Milo be like Speedy Gonzalez Spanish or Slowpoke Rodriguez Spanish?
Slowpoke Rodriguez.
Perfect. That means I get to have a gun. Let's go. Hey everyone, Gaijin Goomba here. Speaking of guns, I've been playing a lot of funny shooty games as of late, including TF2 Classic. Not like what TF2 was supposed to be, but the mod community taken care of variation of TF2 Classic that keeps it in the 2008-2009 range. I just wish they had more servers. But that was fun. I started to get good at Scout. It's pretty interesting. Aside from that, been doing more Helldivers. I literally just got to max level 50, so that's fun. But I'm looking for some new games, and I've got a couple in the pipeline. But I gotta figure out what I'm doing. But aside from that, new video is going to be coming out this weekend. So I know a lot of you know about Hideyoshi, Tokugawa, and Nobunaga, right? Well, Nobunaga's the good guy out of those other two. The rest of them are assholes. And I just kind of want to vent my cultural frustrations into that, because Nobunaga is always depicted as a literal devil, while Hideyoshi is always a funny monkey Sun Wukong man, and then Tokugawa is Jesus, apparently. So if you want to hear me get angry over something stupid, this will be the time to do it. Aside from that, more 40k and Orc videos going to be well on their way. I think I'm going to double down for a couple months and just really work on those, including an Orc reviews a Tiger Tank. And no, it doesn't go as well as you think. I'm expanding into new horizons.
All tanks, all the time.
I mean, what did you all call me like a month ago? Tank King or something? I don't know.
Can't believe you've already forgotten your title.
I mean, do you
He's
remember?
so humble, folks.
Do you remember, Mark?
He doesn't hold his own title. I can't believe this.
Yeah. But hey, it's humility, right? Like, we love to see that in a leader.
Oh, you shut up! You don't remember either. Who's next?
That would be Mark Allen Jr. Where can they find you, and what are you up to?
You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Mark Allen Jr. Here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming. Follow my fat, sleepy piss cat bunny on Instagram at Chonk for Life.
Piss.
And you can find me on TikTok now too, Mark Allen Jr. VO. Today I did a fun little stream with one Edward Bosco, wherein we created Escan and some weird alternate timeline version of Kai, who is definitely not a woman, no matter what he looks like. We did a little bit of that. Signed some Escan prints, and there are still more prints available. Check out my Streamily, which links to that have been posted on my Blue Sky and Twitter. I will be reposting them again. Be Kuaz on Friday at 7 p.m. Central Time. I'll be doing it again. Maybe not the Baldur's Gate 3 thing with Bosco, but we'll be doing more signings. So the shop is open. We've got Escan prints. We've got prints from some of the characters I've played across anime in time and space. So check that out. Also, officially now, today, the Legend, A Fist of the North Star, Legend of the True Savior, The Legend of Kenshiro is finally out. I had the opportunity to do a little bit of additional voice work there, but more importantly, got to help ADR direct that film, which was awesome, as they say in the biz. Yeah, go check that out. A lot of work went into that, and there's some fun little bonus extras on there as well, like maybe some dub bloopers if that's something that you're interested in. It's kind of fun and silly goofy. So check that out. That's available on the Crunchyroll shop now, so check it and enjoy. Other than that, that's it for me for now.
As a fan of Fist of the North Star, I am quite tickled.
You're already tickled.
Nani!
E.T.
That's literally Toki power, though. Anyway, up next we got Zito. Where can they find you, and what are you up to?
Twitch.tv/Zito. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say different Toki, not your Toki, Monty.
I was confused there for a second. I was like, Toki did what now?
He's like
Anyway.
Safaza's friend.
Not that Toki either. Oh wow, I'm gonna do my heavenly Fist of the North Star on you.
Wowie. You can find me over at twitch.tv/Zito, where I'm trying to now do this new thing where I do artwork, or at least like something creative in the afternoon, and then at nights is when I play dumb, funny video games. Apparently, people are actually getting into the idea of me just goofing off and dicking around on community nights for doing stuff in VR, so that's becoming a little bit more common. So,
Ooh.
yeah, I have a toothpick model. I may as well use them, right? Beyond that, I'm gonna not shut the fuck up about my book, The Living Index, which is currently 50 playable races, 10 new subclasses, 64 new weapons, and a whole bunch of extra nonsense, including lore, add-ons, features, and a whole bunch of other player options to make your DMs have an aneurysm with. You can find it here on my Patreon. You guys actually, like the people who have purchased it. Yeah, someone in chat just said, damn. Yeah, damn indeed. This is 5+ years of my writing all merged together into one book. I posted it in chat. However, it's not done yet. If you purchase it once, it's going to get up to a 3.0 add-on edition, and you get that for free. So if you buy it once, all the updates you just get for free going forward. I'm adding 2.x is basically getting like another 10 races, and then 3.x is me trying to stuff as much of the things I have created before I move on to something brand new put into this book. So yes, like this book will be the definitive like player options I have made for the past 5 years of writing D&D content. So, and also if you buy it from Patreon, you're doing me a solid because I get way more of a cut than I ever would posting it anywhere else. And I get all the creative freedom. So yeah, I would please highly recommend to go check it out. I have lots of really weird little dudes that actually have been play tested and given meta options that don't break the rules in half. So it's not like I just went, oh, fuck it, you're a dragon, LOL, have fun. No, there are stipulations and rules, but it is placating to meta that is heavily underutilized in D&D Source that I feel is a fun way to play with these races. So please check it out.
Right on. After that, we've got Monty Glue. Where can we find you? What are you up to?
Oh my god. You can find me at Monty Glue on Twitter and Blue Sky. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue. You can find me on YouTube at Monty Glue. Tomorrow is going to be more Dungeon the Mad Mage. It looks like all the players can make it, thank god. They are currently in what could be defined as a situation. They're currently in the middle of a Gith crash. Discovered that the leader has some very powerful items and are now weighing the options between infiltrating an entire Gith base for some really, really powerful items, potentially getting killed by dragons, or leaving and not thinking about that at all. And they have chose the former. They want to invade, and they immediately got caught. So, it's going great so far. You can also find me on Fridays playing Final Fantasy. We are back to the main story quest after doing a ton of A Realm Reborn post-game. We currently moved, which means all of the people who my little entourage, my little patience posse, they now have a bar that they live in, which is terrible for me because I have to pay the tab. And then Monday, we're doing Mass Effect. We're currently doing character side quests, like loyalty missions right now. We did Jacob and Jack's side quest, and it was a time. Arkolov got real mad. It was really good.
I can't imagine why.
Yep. So, if you're interested in anything like that, definitely check it out.
Right. On. Up next we got Edward Bosco. Where can they find you? What are you up to?
You can find me at EdBoscoVA on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Right here on twitch.tv/EdwardBosco, where I was streaming with Mark. You should go to Aeon Protech Gaming. You should buy his prints. You should buy all of his prints. We were trying to help him with some life stuff. You know how stuff comes at you fast. He'll be streaming again on Friday, so definitely if you have any bits, subs, donations you want to throw his way, grab yourself a print, or don't. Just throw some bits at him, or throw some subs at him, or do both. And that's my plug for Mark. That's all I got.
Support.
What was that?
That was the appropriate response. To someone being
that
humble.
one more thing. Fuck Jacob's dad. Now you know.
Yeah.
Heard.
Indeed. I suppose that just leaves me. They can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, and Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I'm back, baby. I might be doing a stream soon here on just one of my off days, or if I have an opportunity to do a short little stream about debunking D&D myths and dissecting some of your I could kill your BBEG with a single cantrip theories, because no, you can't. Sorry to ruin your fun, but that's not how that doesn't work. As Rincewind
It's not
said.
how the Force works.
As Rincewind, the wizard, once said, that doesn't work. But yes, other than that, normal stream schedule for the most part. Going to be playing some Lost Judgment on Saturday before Gateway returns as well this week. It's weird because now the Unexpectables 2 and Gateway are sort of like synced up.
Yeah, they are.
So in terms of episode numbers, but that will quickly deteriorate here. I'm sure.
Yeah.
But for a glorious couple of moments here, Gateway and Unexpectables 2 are the same game. But yes. Now, what else do I have? Oh, right. If you're a fan of Hunt Showdown,
Oh yeah.
you can hear me as Sheriff Hardin in the latest Desolations Wake update. There are little like journal entries and audio things that you can hear. You can hear my voice in them. And it's really cool, and I got to hear my voice in a game for the first time, like actually playing the game. It was very exciting, especially since I love Hunt Showdown so much. I've been a fan of it for years, and hearing my voice in it is absolutely crazy. But, also check out my stuff on DM Skill. Yeah, you know the drill. Working on stuff. Anyway, this episode was brought to you in part by Die Hard Dice.
Oh my god. My beautiful, I finally get to pull you out after 2 weeks. Mwah.
Dada indeed, Mark.
Mark, I too love Dadas.
Did Discord me again?
It sure did.
It sure did. I love
Awesome.
Dadas.
All we
dude.
heard
No,
was da.
dude, we're calling it Dadas now.
This episode was brought to you in part by Dada. It's a one-stop shop for dice and dice accessories. And head on over to dieharddice.com. You can use the code Unexpectables to save 10% on your order. Yeah, they got all sorts of...
They have tiny dice. Did you see their tiny dice?
I did see their tiny dice. I think they also have, like, I forget what they're called, but they're, like, the scraps from other dice that don't get used. They melted them down and they make dice out of those, and they get crazy combinations out of them.
To reduce waste, which I think is really, really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. You should go pick some up. It's very cool. Yes. Also check out our merch store. We got all sorts of designs coming down the pipeline, don't you worry. That's at our spring store. We really need a more pronounceable link for the people with less hyphens. But there it is. It's in the description of this VOD if you're watching it on YouTube, or it's in the chat right now if you're watching this live. Twitch.tv/TheUnexpectables.
I believe we also... no, we don't. We should probably add that on our Twitch, like, description stuff, too. That might be something worth doing.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I could probably take care of that later. But for now, we also couldn't do this week in, week out without bits and subs from wonderful people like
you are going to have to wrap up this, unfortunately. There's a ton, so you're going to be very fast here.
Definitely fine. Just know that we appreciate you all, chat. Dr. Dank Memes PhD, thank you for the 36 months. Nolan Void, thank you for the 23 months of Prime. Silent Gamer, thank you for the 46 months. Dax Z99, thank you for the 48 months. Bill MSU, thank you for the 46 months. Harmless NPC, thank you for the 48 months. Sketch the Knoll Barbarian, thank you for the 48 months. Corey the Platypus, thank you for the 44 months. Dice Ruler, thank you for the 4 bits. Wedward, thank you for the 41 months. Nolan Void, thank you for getting 10 subs to the community. That Skelebro, thank you for 10 bits. Zenlita, thank you for the 47 months. Real Meta, thank you for the 34 months. Constable Mutton, thank you for the 48 months. Miss Tweetums, thank you for the 48 months. Sloth 0130, thank you for the 48 months. Snake Eyes, thank you for the 48 months. Zombie Monster 92, thank you for the 100 bits. Mikon Pachi, thank you for the bit. Balder 1918, thank you for the 1000 bits. Love your gate. Ransack 16, thank you for the 100 bits. Emerald Bandit, thank you for the 5 bits. Real Meta, thank you for gifting 20 subs to the community. My goodness gracious.
God.
Bible Accurate Kobold, thank you for the 48 months.
Oh.
Man, I'm afraid.
One Sweet Girl, thank you for the 29 months. Shivering Wolf, thank you for the 48 months. Bill MSU, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Free Haircut and Lobotomy, thank you for the 29 months. Irrelevant, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Mega Waffles, thank you for the year of subbing. Closet Quasit, thank you for the bit. That Skelebro, thank you for the 10 bits. They're out in droves today. Blue Kios 445, thank you for the 48 months of Prime. Hollow DM, thank you for the 100 bits. Dissolifant, thank you for the 100 bits.
That's so cool.
Gorn ZX, thank you for the 100 bits. Otter with a Machete, thank you for the 200 bits. Eben Sky, thank you for the 44 months. Sam X1, thank you for the 40 months. Butter Smeared Robot, thank you for the 500 bits. Hollow DM, thank you for the bit. Mikon Pachi, thank you for the bit. Nettle Norseman, thank you for the 39 months of Prime. Bubba Bob, thank you for the 42 months. Wolfwing Pup, thank you for the 50 bits. Scat Flipso, thank you for the 33 months of Prime. King Shinrock, thank you for the 100 bits. Phil Lane, thank you for the 28 months. Volk 551, thank you for the 22 months. Alucard True V, thank you for the 45 months. Tiki the Troll, thank you for the 22 months. Killer Chansey, thank you for the 10 bits. Mud Martin, thank you for the 46 months. Hollow DM, thank you for the 100 bits. The Talbs, thank you for the 48 months of Tier 2. Fuck's sake, guys. Chris, but it's spelled with a Q, thank you for the 36 months. Main Kuna, thank you for the 16 months of Prime. Ya boy Azriel, thank you for the 10 months. Pixel Belladonna, thank you for the 30 months. Thornton 6000, thank you for the 42 months. Sonage J, thank you for the 43 months. Welsh 93, thank you for the 48 months. Timitor, thank you for the 44 months of Prime. Nick Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits. Corin Solist, thank you for the 40 months. Poindexter, thank you for the 36 months. Skyrim Luigi, thank you for the 22 months. Booty Call and the Jelly Rolls, thank you for the 48 months. Captain Actually, thank you for the 48 months. More Thrandor, thank you for the 123 Brits. And also, thank you for the 10 gifted subs to the community.
Good job, Connor. That was really impressive. Holy shit, dude.
We got it done in under 5 minutes, I think.
You did really good, yeah. Well, with that, thank you guys so much. We missed you too, and we're glad to be back.
What's with your names?
Why are they so
Don't
good?
ever change.
Don't ever change them, but what's with them?
All right, well, with that, are you guys ready to jump into the Unexpectables?
Let's do this like Brutus.
So, when last we left our heroes, Otho the shifter rogue, Kai the human wizard, Escan the lizard folk druid, Gaius the satyr fighter, and Milo the Asmar cleric. The party was victorious. After teaming up with fellow adventuring party, the Radiant Slayers, the party managed to subdue an adult topaz dragon. More specifically, Subject 2-27, a strange byproduct of the ancient mage war, created by hand through nefarious magics and mystical sources. After receiving a mental vision from the dragon and partaking in a celebration hosted by the locals of Kushner's Cove, the party awakens after darts, drinks, and fine fishy foods. Now, as the dawn dawns, the party awakens within the local tavern, resting on bedrolls on the floor, with the morning sun creaking over the horizon. So, you all gain the benefits of a long rest.
Let's go.
As you all kind of toss and turn in the morning light, kind of peeking on your face, you hear snoring far off and the sound of movement.
Like from far away?
Close by.
I'll go to the window, see if it's visible.
As you kind of sit up and look towards the window and look around the room, Milo, you notice Daniel currently like hanging up laundry on a makeshift clothesline at this time.
Oh.
The snoring you hear is his brother, Bartholomew, the Azamar paladin who had helped you in the battle the previous day, currently hand on his stomach, just like mouth breathing really loudly.
Well, at least he heals up quick.
Dan kind of looks down at you and goes, "Oh, good morning."
Oh, hi, Dan. Where is everyone else? Are we all in like one room, or do we have our own separate rooms?
It looks like you guys are all sleeping on the floor, like you're sleepovering it right now. Like all your bedrolls are rolled out on the floor of the tavern, as this tavern doesn't have any inn rooms specifically.
Okay.
Slumber party.
You
I'm
notice
making waffles.
Crow also sleeping, in his bedroll. His arms are crossed over his chest like a vampire a little bit. It's kind of creepy. And you see Gigi Goopil, currently like stomach on the table, arm like kind of off the table, her fingers looped around the tankard, and she's just like snoring heavily. Like she's not in a bedroom. She passed out.
Because this is important to him, Milo will actually trying to not disturb anyone. Go outside and do a salute the sun.
You got it.
Not really caring about who's around.
It's a nice day today. It's a little bit cloudy, but that's fine. The weather, however, is quite nice. There's no rain today, which is good.
Oh, fantastic. Guys, come on, get up. Morning's here.
Tankard thrown right beside his head.
Ow!
I said beside, not at your head.
Still ow! Come on, Gaius.
Alright, fine.
Otho would probably be already in the process of getting up slightly after you would.
Escan is definitely not in the worst condition you've ever seen him wake up, but he's a little frazzled from yesterday. And is dragging himself to his feet very slowly, but getting up.
As you guys are slowly getting up, you watch as Dan actually brings over a basin of water and some cloth to help you guys wash up if you need it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Much appreciated.
He nods.
I'll take some. Dip my hand in the water briefly, and I'll cup some of it. I'll walk over to Kai, who's still sleeping, and I'll just let a couple drops drip on his forehead.
I'm drowning! Why? Why would you do that?
Time to get up.
What are you, my mom?
You need more water? I'm holding the fucking basin right over
no,
your head.
I'm good. I'll get up. I'm sorry.
You know, I think with someone with a naval background be a lot more used to water than that.
Not when I'm sleeping.
Do you not sleep when you're on the boats?
Yeah, but that's different. It's different. I'm expecting the water. I was ready for it. That was unexpected water. It's very different.
Okay,
I'm
you're
explaining
expecting
intricacies, but it's
Flash.
exactly. Great.
I apologize for startling you, but the rest of us are getting ready to head out, as it were.
There's a lot to do today.
Indeed.
Speaking of Monty, where is the dragon right now?
You don't know.
I'm
Oh,
going
cool.
to go
It just
outside
flew
and
off
try
without
and
us.
find where the dragon is right now.
All right,
I'm also
as
gonna check
you
for the dragon.
as you guys get up and get ready, it looks like Bartholomew is not getting up. He is out like a light, like he's gone. And Goopil is just like, don't talk to me. At one point, you notice Crow crack open an eye and kind of look at you and then go back to sleep. And Dan just kind of looks towards the rest of you and goes, I'll tell them that you departed.
Well, we'll be back in Moderado before you know it. If you happen to find yourself in the Great Port, we'll be there for, I believe, at least one more day.
Dan kind of goes a little quiet and he looks back up and he goes, we're probably going to stay here a little bit longer and then eventually head up north.
Fair enough. We owe you and your companions a great deal for aiding us in this.
He kind of like shuffles through his things, like he kind of goes through his bag. You just notice digging out like all sorts of like traveling equipment, and he eventually procures what looks to be a seal, and he hands it to you, Otho, and goes, "In case you ever need to call upon us again."
Does it look like, is it like a stamp, or is it like some sort of insignia?
It is a wax seal. You know that in the world of the Unexpectables, to send letters to people, you need their seal specifically.
With my career, or not my career, my courtier background, would I be able to identify what family the seal is from?
As you look at the seal itself, it seems to bear a sort of, it has like a horse motif to it. Looks like two, almost like a laurel of wheat, and in the middle is like a rearing stallion on it. It's not a noble seal. It seems more like a maybe high-ranking commoner seal, just based off how simple it is.
Okay. So I wouldn't know.
You don't history check, but you're gonna need a natural 20 on this one, I'm afraid. But you might as well try for it.
Why not?
Go for it.
I'm just trying to see what my court functionality. This probably wouldn't count. Whoa! Hello.
Oh,
Okay.
almost.
Oh, so close.
That is an unmodified roll. It's a history check.
History, yeah.
26.
26. Phew. As you look at it, it is definitely a Tricadian seal. It is definitely a farming seal. Specifically, if you were to identify, you don't know the family at all. I mean, you assume it's the Bartholomew's family.
Monty.
Yeah, you okay?
Yep. Just hit my knee on my desk.
Hey, Monty.
One second. Let me finish my description here real fast. You get the sense that it's probably the Bastion family, and just looking at the seal and the importance they place on horses, you think that the family might originally be horse breeders, possibly. Which you would know with your courtier background is a high station to have, depending on who they supply the horses to. If they supply to the military or to the royal family, that's a very tentatively high position. But if it's just common horses, then it's, harder to say. But based on the fact that they have a seal at all, they're probably medium to high import horse breeders. Oh, Wallfly, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt your narration.
No, I thought you had a question. I'm so sorry.
No.
Forgive me. There we go. Sorry about that, chat.
I got you, Chat.
Othawol will look over it for a little bit, and he will stow it into his pouch, and he'll nod.
Dan will then open up a hand to accept your seal in return.
Do I have one?
You guys do have one, yeah.
You better.
I'm assuming it's the.
Did you lose it?
I'm assuming it's not the Valentinius seal. It's more like the seal of Eon Vil.
Eon Vil seal, yeah.
Yes. Okay. I will supply him with the seal of Eon Vil.
He takes it and he pockets it and kind of nods.
You mentioned you were heading north.
Yes, my brother wants to go to Centralia, is what it's known as. Apparently there's lots of demons there. We're going to look for leads on his demon he intends to hunt for his prophecy.
We indeed have been there before. Be ready to prove your worth to the people there. And if you meet one Gertrude Gallowsway, tell her Oath of Valentinius says hello.
Could you write down her name for me?
Yes. I'll just does the emerald pen function like an actual pen, or does it...
No, it doesn't. You have to talk to have it right.
Phooey.
Yeah.
Stupid, useless, not ordinary pen.
I will yeah, if he's got like some charcoal or something, I'll run it down for him.
All right. He takes it. Roll an insight check.
Insight.
Knock it off.
That is a 21.
Sorry, it's a what? What, Connor?
Sorry.
You're out of practice.
It's been 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Who are we?
I can't believe Connor's own bit.
Otho, as you look at Dan kind of taking the paper and looking down at what you wrote, you realize that the way his eyes are, he doesn't know how to read. And he folds up the piece of paper and puts it in his backpack. He kind of turns to you and goes, I'll give it to my brother once he wakes up. He always says that sleeping in is the true reward of a job well done.
You know, see, I agree with that statement.
Well, unfortunately, we do have business to attend to, brother, but for the moment, enjoy your rest, and should you ever need anything, or if you are in Eon Vil, you are always welcome.
He kind of nods towards you. And he goes back to hanging up laundry. Escan, as you have headed out to find the dragon, it is literally unmoved, like a statue, sitting in the same place where you left it last night. It has not moved at all.
Oh, thank goodness.
It is just sitting in the ruins of the house. And as you kind of turn the corner and look at it, it slowly turns and looks at you. And as its head moves, all of the morning dew like drips off of its like head and its face and everything onto the ground. It's like a roof, almost splattering.
We didn't see it eat at all last night, right?
Nope. I think someone tried to feed it something.
I did. And then I tried to give it soup.
Oh, and then
just
it like
kinda
choked, right? Because it didn't know how to...
It choked, and then we tried to give it soup, which we think it was okay.
Right. Okay. Well, Escan will just sort of slowly approach and wave a hello.
It just looks at you as you wave hello.
Good morning. I don't know why I'm trying this, but, you know, worth a greeting, I guess.
The dragon just blinks at you slowly.
Right. Well, the dragon's still here, so nothing to worry about there.
I mean, that's good. I didn't expect it to just get up and leave. Does it look like it slept?
It's hard to tell. You have no idea.
So
No.
we're gonna take this thing back to the lab, yeah?
Aye, but a thought occurs though.
Yeah.
How are we gonna fit this thing through the keep? As soon as we get back to Eon Vil, I don't think this thing's fitting through a tunnel built for someone who is smaller than it.
Well, I mean, we got that key still, right?
I was gonna say the key might be able to help us, assuming it'll work on him.
Worked on everything else so far.
So far.
Gaius moves over to the dragon. Can you hold your paw out, please?
It like as it moves, it's almost like a tree branch. All the water drips off of it, and it reaches a hand down with these open, sharp talons made out of pure topaz.
Okay, now this is going to shrink you down a little bit, just to give you a heads up.
The dragon just looks at you and blinks.
Cool, great. Slap the key in its paw.
As you slap the key in its paw, it doesn't change.
Ah!
Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about.
I guess
this-
because it's made of some
Knowledge
non-living material.
Knowledge Arcana.
All right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 15.
It's a 3.
Aw.
I saw that 19, got excited. Sorry.
That's
I
an
got excited.
18.
I have no idea why the fuck I would know this, but here I go anyway.
Hey, you grow and shrink all the time.
Hey,
son.
look at
Yeah.
that though.
Escan and Gaius
Damn it.
and Kai, all
Okay.
three of you are kind of think about it and you realize, oh, this key only works on humanoids. It doesn't work on anything that's not a humanoid. And technically this is a dragon. It's not a humanoid, so that makes sense.
Dragon physiology is a lot different than a lot of the stuff we've used it on, so that really doesn't surprise me.
Okay, I guess it doesn't work. Shrink. Kicking it.
I mean, guys, if
Well, I guess that was a bad idea, but now I'm back. Okay.
I mean, if nothing else, we could just tell them where to go.
I don't know if it understands.
I also don't think a
directions.
dragon flying. I don't think a topaz dragon flying through the countryside unprompted is a smart idea.
Yeah,
I
that's the
thought I
last time
heard
the
some
citizen-
voices. You hear
Uh-oh.
kind of from around the corner.
Custom.
You see walking around the corner the mayor of Kushner's Cove.
Ah, it's you.
Morning.
Come on, Mayor.
Kind of rubs his eyes. He looks a little hungover.
Did you have a rough night?
I had a very fine night. The morning's been a bit rough, but all of good things, you know.
Does he actually look ill?
No, he just looks like he's slightly hungover. His eyes are a little sensitive to the sunlight,
Okay.
and he's kind of blinking a little bit. But he's walking around. He's fully dressed.
Okay, I didn't.
And he kind of approaches and looks at you all and goes, "You're taking off then."
Well, not before one thing. What we talked about the other night.
I figured. That's why I came out. Also, and he kind of digs around. He pulls out what looks to be like a wooden kind of box, and he offers it to all of you.
I'll take it.
All right. What's
The,
in the box?
Radiant Slayers want to use this place as a place to come back to rest, but I figured for you something to reward you for your efforts, at the very least.
Open the box.
What's in the box?
It is a beautiful dark wood carved fish, but the scales are replaced with like shellfish, like mother of pearl, kind of like pearlescent shellfish shells.
Oh.
It looks like it can sit up on a stand, and the eyes are made with like amethyst. It's a very beautiful art piece. It probably would fetch a very high price to the right seller, or it would be an excellent display piece if you wanted to keep it.
Sure.
By
Sure.
any chance, if one of us were to wave our hand over it, would it start singing and turn towards us?
Where's the button underneath it?
No.
Oh, sorry, ye old batteries aren't working.
We call this Billiam the Bat.
Singing doom ba dee biddy be dum
Biddy
dee
dum
doo.
diddy
Oh! I love it when they look like they're possessed by
What is happening?
When the
You
batteries
never-
start dying.
Yeah,
and
I'll
just
show you guys a
singing
video.
and-
I will
So
show you guys a video. It's great. Singing do ba dee be dum dee be doo. Anyway, he hands it off to you. It's a very nice piece. It's pretty heavy. I'd say it's about 2 pounds.
Okay.
He looks down towards you though, Milo, and goes, "A promise is a promise, though. We had questions, and I have some answers."
Right. Is there somewhere we could sit?
Sure. He sits down on the front porch of one of the houses.
I'll sit in front of him like a student.
It's like grandpa energy, just sitting on the porch.
For real.
Let me tell you a tale, Sonny.
All right.
He's an older. He's not old, but he's certainly, he's been around for a while.
All right, tell me everything that happened during the eclipse.
You're gonna have to be more specific, kid. I can tell you, we're gonna be here all day. You're gonna want to specify. What are you looking for?
What did the clergy do specifically that caused so much pain and discomfort?
They would, I guess the way to call it would be some sort of crusade. They'd come down into the Underdark and they would mass murder several people in the Underdark.
He recoils at that hard. Mass murder? Why?
Because he believed, the Orin clergy at least believed, that anything that dwelled in the dark was a vessel for Noct, enemy of Orin and god of darkness, irregardless of circumstance. Even the dwarves weren't free from their ire, living in their underground chasms.
Doesn't make any sense.
Makes plenty of sense when you hate people. They'd come down, groups of soldiers, somewhere around 60 to even a couple hundred. They'd surround a known location, a residence or a village or a town. They could do a myriad of things to smoke us out. And they'd either capture us for interrogation or they'd just kill us outright.
What was their goal?
Eradication.
On a multinational scale?
Indeed.
It's abhorrent.
Does any of this sound familiar? Because Otho was alive during this time.
History check, Otho.
Okay. $16?
16. You don't know about the Underdark, but you have heard stories when you were very young, but now it makes more sense, of dwarven tradesmen unwilling to trade with Periton because Orin clerics would show up and basically be like, hey, you're not out in the sun enough. And the dwarves were like, yeah, no shit, we're dwarves. And it kind of led to a lot of friction.
I could hear that. I could hear them say that.
Ah, no
Yeah.
shit!
You're not
No
out
shit, we're dwarves!
Yeah?
Which,
I don't know. It's so funny.
which ended up being to the benefit of Martorallo because the dwarves were more willing to trade with Martorallo as a result. Because they basically, a lot of dwarven kingdoms in the Alton region basically were really put off by the United Orin clergy because of how zealotous they were. And because of that, they tended to trade more insularly, within their own country as a result. The Underdark stuff, you have no idea. But, refugees fleeing from Periton or other places is not too uncommon.
Then,
Yeah, I think...
sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry.
Then how have they stopped? Why haven't they taken everything over?
The eclipse happened, and it changed everything. There are a lot of theories about that. You talk to a
Such
different
as?
person, you get a different answer.
Well, what do you think happened?
I think the eclipse happened because Orin was disgusted by the action of United Clergy of Orin. I think the god of the sun was deigned to close his eye to not look at the horrors they committed.
That would make sense.
But the United Orin clergy believed it was our corruption, our existence, the Underdark itself, that was making their precious sun go out.
Are there any remnants of them?
There's one. Apparently the leader, the original leader of the United Orin clergy, his name was Viantius Apostrophe, apparently escaped a rebellion that occurred in Periton.
So, this all could possibly happen again then.
I don't know. Currently, there's a woman. He kind of like waves his hand, like you, glowing hair, glowing eyes, all that. She was a leader of the rebellion, and she seized power by force. Allegedly, she's trying to bridge the gap between Underdark and Surface, but I think it's a fool's errand. Besides, Periton is still a theocracy. I don't trust it.
What's her name?
Sunny Sunset? I don't know. I can't remember.
Didn't we hear the name before?
In relation to this?
I think so.
I think so.
Didn't one of the clerics?
I think
In
somebody has said it
Delvaria,
before,
yeah.
but this
Oh,
guy
yeah,
might not
Delvaria.
remember.
It was oh man. Hang on. I know who. Let me just go to my notes. Was it LaRouche?
Sounds right.
Yeah, I think LaRouche told us, the Drow cleric of Orin.
Wait, guys, that's Soliandris, right?
Yes,
I mean,
believe
that's what the
LaRouche
guy
told
at
us
the
that.
place said. Yeah.
But still theocracy. It sounds so odd. Why go back to that?
Old habits are hard to break.
But after that?
Yeah.
After that senseless slaughter?
Yeah. It honestly doesn't surprise me if you read enough history books. This stuff happens over and over again for a reason. It's happening right now. It's just a different entity.
It's just a lot to take in. I was always taught to respect everything and everyone, to bring light to those who didn't have it.
Yeah, well,
Not
some
to-
people thought they would give that light by force and punish anyone who resisted. And that's where we are now. The horrors they committed are going to stay with me forever. They're going to stay with us for generations. Change of leadership's not going to fix that, kid. Neither is being a good Samaritan. Maybe time will fix it. Maybe something else, I don't know. But you're putting their lot in with them. Don't be surprised if you hit some resistance, justified or not.
Well, my father gave me a very important job. I plan to see it through. And if I've been able to change at least a few hearts in this town, I think I got the upper hand.
I can never forgive the United Orin clergy for what they did to me and my family. But I can thank you, because you did help us. And I appreciate that. Whether you did it for redemption or otherwise, I don't really care. But you did help us, and for that, he kind of like shifts around a little awkwardly. Thank you. Truly.
I did it because it was the right thing to do, and I'll hold out a hand to shake his hand.
He takes your hand and he shakes it.
Yeah!
He gives you like the firm dad handshake. Like,
Let's
you know,
go! Yeah.
He then stands up to his full height and he turns towards the dragon and goes, "So you're taking that thing with you?"
Would you rather we leave it here?
Nope, not at all. Take it with you.
Nope!
I've had
Very
enough
well
of that.
said.
Nope.
I've had enough of that thing hovering above us for almost a year now. At least we can start regrowing some of the crops. Well, it's a little too early. Summer's about to begin, and winter's going to be not too far off. At this point, actually, autumn might be coming in. We've lost track of time.
Auntie.
Oh,
I
those
know
sort of. Oh, sorry.
I know it's not necessarily the right background because he's not a farmer, but given Iskan's guild artisan background, would he happen to know like the crops that sell well during winter?
I mean, there's not a lot of things that thrive in winter. The best thing you can do are some very hardy tubers. That's the best thing they could probably manage, which you get the sense that he probably already knows that,
Okay.
given his history. But, like, they are not going to get a lot of their, they might be able to rush some leafy greens if the weather is permitting, but they're probably going to have to play it kind of safe here because they're running out of time, and he's not wrong. It's like halfway through summer at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, leave it.
We have a way to come back here relatively close and relatively frequent as well. If you think you're going to be struggling with the coming autumn, perhaps there's an agreement we can reach about perhaps setting up some trade between this place and the nation of Eon Vil.
He kind of perks up at that, and he goes, something that could be arranged. Granted, that might get you into some hot water with the Marderalian Ocean Lords, though. They tend to guard at the trade here, but between you and me, they don't particularly like us, and we've made trade with others before. Again, if you're the leader of some country, I don't want you to get in hot water on our behalf. But hey, he kind of points over, if you need fish, God, we have a lot of fish.
Well, that's something we don't really have a lot of in Eon Vil, at least not right now.
The Rukin River these days does not flow with as much life as it used to.
Tell you what, he reaches in and he hands you a seal. Throw us a letter, and we can figure it out. You can give this to your trade master, and he could possibly talk to us about it.
Oh, that just hands the
Hands
letter
it to
East
East
Man.
Gone.
I think that's you.
Well, yes, I will do that. Here you go, East
I will
Gone.
do that thing.
I'm flush with seals today. Divine.
That's a seagull.
No bitch.
All right. You guys maintain the seal. The mayor kind of gives you all a polite bow and goes, wherever you go on your adventures, you're always welcome back here in Kushner's Cove.
We greatly appreciate that.
Where forgotten despots and vagabonds find their way to a family all their own.
Oh. Well, by you saying that, did I ask him if he seen someone that looks like me beforehand, or was that never
I
asked?
can't remember, but you can always ask again.
I don't feel like I ever asked him this, because it was like it never came up in like a good time. It's just like, oh, despots and sellswords and the whatnot kind of speak something I'm looking for. Did you happen to see a sellsword that was of my race?
You're a satyr, correct?
Aye.
No one who looks like you, but we've had some Savasian satyrs come through in past, not very common, but occasionally.
What direction would they go off into?
They would come from the northwest, from Savas. It's a land of rolling plains and deep forests, known as the Beast Folk country, often colloquially known as.
Would Otho know about Savas?
History check.
I was going to ask, what about Kai?
Because I think
Milo
remember
would know
hearing-
actually as well.
Oh.
Oh, so we're all rolling history.
Everyone knows except me.
History. Well, we're going to find out who knows.
Eascan,
16?
Eascan, you do not know.
Never
I
mind.
will say that.
Valentinius brothers do not know.
Yeah, we don't know
Both
shit. We
rolled
read
natural ones.
different history books.
I got a 16.
I love that you both rolled a nat one. Like,
who
it
the
wasn't
fuck-
just one of you. Both of you.
What the fuck is a goat person?
This makes perfect sense. Milo, you know Savas because it's to the north of Meadowfield, actually.
Oh.
It shares a border with a ton of countries, but specifically for the countries you all know, it borders Athel, Meadowfield, and is the kind of in the interpoint where Pud is, the town of Pud. It's one of 4 countries that kind of meets in the middle. Ironkind, Athel, Meadowfield, and Savas.
Oh. That's
I mean-
a lead, at least.
That's just north of where I'm from.
Have you a reason to head back anytime soon?
Oh, what, me?
Aye.
I'm sure I need to go see Mum one of these days. She probably wonder where I'm at. Kind of died and disappeared for a couple of years.
The mayor looks at you guys and goes, they didn't exactly look the same as you. They had the goat half, he kind of measures below the belt, but the top hat was more like a man. Had horns, though.
Oh, well, I am that. The skin is just a different coloration. He just rubs. He grazes his 2 fingers across where the cheek, where the flesh is, where it's light blue, and it's that's flesh, and then everything else after that is all fur.
He kind of strokes his chin. He goes, I don't know if this is rude to say, but you're a lot fluffier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get that.
And you're also a lot taller.
Gaius smiles at that.
Either way, that's who we've had come through.
All right, well, that's me. That's me. Never mind. Well, I have a quote
Hey,
unquote
you asked.
lead.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have
asked,
a quote unquote lead at this point.
Anyway, I will leave you towards your adventures. Again, if you're ever back in Kushner's Cove, you're always welcome here.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm gonna go drink some water. He starts walking away.
Eat some bacon if you can find it.
Oh, don't yell. But yes, I will.
Yummy, yummy, it's bacon!
Rotate!
As you guys kind of finish that conversation and look over towards the dragon has leaned forward and is way closer than you guys expected. You'll kind of jump back for a moment.
Why?
Hello?
So we're gonna take you back to where you came from now. Is that okay?
The dragon slowly moves and stands up on all 4 legs. And as it stands on all 4 legs, you really realize just how bottom heavy this thing is. It's very thin in the top, but its legs and tail region is very dense. And as it stands up, it leans down to one side, dropping a wing down for you guys to walk up onto its back.
Kai's gonna run
Oh,
up.
shit.
Cool.
Kai's
let's
running
go.
up. Kai's gonna run it up. He's running it up.
I think we got it.
Is,
Just to clarify, though, we're not staying there. We just have a way to get back home from there.
The dragon slowly turns towards you, Milo, and slowly blinks.
Glad we come to an understanding.
So
Mr.
we
Bright.
should probably talk to the Topaz that's still there, because see if he has any information. Maybe help us before we leave.
Aye.
I remember it saying if we freed the dragon, it might be able to help.
Worth a
Lord.
try.
Well,
As
then
you
onward
climb
and
up,
upward.
as you climb over and you sit down, I actually have to grab my dragon mini now. Let's see how you guys sit on this.
How do we sit on this
How do
thing?
you
However
sit?
we
Well,
can.
allow me
The
to analyze
the
the
back
menu.
blast of the wind knocks you all off 50 feet in the air and you die.
Oh, he's getting her money's
Otho
worth
does
with
the
that
cat thing where
Topaz mini.
he takes the same step 12 times before he
As-
takes another one.
As you climb up the back of this thing, you realize the spines that run down its body are kinetically hovering in place above its back. And as you kind of move, you can physically move them aside, but they almost magnet-wise, foot back into place.
If we hang on to those, would we just
Oh, we
actually
could, yeah.
still is that a seatbelt if we just hang on to those?
You don't know. I have absolutely no idea.
Find it. Let's
not
find
taking
out.
my
Kai's gonna
find
grab
out.
onto one.
I'm not taking my chances.
It looks like the best order because the wings are set to the body very strangely. It seems like the best place to position yourself is actually on the neck of the dragon. Milo, as you're the smallest individual, you have to actually go the closest to the head just
fine
to
with
balance out the weight, while the rest of you, from shortest to tallest, make your way down the spine.
Well, I'm all the way in the back.
I'm in the back. Thank you very
No,
much.
I'm in the back.
I'm longer with my tail. Get fucked.
That's not a height thing.
Whoa!
It is
A rock,
not,
paper, scissors for you.
it's not the most
It's not a
comfortable.
contest.
It
always a
feels like sitting on jagged rock. So it's not super pleasant, but you're able to kind of hold onto the sides and clench your hams to it to keep yourself in place, and you hold on to the kinetic scales, hoping that maybe they'll help out. You're not sure. And as all of you eventually, each of you feel a sense of like, okay, I'm in position, without a word, the dragon immediately takes off into the air, buffeting sand and dust into the air and flying up. With each buffet of the wings, you feel yourself kind of lurching up and then slowly falling before another buffet of the wings reaches up. And you begin to find yourself in the air, slowly rising over time before the dragon just drops, almost like a glider eventually soaring.
I want to do the Luck Dragon Falcor. Yeah!
Man. As you guys kind of begin to fly on this thing, the thing that is probably more uncomfortable is the wind. Escan, you're fine. You have goggles, so you're comfortable. Because there's like little bugs that are like hitting your goggles, and you're like, ugh.
Just trying to like wipe them off as I can to keep an eye out. He's more focused on paying attention to where they're going because this is kind of crazy to see the land from a height that high. He's kind of almost having a religious experience of like being able to see topography from like a map's perspective.
You can see the river to the north, sprawling up northward. You can also see small smokestacks of various settlements and far distances. As you fly through the air, you pass by birds who kind of like look over confused and then squawk and fly away. As you look down to the earth, you see herds of deer making their way through the sort of rolling fields. It's strange. From up on high, the green grass of Martirolo almost shares a similarity to the rolling tide of the ocean that meets it.
This is incredible!
Oh, this is great!
This is super cool.
The dragon, every so often... the dragon, every so often, like, buffets and, like, raises altitude, and then just uses that altitude to glide to make for a smoother ride. It seems to be, like, its wings are backwards. It kind of scoops the air, makes, like, height, and then, like, just glides down, and then scoops the air, makes height, and slides down. There are times where you breach trees, and you can hear the tail of the dragon hitting the trees before it buffets back up into the air to make more distance. It's a very interesting riding. You expected like a nice similar altitude, but it seems like more like graceful falling that is like counteracted and then falling again.
Falling with style, if you will.
Basically, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Eventually, you guys are flying in the air, enjoying the flight, and then the dragon just drops into a free fall. Like, head pointed directly down towards the earth, and all of you are, like, lurched down in a full-on dive.
Of all the times I wish I could do a blank scream right now.
Right.
For real. That
Tex Avery.
There it is.
The dragon's wings tucking close like a bullet, and you realize now why it's doing this as you see the chimney, the 80-foot hole in the earth, and you're like, oh my god. And you watch as the dragon pulls in its wings tight to its body, and you hear just a foop as you enter into the hole, the wings barely touching the edges, the serrated metal edges. And as it falls back into the mage vault, it buffets its wings, splashing some of that acrid liquid, and lands on the ground, slowly trudging back into the mage vault.
How long did this process take?
It takes a day. You reach the point by nightfall. This thing is
God
fast.
Damn.
That's very quick.
Jeez.
That was a 3-day trip.
Oh, those hairs like in tatters.
All of
His
you have like
glasses
blown back hair.
Glasses are like off, like to the side, hanging off of his nose, and he's got like his tiger claws like gripped into the dragon's scales.
All of your thighs, painful, absolutely painful.
Oh.
I'm going to be bow-legged.
Give me 1 second. I'm just moving your guys' tokens on the map.
1.
I'm gonna kill you.
It's been 3 weeks, Monty. I needed it.
Immediately.
You should have seen him during the stream.
Immediately, what hits you is a terrible smell of rot and decay as the 2 ogre zombie you've left in the acid are just like decomposing at a rapid pace.
That's
That's fine. We're not going to be here long.
Did we not burn
As
them?
you all dismount, the dragon actually slowly makes its way into the holding area.
Oh.
Does it give any kind of indication with its body language that it recognizes anything, or is it still very blank?
I'm gonna be real with you. This thing is like near impossible to read.
Fair enough. Can we walk under it?
You can at your own risk.
Cool. Well, it's stopped right now, so I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
It slowly trudges forward.
Okay.
And stops in front of its holding space. And just stares at that.
Kai's gonna look at it for a moment and then just continue and let it do its thing while he moves towards the other room.
Milo will actually ask it, "Are you all right?"
Dragon slowly turns to look at you and then looks back to the holding space.
Can we try an insight check?
Go for it.
Trying to
That's the sound
see
of
if
a
it
very
like
high DC.
if it really like wants
22?
to like plug in or
Ooh.
not.
17.
19.
12.
Aw. Milo, Gaius, and Otho, you read the fact that this creature seems to be a creature of routine. And right now it's like realizing that there's no routine anymore.
Oh no.
I'm gonna stay with him. Just make sure he's okay.
I guess we should go talk to Prometheus.
That's where Kai's going.
Yep.
Milo's gonna hang back and just kind of be there with the topaz dragon.
Iskan will also hang back.
Okay.
Even though he can't read the dragon.
Kai, you head into the Topaz Prometheus's room.
Mm-hmm.
You feel an acknowledgement as you enter.
Hey, we're back. Quick question.
There's an acknowledgement of your return.
Quick question for you. We were able to help the dragon, but is there any way that you might be able to help now that it's not mind controlled?
The jaw once again cracks open, bits of topaz hitting the floor and shattering on impact. No.
Is there a way we can find out? Like, can we bring him over to you? Should we bring you over to it?
Bring
the dragon?
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Hey, guys.
How are we gonna
Oi.
squeeze it down the hallway?
The topaz wants the dragon to come in here if it can make it.
All right. Hey, can you come with us?
The dragon slowly turns and looks down towards you, Milo.
This way. I'm just gonna gesture and just go around, and just
A wise decision.
do like make a.
You better keep moving. You better keep moving.
Was
It slowly plods behind you.
Oh, you're gonna have to tuck your wings and maybe your body in.
Shunk! It gets stuck.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
All
It
right.
scrapes itself out.
I'm going to bring my piece of topaz to it.
You hold up the piece of topaz. The dragon's eyes, for the first time, kind of narrow. Wisdom saving throw from everybody, please.
Oh. Let's go.
Psychic
23.
shockwave
Here
time.
we go. It's an 8 again. Fuck. Get him out of the way now.
9.
Dude, that's the same roll we just had, Otho. What the fuck?
26 from Escan.
Nice.
16.
We're thinking about other things, Otho.
Gaius, oh, hilariously, it's the brothers don't get this. It's only Milo, Gaius, and Escan. The dragon looks towards you, and you begin to find yourself once again in a vision in this space. However, your positioning is different. You are sharing a vision with the dragon inside of its canister. And you notice the dragon is sitting and its eyes are open, looking down, and you can see menial workers trolleying out pieces of topaz to the west, so heading obviously from the Prometheus to the work area. And you notice a piece of topaz, not too dissimilar to the one that Gaius is holding up, scatters across the ground in front of the holding area of this topaz dragon, and a young half-elven person, you're not sure if it's a woman or a man, walks up and grabs the piece of topaz and then slowly looks up towards the dragon. They have slightly pointed ears, very angular features, these sort of really deep eyes, like these really encapsulating eyes. Their hair is shorn on one side, but the other side is long hair that covers one of the other eyes. And they kind of stare up at the dragon in kind of fear and wonder. And then they hear a noise, like a voice shout, and the man quickly throws the topaz piece on top and continues trolleying over. And by the time you kind of shake out of the vision, the dragon has taken on a different form. You see almost a replica of that individual in the vision. The hair, instead of being hair, is like a chunk of topaz that covers one of the eyes. The body is opaque in places, but as it goes down to the throat and chest, it's see-through. You can see the ribs and the heart and the organ inside, and they're also completely naked.
That's fine.
They finally learned how to shapeshift.
What are you guys getting all weird about?
Oh, don't mind me.
Gaius, who's always naked.
Yeah, I'm just like,
What are you being weird about?
bro, I've been tunnel ducking this whole time. What are you talking about?
Hey, you used to have
They're-
bandages, all right? Cover up.
They're very Ken doll, though. That's the best way to
Yeah.
describe.
Yeah.
All right, let's get going, guys.
Come along then.
The dragon looks towards you, Escan, and grabs onto a piece of your clothing.
Oh my god. Okay. We'll take it slowly.
They stop you and pull you back, and they look at your clothing. And then look at you.
Iskan's gonna kind of call down the hallway. Hey, I know some of you have, like, spare clothes. Can we
Guys,
help them with that?
Guys just like takes the traveler's clothes he got from their little desert adventure and just tosses them to you.
I'll hold them out for the now humanoid-esque dragon.
They take it and they start putting their pants on their torso.
No, those go here, and he'll kind of help them get into the clothes.
You got it. At one point, you try and put a hat on, and it grabs the hat and throws the hat away.
Oh,
Okay.
no hats.
No hat. And then he kind of has a moment of like, oh, right, things on the head.
There's a strange elegance to them. They actually move completely unbothered by their new form.
Neat.
But they look so strange. They look like a gemstone reconstruction of a half elf. It's bizarre. Their eye is incredibly piercing too. And they slowly make their way forward.
I guess that's a yes. Okay.
Do I still have the gemstone, or
You do, yeah. They didn't take it from you.
okay? I was like, wait a minute, it didn't like absorb it or anything, right?
The dragon
get
enters
through.
inside of the chamber and stands in the middle of it. and you feel an even more intimate connection. I would like everyone to make me intelligence saving throws, please.
Oh, God.
Son of a bitch.
That's so rare. That's an unnatural one.
Unnatural one.
Unnatural one.
That's a 20.
I can't roll for shit today. That's a 14.
That's a 25 for Escan.
Escan and Otha, you succeed. You only take half of this.
Oh, no.
Oh, good.
Anyone who failed,
76 psychic damage.
you take 12 points of psychic damage.
Okay, that could have been way worse.
Everybody else who succeeded, you take 6 points. As the topaz dragon stands in its human form in the middle of its room, its eye actually intensifies. And this thing is not really emoted all that much, but its neck curls towards, almost in this like sort of darkened stare. And you can feel that the topaz Prometheus is acknowledging it. And as these two do something, you have no idea what they do. All of your heads ring with pain, and you all struggle to your knees. Immediately, the topaz dragon splits off the connection and turns towards the rest of you. And you get the sense that you should probably leave this space for a bit.
Guys, we should probably leave this space for a bit.
Got it. They're charging their crystals.
Zeno!
I'm sorry, it was too easy.
I do hate you.
I love that. I do hate you.
Please provide a picture of your crystals so I know I'm not wasting my time.
Fucking damn it.
That's gonna be the name of the episode.
Charge
What?
the crystals.
Charge
Oh,
the crystals.
shit.
There's a lot of good energy at the sesh. Anyway.
Oh my god, I'm so glad.
Well
I'm so
played,
glad that-
Zeno, but I do hate you.
Listen, I'm so glad that we as a collective people can laugh.
Yeah. As you all hobble out of the room, for those of you who failed, you have a really bad headache right now. It felt like a bunch of like high pitched like tinnitus noise, like dialed up and refracting. It was horrible. Clearly something you could not comprehend, but enough to cause great mental harm to you.
Everybody gather around. I'm gonna pull out the sensor and just vigorously swing it, because God, it hurts.
Our heads hurt. Let's shove incense up our noses to make it
Yeah, that'll make it work better.
Everyone gather around Shillelagh's Gaius over the head with the fucking sensor. I feel so much better now.
Which way did he go? Which way did he go?
There you go. Everybody gets 18 back, so we're
I'll
back to
take
good.
it.
That's a lot of ones.
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
Oof.
5 minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. 15 minutes pass. 30 minutes pass.
Playing jacks on the floor.
And eventually, stepping out in their human form, the dragon leaves and returns to you all.
You're all right. You're in there for a long time.
The dragon just turns and stares at you.
Is your head okay?
The dragon slowly turns and stares at you.
Are they still in people form?
They are still in people form, yeah.
I'm kind of curious what happened. I'm gonna be right back. Is it safe? Kai says as he's walking up.
Walk into a uranium-filled fucking psychic baby.
We're gonna find out.
Kai starts melting.
Take
It's
100
the hallway
D6.
from Fallout 1.
There's an elephant's foot in the corner.
Oh my god, don't joke about that.
What the fuck?
If he can see that, he's dead already.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Wow, funny demon core.
As you walk in, the room seems entirely unchanged.
So what just happened?
Share.
It's still not really talking to us. Did you share memories with it?
Yes.
I don't suppose you can help it communicate?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for whatever you did.
There's no response.
Right, not a question. I don't know how to make that a question. Thank you.
No response.
I had an incredibly stupid idea.
Let's hear it.
Do I get the same psychic response holding up the amethyst?
As you hold up the amethyst, nothing happens.
Damn. Okay.
Good thinking, though.
All right, well, let's go hit that teleportation circle and hope Lynn doesn't kill us.
Again?
I mean, at least this form will help us get them in without having to worry about,
They are a translucent person made of
yeah, but they're
gemstones.
people-sized, Monty. We're not trying to squeeze a huge dragon into the teleportation chamber.
Not anymore.
No, not in there!
You fool!
Oh, God.
Splash, splash.
Just grab them by the arm and just pull them back like, no! Fuck!
They walk into the puddle.
She just walks face first into the fucking, depths
Okay,
of
we're not going to walk that
acid.
way. Come here.
It's red now too because of the dissolving corpses in it.
That's
Oh,
fine.
good.
God.
This is how a fucking blood slime is formed.
So anyway,
We're going
let's carve the rune into the door.
I sure did.
Do it again once everybody's in.
Also, this VR chat music is really soothing.
Does kind of sound like the startup.
Yeah,
Doesn't it? It's
yeah,
like
I
the
didn't
startup.
It does. Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
notice it until you said it. Now I'm
Now-
just like, oh no.
Fuck,
Yeah,
now
now
it's-
you're going to not be able to unhear it.
I'm gonna get back on VR chat at some point.
I literally just put my index in a box.
All right, as you all grab onto Wark, we'll do a 3, 2, 1.
Oh, we have to show the dragon
you'll-
how to grab on, right?
You'll need to hold on to this.
The dragon reaches out with its somewhat opaque and translucent fingers and grabs onto Wark.
Well, hopefully this will work without you calling it out, but if everyone's ready.
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Pierce
the veil!
As you all say that, you hear an ambient voice in your mind go, "Pierce the veil."
What? It said words!
Huh?
Oh no!
How did they know to say that?
Huh? Huh? Huh?
They grow up so fast.
Oh my God! Does he have history with Wark? Wait a second! I have
No,
questions.
But they heard us say it, so
I mean, they literally have a teleportation circle in the place, so I guess it's not totally insane.
Yeah, but that's
Mm.
still crazy to me.
We said it when we came in too, so
But it
maybe
was
they heard
asleep
it while
then.
they were in. Yeah.
That is
Stasis?
true. That is true, actually.
Oh my God, it's so good to be back in Metapod again.
Shut fuck off, dude. Come
Every
on.
time, Mark.
God,
I wanted
still only level 9. I can't believe this.
You give your Metapod an Everstone.
Yeah.
As you teleport in, you find yourself once again in the familiar sight of the teleportation chamber. The dragon slowly lifts off its hand off of Wark and looks around the room.
Wait, so can you speak now?
You feel a vision hit your memory, Kai. Every single time that you guys have grabbed Wark and saying "Pierce the Whale" flashes in front of you, replaying in your mind.
I think you mean Pierce the Veil. Pierce the Whale.
Pierce
is
the
what happens-
whale? Are we playing
Pierce the whale.
Pierce the Whale is Task in the middle of a fucking flying contraption.
No.
step
Pierce the Whale is what
I
happened to
will.
Remy in campaign 1, guys.
Yeah. Alrighty.
You get the
Spoilers.
sense, Kai, based off of your general intelligence, that the dragon probably pulled these memories from you and just basically
yeah, that
acted
makes sense.
Oh,
accordingly.
God, he's stealing our data.
Yeah, and
I
you
knew we should have
realize
gotten a
that
VPN.
you realize that it's read your memories, and you're like, "Oh, what?"
Oh no.
All of them?
It suddenly plays back that moment to you when you were like, "You're gonna be a man."
Remember that time in middle school?
No! Why is it so vivid? I'm not
Oh
a
my
Drell.
god. Oh my god, it's the physical manifestation of every bad thought you've ever had.
Oh, Monty, you
don't
get
need
that
it.
now. It can literally do the Drell memory thing to us.
Oh yeah, I guess it could.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
So we're home.
The very awkward shower thoughts. The dragon just psychically infused in your head.
So, wait, question. If you can read all of our memories, can you reconstruct languages based off the languages we speak as we learn them?
It slowly blinks its eyes at you.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think so.
You're
but it was
using
worth a
words
shot.
that are far too big for it, I think, at this
I say
current
hello to it
juncture.
in giant.
It looks towards you and blinks.
Okay, we'll work on this, but we're making progress, right?
Lynn, we have a new friend. Opens the door.
She might be gone again.
As you open up the door, you find that the throne room, in fact, is empty at this time.
Yeah, see?
Iskan's just gonna like call down the stairwell. Hello, we're back. Please don't attack us.
As you say that, you hear a voice go, "No! God damn it!"
What?
You look around and you see Oberth and Gherkin. Currently, they have what appears to be a piece of rope, and there's a box on the ground with seed at the bottom, and there's like a stick holding it up. And as you say that, you notice that before you even notice that flying by is a little sparrow that flies out of the way. And Oberth's like, "God damn it! We've been trying to trap that thing for hours!"
What?
Sorry.
Why are you trying to trap a sparrow?
Because it flew in here and we're trying to get it out.
Just leave it alone. It'll
No!
get out.
It's gonna poop on everything.
Just ask it to go out.
What?
What?
Anyway, do you guys know where Lynn is?
Oh yeah, she's in the kitchen right now.
Oh, got it.
I could use a pie.
Kai's going to the kitchen.
Monty,
Uh-huh.
is the sparrow still flying around the throne room?
It's gone. It just flew like down the hallway out of
Okay.
sight.
Okay.
It's like a sparrow trapped in a Costco. It's like, God damn it.
No, Mark, you don't get to talk to it.
That's fine. It'll learn on its own.
Guess we'll go to the kitchen.
Kai's going to the kitchen.
Yeah, we'll go to the kitchen.
As
Bring
you
our
walk
friend
by
along.
Oberth and Gherkin, you like just the wind of you guys passing by, the dragon stops and like takes the rope from Gherkin's hand and pulls it, and then the little trap falls over. And the dragon like hands the rope back and keeps walking. And Gherkin's just like, "What the fuck was that? Why do you do
That's
that?
amazing. He understands how it works.
Why?
Why?" As you make
I'd
your
say
way...
it's a dick move, but I don't think he understands.
No, he's just curious. He's just like, huh,
Yeah.
huh.
wonder what this
Pull,
does.
tug.
Oh.
Nice. You guys couldn't figure that one out? Here you go.
As you walk into the kitchen, you see currently there is a kettle on top of the stove, and Lynn is currently pouring what looks to be tea leaves into a pot.
All right, Len, now don't freak out, all right?
She slowly stops what she's doing, just like a mother about to hear that her kid just broke a window, slowly twists the cat back onto her tea and places it sternly back on the table and goes, "This should be good."
Can
We
all
found a
just-
dragon.
Let's all just jazz hands at it.
Maybe we should ease her into it, Kai.
Oh, okay. So we went to Kushner's Cove to deal with a mage vault, but we found a dragon there that was being mind controlled. So we decided that on top of doing the mage vault, which the dragon was in, we should also probably help the dragon. So we ended up fighting it and destroying the device, which stopped it from basically destroying the entire town and us and all of the friends that we made there. But it might have done severe damage to it because it can't really communicate that well. But it does speak through memories and stuff, so it's piecing itself together. And we found like this giant layer of topaz, which also kind of communicated with it. That was a huge headache after that thing. Am I making sense so far?
As you finish saying that, the kettle on top of the ovens just starts screaming. And Lynn just sits there, stares at you, and blinks twice, and she goes, "Is that?" And she points towards the topaz dragon.
Oh yeah, he just figured out how to do that. We actually don't know. They just learned how to do that.
I'm not
Yeah.
even sure if it applies, but
I was gonna say I didn't see anything.
Lynn just blinks twice,
is
and then
that why you walked underneath it?
No, that was just to get around it, but
as you are all saying this, you watch as the kettle is like floats on its own and goes over to the cup and just pours the hot water into the cup and the teapot. And Lynn just sighs and winces her eyes shut and goes, okay.
Hi, Marjorie.
The kettle kind of like waves in a way that kind of
It spills
suggests
water everywhere.
Oh, my face!
the kettle flies over, and you watch as an oven mitt lifts up into the air and does like a little wave motion before going back onto its hook.
In short, we've got another member of our motley crew here.
You have brought back a
Topaz Dragon, yeah.
flesh golem. She puts a finger up. You have brought back a gargoyle who, by the way, is still counting grass out in the courtyard.
Is he having fun?
I don't know. You brought back 2 guards who can't even catch a sparrow. And now you claim to have brought back a dragon.
Topaz Dragon.
Topaz dragon.
Yeah, it's very different than the traditional dragons that you're probably used to. I had never heard of it until we saw it.
Guys holds his hands up. To be fair, 2 out of 4 of those are actually living evidence of mage vaults.
True. The company we keep might reflect on our, you know what? No, you're doing good.
How many
She
nations
smiles.
have a dragon?
I don't know.
Very few.
I don't know. This thing, was it attacking people?
Yes.
We should regale
Sort
her
of.
we should regale her the story.
She pulls out more cups for tea, and you guys sit around the kitchen table.
So basically, long story short, it was attacking a fishing town, but we found out that the device that was also mind controlling it basically had it on a patrol that was meant to attack ships, and it was just taking out the village, which happened to be in the path. So we took care of all of that all at once.
And it's
Boys, have you had your meeting with the Ocean Lords yet?
gonna do that
No.
after
no, ma'am. We're doing that next.
Do you think they're going to have any problem with this decision?
What decision?
They don't have to know about anything.
Oh my god. She sips her tea harder.
Bro, no, Lynn, this is the best
Sorry,
part. They don't even like Kushner's Cove, so we were thinking about setting up a trade route with them.
They
It
don't
doesn't
like
even-
the thing we interacted with. That's a great opener.
She slams back her tea like it is the strongest shot in the universe. She places the cup down and she just deeply breathes and goes, I trust you.
Thanks.
Really?
Yes, I trust you. You've certainly gotten us this far. Does it have a name? She points towards the Topaz Dragon, who, by the way, during this entire conversation is just like touching the teacup and kind of looking at it. And did actually drink some of the tea occasionally.
We only have a number for it. They were all labeled. They were experiments. It doesn't really have a name yet.
The dragon looks towards you, Kai. I'd like everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
God damn it!
Oh God.
No, here we go.
Ow, my
Memories.
brain!
Wait, does Lynn have to make it
Ow,
too?
my brain!
It's literally the fucking like. Good news! I am the Grand Galactic Inquisitor of Earth.
I rolled an
Ignore me!
8 or a 9 on the last 3. What the fuck? I haven't even said anything, Mark. Your trick is not
Oh my
working.
god! 5.
Lynn,
He's rolled an 18.
God.
Lynn, despite her stats being decent in wisdom, got a fucking 8.
This is
Oh my
appropriate.
god!
Kai, did you roll?
I did. I
Or,
got a
sorry,
9.
Otho, did you roll?
Sorry, I was dealing with something. Wisdom
You're
save?
about to deal with something.
Yeah, you are. That was a weird one. Ignore me! Someone left a baby.
19.
19. There you go.
All right. Otho and Escan, you get this sort of flashed vision of at the party in Kushner's Cove. You hear people go, "Oh, Daniela, it's such beautiful weather." It's just like, "Oh, it's nice to see you again there, Tom." And like all these names kind of flash. And then you hear your names. You guys are just like, "Oh, I'm Otho. I helped fight the dragon." And kind of like these flashing images of introductions. And then as it kind of fades and you shake your head, the dragon looks expectantly at you.
Oh.
You would like us to give you a name.
The dragon blinks at you.
Wait,
What is
the one
an affirmative
Sure.
blink?
That's that's a big decision. If you want to choose, you can.
I have an idea.
What do you got, guys?
Gleam. As in
kinda.
peer. As in peer into a vision.
Oh, glean.
Glean.
Okay, I thought you said gleam as in to
No,
sparkle and shine.
I said glean.
Glean with
Gotcha.
an N.
The dragon slowly turns towards you, Gaius, and then you all get a vision very briefly of Gaius going, "How about gleam? How about glean? Glean, 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 glean," and then the vision fades.
Grand Galactic Inquisitor of Earth.
Assuming direct control.
And the dragon drinks more of its tea. Or Glean, rather, drinks more of its tea.
Yay! Sorry if I overtook someone on that. I was just like,
No,
that's
it's all good.
No, you're good. It's
The
It
one
is
thing,
slated to go with the first suggestion.
got it.
a
The thing to remember, though, Lynn, is that it's still trying to figure out existence in its entirety. So it means well, but it might be poking at things that you might not expect it to.
Lynn kind of narrows her eyes and she looks at you. She goes, This thing does not have any sense of emotion, does it?"
I think it's developing it.
Yes, we think it's piecing together a consciousness and personality based off of what it's learning from its environment.
Oh, we should
God.
stay away from it.
Oh god, keep it away from Oberth and Gherkin, please.
I was about to
that's
say,
true.
oh no.
Oh, and I suppose that Goyle is a better example.
In all honesty, from what we could tell, Glean has never really had an opportunity to find itself, so probably it's best to be exposed to as many people as possible.
Oh gods, do you know what it reminds me of?
Hmm.
Empty.
I was just gonna say that actually. The difference is Empty doesn't have a lot of memories, but can communicate and has a better sense of self, I think.
I did have that thought. The things that we're finding in these mage vaults tend to remind me of Empty a lot.
Should actually, with Glean's ability to find everybody's memories, maybe we should have them meet. They might be able to help.
We should speak to the outsider first before trying anything like that.
I don't know if that's a wise idea.
Talking to the outsider?
No, crawling into the minds of other people without their acknowledgement or consent could seem...
Well,
I don't think
obviously
we're gonna-
we'd ask first.
I think it's just asking the outsider if he thinks it's a good idea to even bring it up, because Empty's very off-put by things that are demonic in nature, and considering that he all had us in that category, I think this would count.
Lynn kind of narrows her eyes and looks at the dragon and goes, "I'm a bit concerned if this ability it has is not... it's voluntary or just happens on its own. This is certainly alien to me."
Well,
But-
Lynn, it's like a baby. A
I
baby
don't know
does.
if babies can read people's minds, Milo.
No, but it's gonna be using everything that it can, just like a baby, with not just hands, but feet and mouth and all kinds of weird things that you don't expect a regular functioning child or adult to do. But it's gonna use everything in its power to understand the world around it. So as long as we're patient, I think it'd be all right.
I think the thing to keep
True.
in mind is it's going to make mistakes, and we just have to teach it what's right and wrong.
My concern is that this thing becomes an encyclopedia of our deepest memories. This could be potentially something that could fall into the wrong hands. That's my concern. But
Then we
It's-
just have to take care of them.
Well,
Speaking of
the
the wrong hands, there was something else about that mage vault that we discovered.
Ah,
Apparently, Wormtongue had been rooting around in there before we did.
that explains. I remember you mentioned you brought in that weapon, which I've stored away.
yeah. And we also discovered that it's probably the reason that Glean was attacking Kushner's Cove in the first place.
I'm
At least on
wondering.
repeat.
I'm wondering if we should have somebody in there just to keep an eye on things for a while. You have the teleportation circle, correct, Kai?
Yeah, I marked it down. We can go back whenever we want.
you might want
Perhaps
someone to clean it too, considering that all the undead we killed is in there still.
alive.
No,
yeah,
very
no,
much
no, they're
not.
definitely again dead.
The Hoke cleric in her calms down, and she's like, "Good."
Unless a gelatinous dissolution of multiple creatures in an acidic pool can be brought back.
You know what might be wise? Fardexel, the Hoketh cleric who you recruited from the Divinity Gate. Perhaps we can pull him from Cutter's Cairn and replace him with somebody else and have him keep watch there.
Aye, sounds good.
Now that I
Might
have
be best to
paper,
send them with someone else as well, just so he's not alone.
I can look into that. We have yet to receive our Hearthland halberdiers and your Delvarian soldiers. So perhaps we can allocate some of them there, or take some individuals out from local things, and you know what I mean. Flip them around, all that stuff. I can manage that.
Hey, Monty.
Mm-hmm.
I want to test something with Glean.
Okay.
I want to test if it can read minds. I'm going to send you a message of something real quick before I say what I'm going to say out loud.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so there's that. That's in Gaius's mind before Gaius looks to everyone else. If mind reading is a concern, I would like to at least administer one sort of test. Glean,
The dragon slowly turns towards you.
what number am I thinking of?
The dragon looks at you and just blinks.
It does no action.
Does no action, no.
Well, the number I was thinking was 2.
The dragon then reaches over to the teapot and pours itself a cup of tea, and then places the teapot back.
Oh. The other thing that came-
Gaius immediately tenses up at that. Wait a
Roll
minute.
roll an insight check on that.
Yeah, there you go.
Hang on a second. And I have a advantage because of Stone Giant.
Yep.
19.
Ooh. It poured the tea from the pot exactly how Lynn does.
Oh.
How does it? Okay, does it drink?
No, it does not drink.
Okay, well, it doesn't read minds, but it at least is mimicking.
The other thing to keep in mind too is that it might not actually be staying here for the long term. We offered it a home here, but it may go out and explore for God knows how long.
It's still looking for its fellow experiment.
Family. It's looking for its family.
There are more of these. Oh, that's right. You mentioned that some escaped. Ugh. Okay, very well. Best place to put it is probably near the rookery, unless it intends to stay in this form for I don't know how long. We can facilitate it, but do maybe mention to Oberth and Gherkin that we have a dragon now residing here.
Hey, Oberth, Gherkin, you're gonna need a bigger box.
Lynn also turns and goes, when you regroup with the Outsider and Empty and Martorallo, maybe mention it to them as well.
And
Okay.
we should probably tell anyone within the lower city as well. And also maybe Vomer in case it starts to go roaming.
Leave that to me. I am able to go down into town and I can inform them. Vomer is simply a letter away, but if I'm already going to be sending one to Cutter's Cairn to fetch Fardexel, I might as well do so then. In the meantime, you should all eat maybe, get some rest here, and definitely think about your meeting.
Right.
Well, we know we're sort of waiting for a summons, so resting for the
Glean.
night's not a bad idea.
Glean, I will show you where you will be staying. And the dragon slowly stands up and nods.
Oh, she's got a pet now.
If you need me, I will be in the throne room, in the war room specifically.
Aye.
And she
We
nods.
can't fight in there.
As she leaves, very carefully, the dragon follows. Interestingly enough, it walks differently now.
Oh.
I will say Otho, actually, everyone who had the vision when you guys quote unquote defeated the dragon, you had that collective vision.
Yeah.
Didn't we all get that?
Yeah,
I
we
think
all had
You
that.
all got
think
that,
so.
yeah. You realize the way it's walking is similar to Siu Dravik. Arms inside of the sleeves, walking very sort of nobly in a way.
Not sure if good idea or bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
It's what it knows, though.
Liberating a dragon from its servitude. Bad idea. It now reads minds.
Speaking of giving names to things, our little group has been without one for quite some time. Officially, we are the stewards of Eon Vil, the stewards to the Queen. But is there something that we wanted to call ourselves, to be introduced by? The group we just met, they were the Radiant Slayers, but
Oh, I had a nice ring to it.
Yeah, people do seem to keep asking us what we're called.
Turns to the camera.
Perhaps before this meeting, it might be
Hmm.
prudent to have something official.
I believe we should probably leave out any sort of mention to Eon Vil from it, especially if it's a sort of adventuring company.
Yes, I think it would be self-explanatory.
Well, we have been plunging all these mage vaults.
Did you have something in mind?
Otho?
Well, we do seem to be gathering in varied and diverse staff around in the castle. I mean, wherever we go, people are always calling us a motley crew. So why not go with that? The motley crew.
I don't know. It feels a little unprofessional.
I've always thought the Reclaimers would be interesting. We're out there finding all kinds of information, opening the vaults, and bringing peace to where we go. We reclaimed Eon Vil, we reclaimed the vaults, we're reclaiming lives, giving them a second chance. That was just my idea.
No, I do like that. However, how much of a breach of security would it be if our password for going in between locations would be our team name? The Veil Piercers?
I mean, it's got a good ring to it. We did have to pierce the veil to get in and out of Eon Vil several times.
Aye, but again, that does leave us wide open to security breaching.
So probably not the best idea.
I do like Reclaimers.
Milo Bean smiles at you.
And no offense, Otho, but I think the Reclaimers does have a more or less shoddy feel to it.
It's got charm.
He shrugs.
Which, by the way, above game, it's really funny to me that Otho, perhaps the fanciest of all of us,
Yeah.
is like, what if we're motley?
Above where I like the Reclaimers. That's really cool
Yeah,
sounding.
it is
I'm kind of in a big agreement on Reclaimer.
Kai, what do you think?
Above game, I'm thinking. In game, I'm thinking.
thinking.
Yeah.
Man, if only Kai were here to tell us what he thought.
There it is. I was waiting for it. That's the perfect way to sneak it in.
Shame he died in the war.
Whoa.
We have
I
Kai
mean-
at home.
I don't know. Something just feels off about naming ourselves, you know?
Oh, so someone gives us our name as like a legacy or reward or something.
that's how nicknames have normally always worked. Like with pirates, normally they get names based on deeds that they do or something crazy or a quirk that they have, or even just if they're really intimidating, people will just call them something.
That's sort of what I was going for.
Sorry, my brain went to Lynn's Angels. Like,
Oh my
Charlie's
God.
Oh my god.
Good morning, angels.
I'm the favorite.
Good morning, Your Majesty.
I mean, I think these are good names, but what if we just, I don't know, took a night? We have a lot of stuff to get to.
Sleep on it.
Yeah.
As you guys are sitting there having the conversation, your ghost kitchen worker provides you all with these very nice sandwiches.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Here, I
Are
thought
they
we were gonna get
Reubens?
pie.
They're like those nice light cucumber sandwiches with like cream
Ooh.
cheese and fresh veggies. It's very nice.
I need a snack.
As you guys think about your name, and as you guys head to bed, you go outside maybe briefly just to check on things. You notice that perched atop of the castle, just looking out, similar to the village of Kushner's Cove, Glean, the adult topaz dragon, just sits there like a sentry, just looking out into the distance.
How reflective are they when they're up there?
Oh, shiny as hell, like a disco ball.
Oh lord, we've got a beacon.
Oh, we have a beacon that fucking
Hey.
rules.
Eon Vil calls for aid. The beacon is
you-
lit.
Yeah.
As you also notice that Goyle is outside counting grass.
Good. Thriving in his lane.
He's driving in his element, yeah.
What
Happy
are you
in
doing
his
out
field.
there?
1,002. Counting. He just keeps muttering to himself.
He's been there for multiple days and he's only at 3,000. Oh my god.
Probably lost count.
Yeah, about to say
Yeah,
I'm probably
distracted.
lost
I was
count.
about to
Worse
say-
than Gherkin definitely bothered him
Yes.
several
A
times.
butterfly flew by and he's like, oh, shit.
All right, 1, 2.
As you all rest for the night, Moderalo on the horizon ahead, that is where we'll take our break.
Yay! I need
I have
Time already.
I have a pretzel infused peanut butter cup sitting in front of me waiting
Do
to
it.
get eaten.
Devour
Oh
it.
my god.
I gotta use the
that means
bathroom
you
real
can't-
bad.
You can't kiss me now, Zito, because I'm allergic. So
I like the name the Reclaimers, honestly. I think that's
I
pretty
fucking
cool.
I do as well.
yeah, that's really good.
It's okay.
Connor's like, no, it's fine.
Tell us how you really feel. Fuck.
Connor, I'm just thinking about it also above game from like a copyright standpoint.
It's not the same. It doesn't
not
have
the
an
same.
umlaut over the U.
Anyway, welcome to the halftime show, which is
Motley
aptly
Crue
named.
is a fucking turn of phrase.
It is a
not
turn of
the
phrase.
band.
I agree. Listen,
It's
Connor,
spelled CRUE, not CREW.
Connor,
fine.
I think that it was a wonderful attempt.
It was a good suggestion. I'm not denying that.
Water.
Aw.
Like I said, welcome into the halftime show, everybody. Thank you for choosing to spend your Wednesday nights with us, wherever you are. And if it's not Wednesday, whatever night it happens to be.
What if it's not night?
I don't know what to tell you then. Wolfwing, thank you for the bid. New mead project, Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I mean, that'd make an interesting
I'm
mead.
with it.
Bubba Bob, thank you for the 300 bits. Last session's plan might rival Operation Dino Drop. I don't know, man. Dino Drop was pretty legit. Mr. Insecure, thank you for the 500 bits. I can't believe the Unexpectables is going to be copyright struck into oblivion by an 80s hair metal band. Well, no, it won't now. Now it won't. For
Yeah, because
sure.
we're not choosing it.
We're
so-
not going that group name. Callum, thank
Sorry,
you so much
Connor.
for the 5 bits. So if the group starts building chairs, would they become the recliners? I hate it already.
That's pretty good. You know what? If we climb a mountain and then come back and climb it again, we'll be the reclimbers.
Corin with the 100 bits. I would walk 5,000 miles and I would
Guys,
walk
that's the-
5,000
That's
more.
the proclaimers. We're
No,
the
it's
reclaimers.
Da-da-da,
Da-da-da.
da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
That's our fucking call sign when we go into
There you
battle.
go.
Da-da-da.
We need some kind of code, some kind of alarm. What about
Mika Pachi, thank you for the bit. Regarding guns, get Zito and M1 grand because funny reload sound.
The
Fair.
thing is a funny sound effect.
Burnout Vaughn, thank you for the tier 1 sub. It's been 4 years, but then I remember this series started when I bought a house. So the Unexpectables is the measure for how long I've paid my mortgage. Thanks for the memories.
congratulations?
Da-da-da.
Da-da-da. Sintagarai, thank you so much for the 500 bits. 2 weeks without Unexpectables and was close to withdrawal symptoms. Ozito, I bought your book. Along with Connor's Earth Magic, I now have a functional Street Shark character.
Hell
Oh, I
Hey.
fucking
That's awesome.
Hey.
Nice.
You used the Lacern? Fuck yeah. Listen, anyone using any content from my book, if you fucking make fan art or have stories, let me know. I want to hear them. I want to see them. Please give me validation that 5 years of my life was worth it.
I mean, yeah.
Please.
Also, I don't know if you double submitted your bits, but thank you for the 300 more bits. Let's see. Zenu, thank you so much for the bits. I thought that Otho was going to say the Unexpectables. I would have bet on it. Bubba Bob, thank you for the 300 bits. When I heard Reclaimer, the first thing I thought of was Guilty Spark. Oh, God.
Oh, Jesus.
Not Guilty Spark. Booty Call and the Jelly Rolls with 100 bits. I don't know. John Halo might have something to say about the Reclaimers. I didn't want to bring it up, but I don't know who else is a Halo fan.
Here's the thing. If you search for the word Reclaimers, there aren't a whole lot of things that come up that would be copyrightable.
I'm doing it right now.
So,
Do it.
like, I see a Warhammer thing, but that, whatever.
Yeah, there's Warhammer 40K. There's a short movie. There's a short film. There's a band on Facebook. The most I
So
get,
not a real band.
yeah, the most I get is the band, the indie band, a short film, and the Warhammer 40K Reclaimers.
And for
Nice.
comparison, the band, as far as I can see on their Facebook page, they only have 234 fans. So,
Aw.
shout out to the Reclaimers band, but also we have a larger fandom than they do. So.
Damn.
What the fuck? No,
Mikon
that's
Pachi,
mean.
thank you for the bit. Just for laughs and not serious, but party name, Try the Veil. Oh, boy.
Try the veil. Tip your waitress, try
Yeah.
the veil.
20%. It's the only way they're gonna get paid.
Niche Van, thank you for the 45 bits. Ed, did you tell Monty about the Toys R Us in Canada was driving and probably missed it? I did not tell Monty about Toys R Us in Canada, but I hope it stays. I hope Toys R Us lives on in Canada. Magic
Yeah,
Ninja Go, thank you for the 50 bits. Raid message suggestion, ignore me. We're not even halfway through the episode.
They're done with us already.
Damn. Zen, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm still holding out for the Birthday Boys. Okay. I feel like that's a reference to something.
None
Killer
of us have the
Chansey.
same birthday.
With the 10 bits, I love that now you have the equivalent of Pepperidge Farm, the dragon. Do you remember what you did last summer?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Petridge Farm ain't gonna give it to Petridge
Pepperidge
Farm.
Farm remembers.
Maybe you buy some
Farms,
Milano cookies.
plural.
Maybe,
Oh, hello.
Remember the S.
maybe you buy some Milano cookies. It all goes away.
Milano cookies, yes.
Milano cookies are
Honestly,
delicious.
like the best Pepperidge
They are
Farm
so
cookie.
good.
They are so fucking good, dude. Holy shit.
I can't buy them anymore because I will go through them too quick.
Yeah, no,
Wait.
like, and the bags have like 8 cookies in them and are like $9 a piece, and you just absorb them. They're just gone.
Wait, Milanos.
They're cookies. They're
Milano
cookies.
cookies.
They're
They're a
cookies.
Pepperidge Farms.
Yeah,
type
Pepperidge
of
Farm
cookie.
cookie.
Pepperidge
Hold
Farm
on.
makes them.
They're funny obols.
Are those the ones I just ate? Let me check.
I don't know. You'd have
Oh,
to tell
called
us.
out.
How would
Called
we
out
know?
on
Damn.
TV.
Hey, it's better than Dandelions. I'm proud of you.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, that's a step up.
Sirius, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. 5-month sub-anniversary. My recovery from surgery is going smooth. Glad to see you all back. Glad your recovery is going well. Bernal Vaughn, thank you for the 100 bits. So, to not let things be awkward.
Monacos. I have Monacos.
Monacos, okay. I don't know if I know those.
They're
I don't
Pepperidge
know what
Farm
it is.
cookies or Monacos.
I remember watching the start of this series when I only had a bookshelf bed and a laptop, so I'm happy to still be watching. Mikan Pachi, thank you for the bit. By the way, I plan to make my
Wait,
own
what?
campaign and plan to throw a mimic at them with the personality of a puppy, hoping they keep it as a pet. I will
wish
tell you
my-
this right now. The ones that you don't expect them to attach to, they will, and those will become the pets of the mascots.
Yeah.
Monacos and Milanos are the same thing.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
the
they
same
are?
thing. The only difference is Monaco's is double the chocolate.
Wait, what?
But they have Milano's double stuff, basically. They have
This
like a
is
double
weird,
chocolate
yeah.
one.
Canada
Yeah, but-
living. Let's go.
Yeah, apparently
right,
Canada.
well,
apparently Canada.
Then you have my favorite cookie from
Yeah, this is
Pepperidge
all like
Farms.
Canada, London.
But is it Pepperidge Farms?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
Pepperidge
They
Farm.
might just call it something different. That's not unheard of.
That's not unheard
that's
of. Yeah.
weird.
Sway Girl, thank you for the bits. The Mall of America has a Toys R Us, and I hope it never goes anywhere. Killer Chance, thank you for the 10 bits. Y'all blasphemous against the dandelion cookies, but you will never know the joy of nature's sweet nectar in cookie form. But
Son,
chocolate's
do
a
you
bean,
eat-
so
son-
isn't that technically?
son-
I love that I said you can eat dandelions, and people like have literally fucking armored themselves up, armed themselves with weapons, are ready to fight for
Why
my
are-
right to acknowledge dandelions as a
Why
food.
are there defenders? Why would you put a fucking target on your forehead like this?
I don't know, man.
Why would you do this to
I got
yourself?
nothing. for you.
Is everybody back?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you just give me like
Connor?
1 second?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, cool. So we're just waiting on Zito.
How is it spelled, Monty?
Huh?
The Monacos. How's it spelled?
It's spelled M-A. Oh God.
I think it's spelled like the place.
Manaco. Monaco.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Ganondorf, thank you for the 100 bits.
that-
Are the lies dice ever returning? Also, what about the Motley Retrievers? Oh boy. I assume that Die Hard Dice will eventually get them back up, but we don't know what their supply chain looks like or what they're doing with their inventories, so that would be a question better posed
We
to them.
could ask them.
Yeah.
I can't remember if they were a one-time run or if they're gonna restock.
I will say this: if
Um,
enough of you want them, I'm sure they will try to make more. But
Mhm.
we don't know if they're one time only. So email them and tell them you want them. They like money.
Rare. Reehee.
Reaper Harley Quinn, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm being pushed into DMing for the first time in like a week. Do you guys have any recommendations for one-shots from places like Cobalt Press?
Oh, I have a really good one. I'd highly recommend. I highly recommend The Joy of Interdimensional Spaces in the Candlekeep Mysteries book.
I'm back.
It is. I just ran it recently for some brand new players, and it was a ton of fun. That one is really, really good. It's probably more of a 2-shot, but you could probably do it as a 1-shot. So that's my recommendation at the very least. I don't know if you're doing it in person or online. If you're doing it online, I think you can buy the adventure individually, but if you're doing it in person, you unfortunately will have to probably get the book. But I mean, a lot of the adventures in the Candlekeep Mystery book is quite good. The other one is, I mean, you can't really do it as a 1-shot, but if you plan to run like a longer game, I recommend Stormwreck Isle as a first go through. That game is really, really good. Beyond that, there's some really good ones on DM's Guild, but it's hard to find. There's one about a sheep that's really good. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I can't remember. It was like a little adventure about a sheep that was like transformed. It's pretty popular, but it's also very good. Sorry, I'm not much help here.
Is that the one that? Oh gosh, what is her name? The animator on YouTube. You know the one.
Jaden Animations played it.
Jaden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wild
Yeah.
Sheep Chase, I think is what it's called.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, one-offs. Let me see if I have anything. All right, the folder is empty. Great, awesome, love that. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh yeah, Wild Sheep Chase is what it's called. Yeah. It's about a sheep that shows up and the players have to find out what's going on. It has maps and everything too. It's very cute. That's another really good one. It's called The Wild Sheep Chase. But you're higher level in that, so it's a bit different, but you know. Sorry, hopefully that was helpful. I apologize. I like the Joy of Interdimensional Spaces because it's a level 1 adventure that's pretty good. All right, is everybody back?
Yep.
Speaking of animation,
I actually-
animation,
I actually have an answer for you about the lies dice.
Okay.
They're restocking.
Oh, there you go.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
I literally just received an email about it.
Like today or like in the last 5 minutes?
Today.
Okay, that's apropos. There you
That's
go.
really funny.
Yeah, I was like, did I receive an email from Die Hard Dice recently? And I looked and was like, oh, well, there it is.
Yeah, well, did you look at that? Perfect timing.
So there you go. Yeah,
All right,
they're
well, we're good to go,
restocking.
Monty.
They're out
Very
of bags.
stocking. Oh, they're out of bags.
Oh,
Incredible.
amazing.
All right. Well, with that, let us return back to the Unexpectables. Actually, I should make sure everyone is here. Connor, you're here?
Yarp.
Bosco?
Nope.
Gaijin?
Ye.
Uh
Mark?
huh.
Zito?
Zito's dead.
Not
Okay,
again.
Let's go.
Yeah, he was probably just muted.
You're
Go.
there?
I'm here. Let's do
You
it.
good to go? Oh god, he's locking his gun in. God damn it.
He's ready.
Locked and loaded.
Oh man, we're taking out all the Ocean Lords.
They're all in the same room. We could do it.
That's
One
true.
bullet. That's all I need.
I have a
One
fireball.
shot.
I will
Right,
fucking
so
turn
if you're
this
gonna
into
aim for
Children
one
of the Sun
first, I
so
think
fast,
you know
have
when to
no
kill
idea.
Just curve the bullet. You'll get them all.
Oh goody. What is this?
Dude, you say that? Look up a game called Children of the Sun later.
The Orin Clergy?
Topical.
It's Sniper Elite, the indie game.
It's in you.
Alright. As you guys awaken, you all gain the benefits of a long rest.
Hell yeah! Changing my
Yay.
spells again.
Myself, Kai, and Otho will get 3 temp HP from breakfast.
Oh my god, the brothers Valentinius with the toast?
I'm hurt.
You fucking deal with it.
I'll heal Zito.
When we have to deal with your family, then you'll get the toast.
That's
buttery.
true.
What the fuck? I love my family.
I know. I was gonna say.
Hey, hold on. What
Are
the
you
fuck, man?
implying-
Otho loves his family too.
Just Otho.
The toast.
Only Otho.
Olam steps in. The toast dissolves all family.
Oh no!
That literally fucking guys is just like Nathan Explosion. I mean, I fucking love my dad. That's fucking awesome.
But that fucking rules.
Dude, my dad will kick your dad's ass.
Alright,
Monty,
as
you
you guys
gotta make Olam a character. Sorry.
No, leave me alone. Don't put that evil on me. As you guys awaken in the morning, breakfast is prepared. There are like a quiche. There's a very lovely quiche prepared, and some ham and some hash browns and some other nice foods. You eat your fill. You also notice that there's like little there's one of the things you notice when you're walking through the hallways is that there's weird drawings of owls everywhere, like pasted up on the walls.
What?
You see Oberth and Gherkin just like plastering on pictures of owls onto the walls.
Are you posting pictures of owls so you don't forget the culprits who fly in?
No, we're posting pictures of owls to scare the sparrow out of the building.
Okay. As you
So
wish.
anyway,
Do you know where it is?
No, but we'll minimize its location by the time all these scary owls force it into a specific
you have-
location.
You have created a C plot sideline going on right now. This is going to last us till the end of the game.
Oh boy.
I wish I knew how to call a sparrow.
No, we don't need any more sparrows in here, says Oberth.
No, I mean to call it so we could get it out safely.
Oh, you mean like using like your druid magic?
Well, yeah. I just don't know how.
Say tweet really, really loud.
He just kind of looks at you.
Guys is dead serious.
Gherkin stands up and just screams at the top of his lungs, tweet down the
Roll
hallway.
an animal handling check, Monty.
Whoa! Monty's
Zito
become a
is
player.
now the DM.
Yeah, I can't believe Zito hijacked the
This
DM
is now
feed.
Bird Quest.
jeez.
As he yells tweet at full volume, Lynn literally shouts back, "Shop!"
Good.
That's an appropriate reaction.
Actually, Monty, legitimately, could I make a perception check to like try and hear the sparrow?
Sure, go for it.
I want to try. What's the worst that could happen?
Whoa, boy. And you say
It's a-
I'm bad.
That's a 22.
22. You listen around. You hear like a flapping noise coming from one of the stairwells. The stairwell to the northwest of the castle. The one you destroyed.
Oh. I'll kind of head in that direction.
I can't believe somebody broke those stairs. What a noob.
Yeah, who could that have been?
Some idiot.
Only Kai were here to tell us.
As you
You
climb
fuck.
up the stairs, you notice that there's a tiny nest in one of the off-put bricks because when it was repaired, there was a brick still sticking out, and there's currently a little
Oh.
sparrow's nest right there.
Oh,
Are there eggs?
As you look inside, yes, there are eggs. There are 3 little eggs.
Easkin's gonna kind of look around, trying to kind of follow the sound of the wings and see if he can figure out where the bird is.
As you follow the noise, it seems it's coming from one of the servants' quarters, and as you enter inside, you see the sparrow currently gathering straw from one of the beds and is like flapping its wings, pulling out some of the bedding.
Hey there. Sorry, I don't want to alarm you. I'm not really good at this, but your nest is kind of in a dangerous place. Would you let me help you move it?
The bird just like hops on 2 legs and then turns its eyes and looks at you.
I just want to make sure your eggs can hatch safely without being in danger.
You're just talking to it in common.
Yeah.
The bird just watches you.
I'll sort of squat down and tentatively hold out a hand, very slowly reaching towards it, but not to it, just sort of like ahead of it to kind of try and beckon it closer.
Animal handling check. With disadvantage.
Oh.
Well, that's cool.
That's all right. Double nat 20. I feel it.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's all right. That's only one.
No, 16 is with disadvantage.
Oh,
What was
even better.
the other roll?
21.
Aww.
Yeah.
As you hold open your
16's
hand,
good.
you squat down, the bird takes its chance and flies above your head and disappears up the stairs.
Mm. Yeah, that's about how I expected that to go. Well, I tried. He'll just kind of head back. He'll check over like where the nest is again. Does it look like it's balanced precariously, or is it just
It's well
does it seem
constructed.
sturdy?
It seems very sturdy, yeah. It probably, this thing may have gotten in through the hole that you had caused in the wall, or some damage, or just the doors being left open when they were bringing in produce.
Gotcha. Easkin will head back to Oberth and Gherkin. So,
Their owls are getting more monstrous. They're starting to draw them more scary.
you can stop with the owls. The reason the bird won't leave is because they have a nest in one of the destroyed areas of the castle. So just like leave them be for a little bit. The eggs will hatch, and I'm sure they'll find a new home afterwards.
Oberth kind of looks at Gherkin and goes, "They're taking over our home."
No, they're just trying to hatch their eggs in a safe environment.
Roll a persuasion check.
Is it still with disadvantage?
No, that's just
Okay.
standard.
What? I didn't roll yet. Stupid. Well, that's the same thing. So it's a 12.
12. They look to each other and they nod to you.
Cool.
You're doing it. You're druiding.
I'm druiding.
This is how you druid, right?
This is how we
How you druid. I hate that works.
That'll be it for that scene for me.
This is how you
I don't know that
druid.
there's anything else I can do. I don't have dark animals prepared.
Just move the nest. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh yeah, no, that's great. That's a good idea.
Destroy your local ecosystem. All right. With that, what do you guys do?
This is the next morning, yeah, because we all slept.
You all slept. Yeah, you gain the benefits of the long rest.
Got it. I assume we should all meet up because we're gonna
And
have to
then-
travel together.
Yeah, and hit that
Yeah.
teleportation circle.
Did you want to like bring Wark back to life?
If I'm allowed to have time, I need to have time.
Oh,
to
yeah,
actually- Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Then
you
I
can
will
bring
do
it back.
so.
You have to write off the components, though.
I think so. Here's my question for you, Monty. I technically have the incense that I need, but it's not like bought incense. So will you let me write off the gold and the incense that I have?
No, it has to be the
It has to be
specific
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it has to be specifically familiar incense. If you don't have the component, you cannot cast the
Okay, then
spell,
I have to buy that
unfortunately.
before I can bring him back.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All good. Honestly, probably better for this.
Well, okay then.
Alrighty.
Kai will already be at the teleportation circle, like, early.
Okay. What teleportation circle do you lock into the Veil Piercer?
I'm going to wait for everybody to show up before I lock it in.
Alrighty. Any last minute things before you guys meet up with Kai in the teleportation circle?
Just like a casual glance to the top of the keep to make sure Glean is not
Gleam
destroying
is like
the
a
keep.
statue. You know what's really interesting? As he sits on top there, he is so still and he doesn't blink. You could literally say he's a statue and someone would probably believe you.
Are they in dragon form or humanoid form?
Dragon form. They
Okay.
switch back to the dragon form.
Monty, I have a question for you just on how the teleportation circles operate. Can you go from one circle to any other circle, or is it one circle to Eon Vil and then back?
That was a question. You
So,
can teleport
so-
circle to circle, yeah.
So, like, for example, let's say that there are 2 teleportation circles inside of a city. Can we go from one to the other, or do we have to go back to Eon Vil before we can go to the second one?
No, you can go to one to the other.
Okay, so
you
it's
can
to
you
any-
can go to you can go to Hearthland's teleportation circle and then teleport to the mage vault you were just
Okay,
in.
cool. So we don't have to use
You have
Eon
to
Vil
have-
as a... Yeah,
You have to have Wark though to do that.
Got
which,
it.
Not like as a familiar, but you need to have the item on
the
you.
staff, yeah. Okay.
We
Just
we
wanted to
can
make sure.
also use him to teleport like to a specific point that isn't a teleportation circle,
But
right?
that's when we have to use the attuning to him, and that's when it takes time.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
you basically make a ley line, and that's like acts as a sort of temporary teleportation circle, but you can only teleport to that circle until you revoke it, more or less.
Mhm.
But that's important because that means like we could go to Martorello, someplace
one,
that isn't
yes.
your guys' house,
Yeah. Well, we have 2
or the
circles in
school we
Morello.
got kicked out of.
Well, you're
Yeah,
jumping ahead of me.
you have 2 houses, you have 2
Yeah.
places. You have
We have 2
the
circles.
school, and then you have the house.
Yeah.
They weren't thrilled with us being near either.
Yeah, but one is less of an issue. But I'll wait for you guys to convene.
Well, Easkin's there. Surprise.
Okay. Was there anything anybody wanted to do before we left?
Not really.
Did we
No, I'm good.
tell Polite Pete to sail back to Motorola without us?
He
Yes, we did.
requested to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It was before we went to go find the dragon. He was like, I'll just duck.
Fair enough. Then I have
That
no
way I don't
qualms
get
with
caught in the
heading
blast fire.
directly to Motorola.
All right.
Do not pass go. Do not.
So
collect
as
your
all of
credit.
you guys walk up, you'll see Kai kind of fidgeting with the scepter. And seems a little off. I guess you get there first, Isan. You'll notice that he kind of jumps a little bit and sits up. Hey,
Good morning.
morning. You guys sleep in?
No.
Oh, okay. Just me then. Well, not really.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm doing good. I had a question for you guys. So, as you know, there are 2 circles in Martorello that we can use. One of them is in our house, pointing to Otho. And I kind of want to go in there really quick, but it could get us in trouble, and I don't want to just put it in and get you guys in trouble without you knowing. And I'm finding, like, I could go in there by myself, too, and come right back, but, you know, having some people in there would be nice in case, you know, we get caught.
I think if you're gonna do that, you two, pointing at the Valentinius brothers, would probably be the best bet at getting out there unscathed. It is your house, after all.
I just want to grab something before the meeting and then go right to the other circle. That's all.
What are you trying to
would-
grab?
Something from my room that I couldn't get the last time.
Well, yeah, you couldn't get it last time because we got in trouble just being there. If you activate that circle, that's going to be an even bigger response.
Yeah, but it took them time to get there, and I think I can get in and out now that I know we're on a timer.
Don't you think there's a strong chance they'd know it was you? That could really jeopardize any leeway we have with the council.
I have to agree, actually. Especially when we're this close to having a meeting, having something for them to be aggressive towards us about, it's just going to be nothing but a disaster.
Yeah, I guess that's
Oh.
smart.
Otho will walk over to Kai and he'll sort of lean in so they're hushed hush. What is it you're trying to get?
2 things. I wanted to get my old royal outfit and my first spell book. It's still in my room.
Is it important that you get those before the meeting?
Not necessarily. I could do it after, so that if they get pissed off, at least we've talked to them.
Let's wait until afterwards. Perhaps we can talk to Harland about retrieving some of your property.
Kai will nod.
I have an important question to ask you, Otho and Kai.
Mm-hmm.
Were either of you covering your mouths while you were having that hush
Yes, because he
conversation?
knows that you can read lips.
Okay.
I don't think Otho does.
Then Kai
Yeah,
would cover his mouth, but Otho wouldn't.
Yeah, Otho wouldn't know that Iskin can read lips.
Okay. I will operate that he got Otho's half of the conversation.
Yeah, he just asked what he was trying to get, and then if they can wait.
Not to be that guy.
No. It's. I appreciate it. I have no problem with you
Spying on us.
So with that knowledge,
secrets
Monty, I will put in the teleportation circle for the mage school.
All right, EverTide Academy is what
Yes.
it was known as. Yeah, Lynn frequented there allegedly. All right, as you place inside the teleportation circle and stand in the middle of it, your dragon now perched atop your castle, vibing, as it were.
Is he back in dragon form?
Yeah, he's hanging out up top.
Nice. Dude, we have the dungeon and the dragon.
And the dragon. Oh my god, we did
Oh my
it.
god.
We did it. We
Bosco,
win.
it's been over a decade, but you finally won D&D.
I finally did it! And I did it at level 5.
All right, as you all stand atop the teleportation circle and raise the scepter into the air. 3, 2, 1.
Pierce
the
the
veil!
As you make your way through, you eventually find yourselves in the familiar chamber of the teleportation circle in the EverTide Academy. Immediately, 2 wizards approach, kind of quizzically. Notably, these ones are different from the last time you guys had teleported
Dang
in.
it. We gotta tell them the story all over again.
However, one of them you recognize.
Oh.
You see a young man, glasses on his head. Yes, I know. Ponytail, as you recognize as Risher.
Yeah.
You traveled with Motoralo to make your way to the city for the first time.
Yeah.
You made it.
He's not
And
dead.
he notices you. He goes, "Oh, hi! Oh my gosh, it's been some time."
Mr. Risher, good to see you're hale and hearty.
Indeed, same with you. Teleporting, you've really gone up in high magic these days. He turns to his friend. Don't worry, they're completely harmless. And he does a little sharp whistle, and you notice trudging around the corner comes his earth elemental buddy.
Yo.
Oh.
Ah.
No longer hiding.
Oh yes, no. Well, I spoke with the high wizard of the school, and I explained my situation, and they were very understanding. In fact, very encouraging. And now Rocky gets to go about where he goes as long as he's, not destroying anything. Walk with me. I'm sure you have business, but we might as well spend a little time together.
It's honestly really good to see you.
Yeah, some of my plans got a bit waylaid. Came to some sad realizations, but all's well. Learning a lot, a ton about my magic. I might have ties to the elemental plane and the ancient primordial being known as a Zaraton or something like that. I'm doing a lot of research about it, and it's been very, very interesting. Kind of scratches his neck. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to talk to Winona Odez. I tried to go out to her boat, but I got just so sick on the boat, and I couldn't make it. And it sounds like she never comes to land, so, it's a bit of a bust.
Have you ever been on a boat before?
No, it was my first time, and I got so sick. Like, oh, it was terrible. And Rocky couldn't come with me, and it was bad. It was very, very bad.
Iskan's gonna like share a look with Kai.
Okay.
Do you think he has like the same thing as Winona, but in reverse?
Yeah, it's called seasickness. It's not unheard of.
No, but I mean specifically how she can't be on land for a very long time.
Winona can't be on land?
Yeah, it's kind of the reverse of seasickness, and it's super severe. But yeah, if she's on land for too long, she gets really, really sick.
Oh gosh, it's like the starting of a very, very romantic romance novel. One who
What?
can only be at sea, one who can only be. Sorry, I just thinking. Yeah,
maybe
that's
maybe
That insight that-
overthinking just a little bit.
Yeah, insight, please.
yeah, go for it.
Thanks.
Inside.
I
Do
feel
we
like
need
given
to?
our
11.
experience,
I don't get to do shit right now.
I was gonna say, given our experience with the creeper in Delvaria, is it pretty obvious that this guy's kind of on that same boat? No pun intended.
The creeper.
Yeah, the guy who had
Yeah.
the shop for the sole
what's
purpose of
his
being close
name?
to
Oh yeah, that guy.
Delvaria. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot his name, but I know who you're talking
too.
about.
I've got it.
yeah.
I've got
purged
in
it
here.
from my memory so I wouldn't have to think about
It's
it.
in here somewhere. I just need to go digging for it.
His last name was Freeman, I'm pretty sure. Something
Ah,
Freeman.
Freeman.
Oh, then.
Golden Freeman.
11 insight, 6 insight.
Joshua Freeman.
That's right. He's a peasant.
Gordon, shit yourself now.
You can't really get a read on Risher. He just seems to be. He follows a trail in his brain pretty
It's fine.
constantly.
I'll have my own thoughts in character.
I think you'll probably find yourself better served by sticking to your studies for now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But if an opportunity ever presents itself, that don't even think for a second I wouldn't take advantage of it. I'm sure she had a ton of answers for a lot of my questions.
Also consider not divulging that particular bit of trivia to too many other people.
Oh yes, of course. You watch as he looks towards his friend, the other wizard, who's just like, huh? Yeah. They look exhausted. They look extremely tired.
Wizard Cram.
As you guys eventually find your way to the door, Risher kind of gives you all a very polite bow and goes, well, if you're ever in the area and ever want to maybe get something to eat sometime, don't be a stranger.
Well,
Certainly.
yeah, I'm again glad to see that you made it here and found a way to learn.
There's so much learning to be done. I might travel some more later, though, I'm thinking. I was recommended maybe to look out some mountainous, scholaristic monasteries, perhaps, for more research, in particular, my interest point. And also some Avon temples, God of the Mountain and all that. Makes sense. So, I got a lot of things to do, but I had to deal with midterms first, so, And you watch as the other guy just goes, just sighs like a pathetic sigh.
Oh.
Very good, sir.
The pain of students.
But
It is
hey,
known universally.
working guard at the teleportation circle is good for extra credit, so, Anyway, I won't keep you. Nice seeing you again. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Bye! He just waves, and Rocky just slowly waves behind him.
Man, it's moments like this I'm happy that I went to the school that I did.
What do you mean?
I was in a small classroom with like 6, sometimes 12 other kids. I would just, went there, learned a couple things. That was it. It seems like it seems like if you're another kind of like arcane magician or something like that, it's just hellacious on your energy and your schedule.
I didn't necessarily attend schools, but I had tutors.
My sister had my grandmother for her studies.
I pretty much learned everything directly from my parents. Also, I don't know why my die keeps rolling on its own. I think there's a ghost.
What's a die?
Without making it
He
dead.
just
Dick.
stabs you. I've been waiting for you to
He knows the forbidden lore.
71
I don't know.
episodes.
I don't know why, Milo, you're talking about going to school. I just imagine that image of that little girl coloring, going, I fucking love coloring, but it's Milo.
No. I got a flashback of like an old like 1920s black and white cartoon of kids going to school.
And here
It's
the
like-
children attend their studies.
No, it's like the 3 books wrapped in a belt.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
that
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of thing.
The
He's
the
got an
Winrar
apple in
symbol.
one hand and a little hat with a tassel on top.
Yup.
Mark, if your dice is making ghost rolls, would that make it a dead pixel?
But
I'm
Tish.
hilarious.
Anyway, so that's why Connor never wins Jackbox games. And
As you guys step out, you find yourself, I believe, in the Moonstone district of Martiralo. Seagulls are cawing overhead. The weather is cloudy today. Not raining, but it looks like it really wants to.
Well, glad it's not completely downpouring on us like last time.
Koyan, also, I think
see.
I think we're gonna follow your lead on this.
yeah, do we want to go straight there, or do we have time to walk around?
Did we receive our summons already?
You'd probably have to go and ask, because you guys have been out of town for like multiple days.
Ah, it's
Let's
been a few days.
do that first.
Imagine if we missed it.
Your
Man.
summons came precisely 1 day before your arrival now. You'll have to wait again until next year.
Well, let's check to see if we've received our summon.
Where did we hear that Empty and the Outsider were going?
You don't know. I think Lynn just mentioned that they were visiting someone that the Outsider knew.
Okay.
There are no details, but
So we'll find them when we find them.
where do you go to see if your summons have completed?
There's that post office, right?
Would it not be at the tavern because we told Harlan that we were going to be
Yeah. That's what I think. What's the name of that tavern? I wrote it down. Damn it.
Gentle Waves.
That's the one.
Ah, there it is.
I'm so glad I remembered. Thanks, brain.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
there? Oh, wow.
We can check the tavern first. What district is that in?
Docks District.
And I'm going to keep an eye out for... Oh no, I wrote her name down. Where is it? Dang it.
There's no magic stores in the Docks District, is there?
No, there's none. It's just processing.
Damn it.
As you guys, I'm assuming all you make your way down to the docks then?
Yes.
Yay.
Might as well check that.
As you make your way down to the docks, it's quite crowded
Sherry.
today.
Sherry.
It is quite crowded today, and as you eventually find yourselves in front of the Gentle Waves, the sign with a little smiling fish on the outside, as you enter inside, you hear 3 drunk guys just singing it up on the stage, like, hey, hey! They're like kind of like, they seem to be kind of powwowing after a day of work. And as you guys kind of enter inside, the place is crowded. It tends to be crowded about specific times of day. You notice that Sherry is currently serving up meals and kind of darting around. It seems to be kind of busy as it is around probably lunchtime at this point.
I guess we'd probably want to check with the barkeep.
I mean, unless there's somebody else, that seems like the person to talk to.
Alrighty, as you approach, the Dragonborn barkeep is currently filling up some ale and kind of acknowledges you and goes, "Staying again?"
Actually, picking up potentially a piece of mail?
He kind of gives a sharp whistle, "Sherry!" And you watch, and she's like, "Oh, give me a moment." And she hands off some drinks off to some customers and comes back. She goes, "Oh, you're back. You disappeared for a while. We were a bit worried, but we're glad you're back. There was, it's in the safe. 1 second." She kind of places her tray on the table and darts behind the counter. The barkeep kind of follows and goes, and kind of shakes his head as if to say, "Oh, Sherry." She eventually
you.
returns with what appears to be 5 letters that she places in front of you, and there's a 6th that she places on top. This one is not as fine. It appears to be in more commoners' stationery.
Well,
You're very popular.
evidently. Would you mind if we sat at a table and read these?
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Let me just clean the table real fast for you. And she grabs a cloth and runs over to a table, actually eerily tucked into the back corner.
Hey.
And she quickly cleans it off, brushes off the food and cleans up the chair.
Sherry is a real one.
And she does that like polite thing where she pulls out the chairs for you and smiles and then gestures towards them.
Mother.
It's because we left them so much money.
Yeah, you did pay her a lot of money. But she also kind of likes you guys. As you guys pass, she goes, "Do you guys want drinks or food or anything?"
I think I'm fine.
I'm okay for now.
Water?
I'm good.
Okay.
Would you like
I'll have
water?
some water.
I can bring a pitcher of water. I'll bring you a pitcher of water. And she runs off.
Drink water.
Thank
Water,
you.
water.
Of course, anytime. And as you guys sit down, and even before you start cutting open the letter, she brings over a small pitcher of water and like a, stacked pile of glasses for you.
Is it
Much
that
obliged.
there's one letter for each of us and then a 6th one that's unaddressed, or what is the 6th letter?
The 6th letter is addressed to each of you individually, and notably the top corner says, "From the outsider."
Oh.
Ah.
That might be it.
Why don't we read this one first? Maybe it's good news.
Is there like a seal on it, like a wax seal?
There is a wax seal. However, Otho, you recognize this seal. It is not the outsider's seal. This is, I'm going to say, roll a history check with advantage.
History with advantage.
Advantage. Here we go.
Advantage.
French
Can
version
do.
of advantage.
All right, already looking pretty good.
Very good.
My highest is a
Yeah.
23.
Let's go.
All right. As you flip around and notice what the seal is, like the paper itself is, is probably the outsider's paper, but the wax in the seal used is definitely not his. That is the seal of Lord Lannon Strongmore, a Iron Baron from Martorallo.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
That
Isn't
maybe
that,
it isn't good news.
That might not be good news.
Isn't that fucking what's her name? Marie?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Phew.
We're gonna find out. Let's open it up.
What was the proper name?
Lannon something?
Lannon Strongmore was his name. Trying to find. Aberdeen is the other family you're thinking of.
Oh,
Molly
Aberdeen.
Ah,
Okay.
yes.
This is Strongmore. With a 23,
They're in the same business though, right?
similar, yes.
Okay.
Lord Lannon Strongmore is a much more successful businessman. Specifically, he is a trade baron of tin and iron, and specifically brings in materials to create steel. Rumors state that he has very close roots to dwarfs. He's got a very good trade deal with the dwarfs, which means his iron tends to be the highest quality that you can get in Martorallo.
That's Lannon.
Lannon, yeah.
Okay.
Lord Lannon Strongmore. He has a daughter who's kind of an enigma. She's known to be quite shy. And he's an older gentleman. Unfortunately, his wife passed away due to sickness many, many years ago. He also tends to be a big fan of the opera. That seems to be his sort of indulgence.
Nice. So he and Otho are instantly friends.
And Otho, you would also know he loves to host parties. He's a big party hoster.
This is from Lannon Strongmore.
Lannon who?
Brother. He's the most successful Iron Baron in Martorallo.
Oh, see, you didn't say that part. I thought you said strong man.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Let's see what he has to say, and I'll take out Law, and I will pop the seal on this letter.
As you flip open the letter, definitely penned by someone of a very fine hand, it reads, "Hello, Otho, Kai, Iscan, Milo, and Gaius. Lynn has given me some information I have to provide you about your next target, so to speak. I'll be staying with a friend, Lord Lannon Strongmore. We have a bit of a history, but we're friends, I assure you. Empty and I will meet you there, and we can give you the information."
The outsider is just friends with everybody.
He's a nice guy.
I feel like when you travel as much as he does, you probably meet a lot of people.
Still.
He has been described as legendary.
Notably, down below, you see horribly scribed is empty with like shaky pen.
Oh
He's trying.
All right, well, at least we know where to go after this. He's kind of holds up the other letter.
It said the Strongmore Manor is where he's saying.
Yeah, he's staying at Lord Lannon's manor. Or Lord Strongmore's manor, at least.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
That's a lot of typing. Okay. I'm good.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of it this session.
Same.
You wanted this.
All right, and the rest of the letters.
As you flip through the rest of the letters, the first letter you flip through appears to be a seal that bears a like a profile face with a crown of flowers. This is the seal of the Flower Crown, which is the ship of Lord Gusbrand Tipperbottom.
This is the first time we're seeing. Well, I'm sure Otho and I have seen these seals before, but
You have,
in
yeah.
game, it's the first time we're seeing them.
Yeah.
So that's Gus
The
Brand
Flower
Tipperbottom.
Crown, that's his ship's name?
Gusbrand Tipperbottom's ship. His
Flower
flagship
Crown.
is known as the Flower Crown.
Furious note-taking.
All right,
For
I'll
real,
pop
though.
the seal on that one as well.
As you read through the letter, it seems to be a lot of like political legalese, but at the bottom it says, "The illustrious Gusbrand Tipperbottom accepts the point of meeting and will attend upon your announcement." Essentially, basically saying he's in on the meeting. He's going to be joining you.
Got it.
Gotcha.
Right on.
And I'll the rest of the letters, I'm assuming, will say the same thing.
As you flip through the letters, you find another seal bearing a sort of wind motif, which you know to be Winona Odez's seal. Her letter is a little bit more rudimentary. There is the beginning legalese, but clearly someone had gotten their quill stolen, and she scribed in, "I'll be there, I'm not going to be happy about it."
Okay. We'll take begrudging alliance. That's fine.
Just needs to be standing in a bucket of water, you know, like
I don't think that's
freaking Davy Jones.
Like a mermaid?
If she's
like Davy
flying,
Jones.
You know what we need to do? We need to hold the next meeting on the water.
what if she's flying? Then she doesn't have to touch the ground, so she should be good, right? If we just attach her to a really big helium
Here's
balloon.
Mark, the problem is okay, I was about to say, if you were going to say fly spell, it's like it would take an hour, and that meeting is going to be longer than an hour.
Let's just get all the most important and powerful people in Martirolo on this little
Funny
boat
ship.
out here.
In the
Yeah.
middle of nowhere, with
Surely.
no one
Yeah,
else around.
this can't go
Surely
bad
nothing
at all.
will happen.
Yeah. How do they transfer power? Oh, fighting to the death. Got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
No-
so what
no
you're saying is
problem.
fireball.
We are now the Lord.
I'll
next
grab the
letter
next one and I'll pop that.
You see a wax seal of what appears to be 2 scales and coinage, and you know that to be Kalikos.
Yeah.
You know his ship to be known as the Prophet. Not like profit as in a holy person, but profit as in earnings. As you flip inside of it, it definitely has the reading of a very exclusive letter saying, at the earliest convenience, I will be there for this meeting.
That was, sorry, whose ship again? I'm so sorry.
Kaliko.
Kaliko.
Okay. Thank you. My brain knew it and then like completely forgot it immediately.
I've been there.
By the way, what was Winona's flagship again?
The Traveler's Tempest is her ship.
Right, because the other ship was Polite Pete's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his tiny little boat was called the Arrow.
Well, there was another boat that we were on, I think.
Arrow!
That was also his. But that was a long time ago. I don't even remember.
As you flip through the final two letters, you see one bearing a very striking and very familiar seal.
Kai is
Otho
grabbing
and
that
Kai.
one before Otho can open it.
It has a front-facing tiger.
Front-facing tiger can't hurt you.
But he will let Otho open up the other letter before he pulls that one open.
Okay, yeah, I'll open the one in my hand.
This one is from Ozmir Harland. You can tell it seems to have a sort of dragon motif to it. You know his ship to be called Zamina. That is the name of his flagship, though its name is a mystery.
Say that one more time.
Can you spell it?
Zamina. I will spell it out for you.
Zamina. And that is the flagship of...
Dang.
Ozmir
I completely
Harland.
got that wrong.
Yeah, I started with a Z and I was like, shit. Does
assuming
Ozmir
it just-
approve of our
got it.
meeting?
It just says the same thing, I'm assuming.
No, it actually, as you open it up, it does say that Ozmir Harland will attend the meeting, and it gives you directions to a specific location in the city.
Oh, okay.
Does it give a time or just a location?
Just a location, and there's a note that says, head to this location and report your presence, and we will be there anon.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so we're
shit.
basically, when we show up, it starts.
Secret meeting
It's
site.
on when
Yeah.
we get there.
It's
We
on like
decide.
Donkey Kong.
It is on site.
Like Donkey Kong. Sorry.
That's really convenient.
Yeah. Kind of them, too.
Let's go take a month's vacation.
Well, no, that'll let me do something because it's
Cut
not
to a
time.
year later.
Time to go on an
Haven't
adventure,
showed
then.
up.
There is notably, like, in the legalese, there's, like, you have a month to comply,
Oh,
basically.
gotcha.
Like, you can't be
gotcha.
gone for longer
Gotcha.
than that. Yeah.
All right,
Basically,
what
to
we
say
do
that
will
these
take a
guys are
month.
going to stick around for a month if you don't show up, bad.
What can we do off screen that takes an entire month to complete?
Just
Teach a
really,
dragon how to talk.
really cram in all the time that we've got. Right. Well, I guess all that's left is the tiger motif, which gotta assume is Brutus's seal.
Kai's just going to have been staring at it as soon as it was exposed. He'll almost not even process the Harlan one if you read it out to him. And then he finally realizes that all of you are staring at him because it's the last letter, and he goes, "Oh, right." And he'll break the seal, but to the extent that it basically rips off the letterhead and falls away as he peels it open.
Almost robotically, this letter contains the same legalese and simply says Brutus Valentinius will attend. And nothing else.
Ooh, ominous.
The color from Kai's face will start to fade away, and he'll just put the letter out and let the rest of you read it as he processes the fact that he's actually going to be there.
I've seen my father's handwriting before. I can tell this is not him.
It's probably was penned by some sort of secretary, which is not too uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
The only one that seems to be penned by the actual individuals is probably Kaliko and probably Gus Brunt, because they are kind of desk jockeys.
And the
Would
end
I
of
know-
Winona's.
Would I know who my father's secretary would who would do this for him? Or am I not familiar enough with his?
You're not
staff?
really familiar, because they would probably
Okay.
be on this ship.
Okay.
I mean, it could be anyone.
That's
Your
fair
father
enough.
has several servants as well, so it could be a
Totally.
number of individuals.
Totally understandable.
So, remind me again how many Ocean Lords there are.
Technically, there's 6.
but there's gonna
Although
be 5.
one is in name alone. The
Vikark, yeah, she's an
yeah,
ambassador.
Vikark the Violet is an Ocean Lord in name alone. She operates a church to Uspa, but regardless, the Ocean Lords that will be attending this meeting are the ones that matter.
So that's all of them then.
Indeed.
Otho, you know that a meeting with all the Ocean Lords is a pretty big thing.
Well,
Should we have a refresher on what we're going to go over?
Probably
mean-
smart.
We're going to be talking about the establishment of, or the re-establishment of Eon Vil, recreating that treaty to make sure the 3 countries don't attack.
The Trinity Accord, yes.
Right.
and also explaining, I guess, Lynn's semi-abdication.
Yes. Timed abdication.
I'm suddenly very thirsty.
Slides the pitcher over.
Yeah. Pours himself a glass.
What else is there to talk about?
Depends on if you want to tell them you're going to set up a trade route with Kushner's Cove.
Well, we did also want to ask Harland if we can... Although, if our father is going to be there, it probably isn't the best time to ask that. We should probably try to catch him alone, if we can.
Why?
I,
Let him come home. It'll be a nice family reunion.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, I don't want to overstep here, but strictly speaking, we probably should try and keep it as impersonal as possible. You know, from a business, political standpoint.
Yes.
And Kai, you can tell, like, his eye, one eye is on the group, but the other eye is doing that lizard thing where it, like, looks at you for a little bit, but then, like, glances away, but then, like, slowly drifts back over to look at you again.
Iska and your eyes doing the thing.
Sorry. I
Look,
just,
I'm not going to screw this up. I get it.
I didn't mean it like that. I know you guys have a lot to talk about.
That's an understatement, but this isn't the time, and I'm not going to make it the time. I promise. Trust me,
Okay.
you won't recognize me in there.
Don't know that that makes me feel better, but your promise is good enough.
Otho will just be staring at these scattered seals of the Ocean Lords on the table. So when do we leave?
Well, it sounds like they're going to wait for us to show up, yeah?
Should we
Yeah.
find out what the Outsider and MT want first?
If you think it's a good idea to keep them waiting.
He just looks up from the letters and looks around at the rest of the table, trying to gauge their opinions on this.
I mean, this is what we came here for. I think it's best if we pull this bandage off now.
You guys have already been gone for almost a week, too.
Mm-hmm.
So they're sitting around waiting for you.
Let's put it this way. It's only going to get harder the longer that we wait.
You're right. Very well. Then let us proceed to this location.
Can we make one pit stop before we go there?
As
He turns
long
and
as
looks.
it's not your house.
It's not my house. If we can just find a magic shop I just need to buy one supply. I could really use work right now. I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. It's comforting to have him on my shoulder.
We could go take a brief sojourn to the... is it Moonstone Alley?
It is Moonstone District, yeah.
Is it materials ethereal?
That'd be the place.
Oh, yes, we did receive a lot of...
Above game question. Should we copy all these seals?
We could probably
I
just
mean-
keep them.
Otho would probably be able to, like, he would know them by memory.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you yourself do not have, like, the specific seals to send to these particular individuals. But you can certainly try and memorize the seals for whatever purposes you may have.
I think Otho would be intimately familiar with all of these seals, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah, you've seen these all several times. Though Winona's is pretty new, given the fact that she's not really bureaucratic all that much, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Kaliko and Gustbrun seem to be the most common ones you remember seeing. And Ozimir's occasionally as well, but mostly Kaliko's. Much to your father's chagrin.
Is Kaliko's symbol the same one that we saw on that dude that was running the ogre silk?
Yes, he bore a similar symbol as well.
Otho's going to pocket that symbol.
Oh. I mean, you could pocket all the letters.
Yeah, just
I
don't pick
could.
their pockets.
Yeah, I'll...
You have the
All right.
most official pockets of all of us, so.
As you guys finish your water, I imagine you head out to the Moonstone Districts to Materials Ethereal for some spell components.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Kai, the spell components you're looking for, they definitely have it in supply.
Cool.
It's 10 gold pieces for everything.
Yes, I'm gonna buy 2 of them, so that'll
Okay,
be 20.
20 gold
Yep.
pieces then.
Cool. And then as soon as I get them, I will begin casting Find Familiar.
Okay, it takes an
10
hour.
minutes.
No, it
10
takes
minutes
10 minutes.
to cast.
Correct.
The casting time for Find Familiar is an hour.
Oh, it's an hour? Hold on. let me
It's an
check.
hour. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought
an
it
hour.
was like Detect Magic.
Really?
Okay.
It is
Yeah.
an hour. Yeah.
It's
I
a
know this
ritual cast,
because-
but it is an hour.
My Tomb of Annihilation game, Shay is
Yeah.
playing a wizard, and by God,
played.
has her familiar died several times.
I don't
because
say
you
that.
have-
Damn, man.
You have to navigate the weave to find them.
I stand corrected. Yeah, no, it's an hour. All right, well, if I can do it, then I will do it.
Well, I think we can give you an hour.
We've got an hour. Like, what time is it right now? You said it was
Oh, it's like
lunch?
noon.
Yeah.
It's like lunchtime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine.
Hey, that's a good idea anyway, because it means we're meeting with the Ocean Lords after they've eaten, and we don't want to have this
That's
discussion.
true.
while
I
they're
don't wanna be
hungry.
food.
Damn it, the Ocean Lords don't come back until 2:30. God
They're
damn it.
hangry. Ah,
One
shit.
of them is
And
like
Bru-
Shaquille O'Neal,
Brutus is-
the other one is
Brutus
Robert
is like-
Downey Jr., and it's like, you guys are not yourselves when you're hungry.
Brutus is like wiping just straight up blood off of his mouth.
Their offices close at 5. What are we gonna do?
Oh, that's
Alright, well
the
then-
worst. We close
He
at
has the
5. We're at
rarest
lunch
steak.
from 1 to 3. Good luck.
You
So Monty, then
literally
I
could-
will.
You can even conduct this at the shop. Like, she's totally fine.
Oh,
if
then I
you
will
do
do
it
that. I will
there.
ritual cast Find Familiar.
Okay,
The
you
rarest
place-
steak possible. Man.
You place the scepter in the middle, you burn the incense, and you watch as the scepter twitches and stretches, and eventually the tiny little beady eyes of Wark appear. The mouth kind of snaps open and shut, and he returns, shakes his head, and looks up at you and goes, "Mark."
Hey, buddy, I missed you. And Kai's just gonna pull him off the counter and hug him.
Yeah, give him a little hug. He hugs you back. As you put him down, he like has a 1,000-yard stare, like reliving the zombies, and then shakes it and goes,
Oh
Mark,
no!
Mark. "Mark,
Like
Mark,
after the 5th death, I want to just be like, "What the hell, man?" Just in full sentences.
He just does like he does the clone high holds hands motion where they have like the deadpan
Just goes-
face looking at you.
Get it together, Kai. I mean,
What the fuck?
Wark.
Wow, you screamed so loud you made my die ghost roll.
Damn.
You need to chill.
Work was very impassioned in my head, so.
Mark, Mark."
All right. All right.
It's
Uh,
interesting,
I saw-
Otho. These directions that you have take you to the base of Pinnacle Rock.
6.
I think my Bluetooth keeps
Mark!
disconnecting.
Quit
Yeah,
rolling.
you need to
Mark.
disconnect that, man. You might
Mark.
have to just use Roll20 because it's definitely not working.
It's been working for the regular rolls. It's just when it's sitting there, I think it's disconnecting and it's just reconnecting
there.
on the number that it's
6.
Sorry, what were you saying about the directions?
It's
Well, it's-
strange, Otho. The directions take you to the base of Pinnacle Rock, not the top, the bottom.
Is there an entrance on the bottom?
I don't remember there being anything down there.
Yeah, I think we're getting let in on some lore here so that we don't know. Well, let's not keep them waiting.
Didn't they say that there was going to be somebody here we have to alert?
We have to announce our presence, and then they will be here anon.
Did they specify how we announce our presence?
I don't believe so. I think we should just say that we're here.
Hey, how you doing?
Right, Chip. Are we ready? Otho sort of gets in front of everybody and then looks around, especially at his brother.
Oi.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if I still got it.
He'll reach out and he'll grab Kai's shoulder, give it a brief, comforting squeeze.
Kyle, nod back at you.
He'll turn around, he'll grip the, he will grip the, what's it called? The Cloak of Many Fashions, and he will, turn it into a, pretty fancy, like, black fur with, white stripes, cloak that sort of rolls over his shoulders and down to just above his knees. And he will proceed forward.
As you proceed forward, you eventually find yourself standing, like, sort of like there's a sort of like bay, like inlet that kind of curves around. Like the Pinnacle Rock itself is almost shaped like the front of a boat and has this sort of like pointed to it, and there's no one near it. But as you walk closer, you notice an individual wearing really nice finery, currently sitting on a bench reading a book, and they look up and they go, oh, he kind of stands up and adjusts these glasses that are just way too big for him. Like these things are like dinner plates on his face. He appears to be of elven descent, and kind of stands up, hair finely combed, and he gently and politely bows. He goes, am I to understand that you are the party from Eon Vil?
You are correct, sir.
I am the Day Watcher. I'm here to escort you to the inner chamber if you are ready for your meeting.
We are.
Very well. Come in. And he steps over to a very nice, ornate gondola.
Gondola, like a boat?
Yeah, like a
Where's the
gondola boat.
water?
There's water in this, like, right in front of Pinnacle Rock.
Okay. Get on the gondola.
Yeah. Getting in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you guys get into the gondola, the individual kind of nods and begins to shove off with the long stick, and very Venice, Italy leads you forward directly towards the rock face of Pinnacle Rock. As you get closer and closer, you notice that the waves that meet the rock's face are disappearing. They're not clashing up against anything.
It's an illusory wall.
An illusion. What are you hiding?
And indeed, as you pass through an illusionary wall, lost in the white wake of the water hitting the side of the stone, you find yourself in a very well-lit inner chamber that is flanked with marble and stone braziers kind of flaming out a sort of decadent flame. Trying to find appropriate music here.
And
Whoa.
everyone rolls initiative.
This is probably more appropriate. As the gondola goes in, you just find yourself in this sort of secret tunnel area, eventually coming up to a perfect dock made out of stone, and the individual steps off and gestures for you to also exit as well.
Yeah.
Do so.
Is it your first time inside of the Pinnacle Rock?
Yes.
Oh, strange. I would have thought your father would have brought you here once or twice.
I suppose he never thought it was necessary.
Ah. The gentleman kind of nods, and as he walks, he kind of makes you follow around. You notice that there seems to be like inner chambers here, behind very heavily locked, like iron wrought doors. You notice some individuals kind of walking through the hallways. These are not your average like plebeian politicians. These are some high archmages. You also notice some martial individuals of very high rapport. Gone are the days of simple guards and soldiers. There are some real experts in here walking around.
Oh boy.
I'm assuming Otho would know who all these people are.
Some of these people are some of the most well-known bounty hunters you've ever seen. Others are known taskmasters for specific ocean lords and other people of high rapport. A lot of the people with pens and papers are scribes, arcanists of high rapport as well, seemingly moving through these chambers. There seems to be archives here and other things of great import. The individual kind of guiding you nudges you and goes, "You are going to want to go to the end of the main hallway to a set of double doors. Speak to who you are and you will be led inside. I will collect the Ocean Lords to meet with you.
Thank you.
You must stand in the center as well."
Duly noted.
He nods politely and then sets away to a different chamber.
Otho will turn to face the rest of the group.
Let's be on our best behavior, gentlemen. We are among the elite of Martorallo.
I mean, I wasn't even gonna say anything.
I have few to say.
I'm just following your lead.
I'm here to help you however you need me.
I do value your thoughts and opinions, gentlemen. Don't feel the need to clam up on my account.
I think it's more that out of all of us, you're the only one who really has experience with this kind of... He kind of like looks around the area. Heightened society.
I suppose that's a fair enough observation.
He'll sort of slick his hair back one more time just to make himself look prim and proper as best he can, trying to mask the underlying nervousness he feels being here.
Is it a noticeable nervousness?
He's trying to hide it.
Mm. This time, Kai's going to put a hand on Otho's shoulder.
He'll just look over and give him a nod.
I'll be fine.
I know. And he'll just smile at you. Monty, before the Ocean Lords come, there is something I'd like to do.
Sure.
Kai is going to cast Disguise Self on himself.
Okay.
He's not going to change his physical appearance, but he will change his clothing. It will be much more similar to Otho, where he will have a much more regal-looking attire on. There will be a claw mark, basically 3 or 4 claws across the chest, except there'll be innate black claws with like a gold trim. And he will also have a similar white and black cape that comes down his back, but that will also be inlaid with a gold trim across each of the stripes.
Okay.
He will also slick back his hair so it doesn't look as messy and unkempt. And all of his peasant-looking clothing will be gone.
Okay.
Now I feel underdressed.
As you guys continue on the hallway, you do notice a couple people kind of looking at you idly. Specifically, Gaius is actually getting looked at quite frequently. There definitely are a significant amount of sellswords who are kind of sizing him up because physically, out of all of you, no offense, he is the most built.
Yeah, none taken.
All Gaius do, unless they approach, all Gaius does is just meet their gaze and just watch them off.
Interestingly enough, there's a woman who passes by. She looks to be in maybe her mid to late 40s. Very dark complexion, kind of freckles across the face, wearing a bandana and has like these really just well-kept kind of dreadlocks on her. She's got a bunch of earrings, very fine clothes, and at her side, 2 very fine swords. As she passes by, Otho, you recognize this woman. This is Gabriella Dubois. She is the daughter of a previous Ocean Lord who had been usurped.
Oh, jeez.
Do we know which Ocean Lord?
Gus Front Tipperbottom's position, the previous one.
The previous Ocean Lord of Infrastructure, for your notes.
Was her father, yeah.
Does she like glean? Does she notice anyone else, like the Valentinius brothers, by glance? Or
surprisingly, her gaze seems to hang on Escan the longest, actually.
Oh, that's not good.
You don't belong here.
It's not that character.
I couldn't help
How
myself.
dare you?
Otho,
Sacred wordage.
Otho, Kai, and Escan history check.
Okay.
Okay.
Would I have advantage on this due to my background?
Yes.
Okay. 23. I finally got one.
Rolling hot tonight.
Kai's
Natural
ready.
20.
I rolled a 12. And
All
that's
right.
a very low roll.
Otho and Kai, Gabriella Dubois, also lovingly known as the Barracuda, is what her nickname is.
Ooh.
She is a well-known mercenary company. She basically mans a very strong mercenary company who has been hired in the past by other nations to work as a sort of placement navy, essentially. Like, if you're fighting a war, you can hire her navy to fight for you.
PMC.
Really is.
So she has that many ships under her command?
Yes.
Jeez.
Jeez, that's terrifying.
Only if she's looking at you and not standing at your side.
Well, she's looking at you.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
looking
my
at you,
notes-
buddy.
My notes this session have been fucking.
Yes, looking at you, Escan.
With a 28 Iskan.
I rolled a 12.
That's Otho with a 28.
That's Otho,
That's
yeah.
Sorry.
a natural 20, by the way.
That's a natural 20. With a natural 20 and definitely a 28, Otho, you, as she passes by looking at Escan, you realize, oh shit, she was doing navy work in the north, which is probably why she was...
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Which Zoko is... locale is, so...
And Otho knows that Escan is someone of relatively high rapport in Zoko.
To your knowledge.
Seems to recognize Escan.
That's not good. Meanwhile, Iskan is like, why is this old lady looking at me?
What are you, a cop?
If you're a
Legally,
cop,
you have to tell me if you're a cop.
You have to tell me. These are the rules.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a very powerful woman, but she seems to be doing well for herself.
Otho will keep that tidbit hidden away until after the meeting.
You've heard court rumors that she has no interest in being an Ocean Lord because if she basically took back her father's position, she'd be stuck behind a desk when she'd much rather be out at sea and doing,
So she doesn't like bear any ill will or anything.
You don't know.
That is not
but-
true. You can absolutely hold a grudge but not want it back.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
It's the infrastructure one.
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah.
boring one.
That doesn't mean she won't take a different position.
she could take Brutus's position.
Golly,
Whoa,
you
hey,
read my
now.
mind.
As you guys move past, you see a massive set of stone double doors. There's a carving of a kraken coiling its tentacles around several boats. Framing this door are two very well-armed guards with swords at their sides, wearing a sort of ocean motif. Like their armor they're wearing has like inlay gold that is like a wave motif on it.
Oh fuck, it's so cool.
As you approach, they look towards you and you hear a voice come out from one of the helmets go, "Your business here, what is your attendance to be?"
Speaking to us?
Yep.
He's asking what our business is.
Yeah, what do we want?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we want?
We are here to meet with the Ocean Lords.
You are the ambassadors from Eon Vil, then.
We are.
Speak your names.
Otho
And I would
Valentinius.
like everybody to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, no.
Been a lot of those tonight.
This is rough.
Probably
10.
a zone of truth.
19.
That might be his honest truth.
Oh my god.
27. That is the highest it could be with
9.
not a nat 20.
My wisdom save is not that great.
Come on, you got
I
it.
rolled a 6.
You got that's it.
Otho, Kai, and Milo, you have to speak the truth.
Well, yeah.
Gaius and Escan, you are not under the effect of a zone of truth, which is indeed what is being cast here.
Okay. Got no reason to lie, though.
Same.
It's standard. They got to do it. So
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Of course, but, like, no reason to lie.
Yeah. Don't need to get sus. Milo Brightbeam.
They nod. They look towards the next person.
Gaius Agni.
They look towards the next person.
Iskan Sitlali.
They look towards the next person.
Did Otho already go?
Otho was first.
Oh.
Yeah, Otho Valentinius.
Kai saw Valentinius.
They don't emote. They almost remind you of the dragon. They're very emotionless and still. They slowly step back. They go over to the mural, like this inlay mural on the door, and they press down on the various figureheads of the 5 ships being coiled up by this kraken, and the door opens up. And they step aside to allow you passage inside.
Walk
Here we
in.
go.
Hey,
Kai is
Monty.
going to walk side by side with Otho.
Hey, Monty.
Yes,
Apropos
yes,
of nothing. Is Zone of Truth a charm effect?
Technically, no.
Okay.
You'd
I
think
just
so.
to make sure, because I have a feature that has something for that.
Also, I fucked up. It should have been I believe, a charisma saving throw.
It's a
My
charisma
bad.
saving
Oh.
throw.
You know what? You helped
My
us
bad.
out. That's fine.
My roll was so low on the die, it wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't
I
have
don't think it would
mattered.
have mattered, yeah.
I mean, all that
It's
would
pretty-
have
If you want to just say we passed, that's fine. I'll take it.
It's pretty redundant, to be fair, but they have to do it. It's part of the process.
I mean, the only thing that would have done for me is made my roll a not natural 20.
All right. As the door opens, it opens up into what appears to be a large circular chamber. There seems to be a sort of stage, like risen area that contains 5 very nice looking seats. Not thrones, but very nice looking seats. Each of which seems to have some sort of ground pedestal that looks as though something could be inserted inside at the foot of the chairs. The main area where you were pointed out, the center area, seems to have a slightly raised platform. However, the room's construction is very odd. There's no chairs in here at all. However, as you all enter, one of the guards enters too and reaches over to a panel of buttons that is set into the side of the wall. And he presses one of the buttons, and you see almost growing from the stone center, 5 chairs just grow out of the stone and present themselves there.
Nice metal.
The guard turns and goes, "You must stand in the center. Leaving the center without any permission by the guards or by the Ocean Lords, we shall be responded through physicality.
We understand, sir.
He nods and slowly goes to close the door behind you. As the door closed, you are alone in this large cavernous space.
I'm gonna go stand in the center.
Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna
what
go
I was
stand in
told.
the
Yeah,
middle of the
likewise.
circle.
Go right to the center.
As you stand in the center, Otho and Kai, Otho, your cloak of many, I forgot the name of it, the cloak of many
Cloak of
fashions.
Cloak of many fashions, yes.
It shifts back into a dull brown color. Milo, your sensor no longer spills out smoke. Any spells cast on you no longer are applied, and any magic items on your person no longer work. As you stand in the center of this room, you are under the effect of an anti-magic circle.
Oh my lord in heaven.
I mean, that checks out.
Actually, the Cloak of Many Fashions default form looks fucking dope,
it
actually.
does. So you're still
Fair
good.
enough.
It looks like someone vomited
purple and white.
paintbrushes on it.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
it's like purple and white.
So
with
Monty,
gold
what about
trim.
work? Does he turn back into a scepter?
Work does turn back into a scepter, yes.
Fuck.
Nay.
Dias looks at his hands. They're so mundane now. Fuck.
Oh no.
That's
What is this
messed
ba-
up.
what-
That is so messed up. It
Oh,
What
makes
is
God.
sense.
What is this power?
It looked like good, strong hands.
I'm very sorry. That's
No,
just, they
it's
have-
totally fine. I'm just mad. I'm just so. Oh.
As you step out from the center of the room, kind of towards the rim, your stuff does seem to come like reactivate, but you were told specifically you have to stay inside the middle
Right.
Yeah,
during your
that's
meeting.
fair.
Oh man, now Totally just a normal boomerang.
When he comes back, he just slaps you upside the head with a wing. Mark.
Oh, your masterwork weapons are unchanged because they're not magical.
Yeah, they're not
Like,
magical.
Man.
Oh.
Yeah, so Totally's fine. Totally still
Most of-
come back.
most of
Totally-
my
Totally
shit
totally
is
fine.
Yo, bro, most of my shit is decked out to the teeth with non-magical shit, so I'm just like, nothing's happened. I'm the same.
Given that Otho's default outfit is fancy enough, Otho will briefly, before anything happens, just hand the Cloak of Many Fashions to Kai to put on. 'Cause it looks fucking sick.
Kai will put it on. He
You
will
did
also
not.
take off his bandana and his poncho and start stuffing it into his backpack to clean up as best he can. The ropes will come off of his arms that he normally wears, and he will try to get the wrinkles out of his sleeves as best he can. And then panic when he feels work expanding inside of his shirt and pull him out and watch him come back to his staff, in which case he will then put it by his side and stand with it, looking a little distraught.
About 15 minutes pass. At this point, you are no longer under the effects of a zone of truth anymore. There's a tiny rasp at the door, and you notice as the door opens, a rather squirrely-looking man enters. A human man, older. He's got like a sort of pointed nose, tiny spectacles, a bushy white beard, and he's got stacks of paper with him floating on what appears to be a tensor's floating disc. He makes his way around the rim and actually finds himself on a desk that is actually situated slightly off to the main seating area of assumedly the Ocean Lords, and he kind of gives you a wave and friendly and goes, "Hello there, I'm the scribe for today. Anything you say will be recorded, so don't mind me, I'll be over here scribbling."
Okay.
He just nods at him and silently acknowledges him.
The scribe just begins to write out things, and it's impressive. Like, this man is going Mach 7. Like, he is going fast.
How is the paper not bursting into flames?
Oh my lord.
It's flame resistant.
You begin to hear the sounds as about half an hour goes, and you guys have either sit down or kind of standing in place. It's very gnawing, the time that's passing. The poor scribe is trying to make small talk, not reading the room at all. And he's like, "Oh, just dreadful weather today. Just dreadful, isn't it? We're due for some more rain soon."
I think Otho would indulge him a little bit just to calm his own nerves.
Oh yeah, he was talking about his grandkids. He's like, "My grandkids are doing so good in school." He's just talking
Oh,
about.
that's wonderful.
Yes, the oldest now is 12. Can you believe it? Time flies.
Wow. Yeah. Time marches on.
Eventually, there is a pathetic rasp at the door, and you see currently trudging in 5 different shades of green.
Oh.
Oh.
Swaying in, holding a bucket with her. You see Winona stumble inside, eyes droopy. She looks fucking terrible right now.
Oh no.
You notice in her other hand is a sword in a scabbard. And she looks at you with the energy of, how could you do this to me?
Oh no!
Oh, just shrug at her like, I don't know.
Eascan's just gonna mouth, I'm so sorry.
And then super kick her.
What?
Oh, sweet chin music.
Oh my god! I'm sorry, I love you.
For the sake of
Just
for the
kill her
sake
on the
of
spot.
Yeah.
Eascan's
imagine-
now a heel. Sorry, guys.
you see her hair is drooping. It's no longer that sort of wind-tossed look. It's all just stagnantly falling down. And she hobbles over to her chair pathetically. Like, she literally drags herself onto her chair and just sits down and places the empty bucket next to her and is like, oh.
Greetings, Miss Odez.
Don't talk to me right now. I'm having a situation, okay?
Okay.
She's like shuddering. She looks very terrible.
I want to get her some
God.
soup.
I'd love to give her some lesser restoration, but I can't.
Yeah.
You can't walk out of the circle.
No, you gotta stay in your circle. Eventually, you hear a rather quick rasp at the door as the 2 doors open. Like, also really funny, before anyone else arrives, Winona looks around and goes, I'm the first one here, fuck!
You came to school early.
You fool!
Time passes and you hear a very quick rasp at the door, and you see walking in, sword at their side, Kaliko, who you've never seen walk around before. He's got tiny little legs.
Oh, of course he does.
Oh,
He just Mr.
please
Krabs walks
please
everywhere.
tell me he. Yes, I was about to say. Please tell me just the Mr. Krabs walk.
Crab walk.
God, what a
As you-
face.
As
He looks so happy to see us.
As he walks in, he's not escorted by any guard. He just walks in, and he his eyes look towards all of you, and then he looks up and goes,
Ah, yes, Miss Odez, how delightful for us to join us. It's very rare to see.
she goes, shut up, bug, and he's like, yeah,
Of course, of course.
Oh god!
What a fucking shit.
I don't
love
know
it.
why, but I
She's
was
great.
he seems to be reveling in this so far.
Oh,
as
what
he
an
makes his way up
absolute
to his seat.
shithead.
every time I see this person, all I can think of is hedonism bot from Futurama.
Oh my god!
Jambe, the chocolate icing.
Acting talent!
You hear another rasp at the door, and you watch as Osimir Harlan enters after handing off his pseudo-dragon to one of the guards. He enters in with his cane and looks towards you with a bit of acknowledgement, and then slowly makes his way up and joins Winona and Kaliko on the chairs. He acknowledges both Kaliko and Winona and goes, Winona, are you okay? And she goes, shut up, this is your fault too. And he looks over to Kaliko, and Kaliko just kind of taps his fingers together and goes,
It's a pleasant day to do business, isn't it?
and Osimir Harlan kind of nods and goes, yes, it is a very good day to do business. Let us hope that this is a fruitful pursuit indeed, my friends. He kind of acknowledges all of you.
Nods.
You're the one who spurred this business about, so I'd be very interested to see if this is a lucrative meeting.
God, the sleaze.
I'm just worried there's gonna be an ear secretly stretching itself out of one of the side chairs.
It's just a stick with an ear on it, like the binaural fucking microphones with the ears on them.
Oh.
That cost
all-
$500 on Throne.
As Osimir takes his seat and kind of makes small talk with Kaliko, Winona is just like, poor girl, man. Otho and Kai, you hear a knock on the door. One that you recognize from your youth.
Oh, here it comes.
The door cracks open. Wearing his admiral attire, his sword at his waist, an imposing figure enters the room, his eye turning around towards everyone. Otho and Kai, you know what your father looks like, but for the rest of you, this man enters the room.
What a guy! What a guy!
Mhm.
There he is.
There's the man.
He enters and looks at all five of you with a sort of curating glance. He's certainly Otho and Kai's father. He wears an admiral jacket. His eyes are dark like Otho's, with tiger-like pinpricks in the middle. A stern and strong jaw with pointed shifter ears. A mane of hair and a beard of black and white stripes tossed back. He stands very impressively at about 6'5" and is built like a brick house. He steps into the room slowly, making his way up to his seat. Ozimir Harlan giving him a sort of cautious side glance as Kaliko turns and goes,
Ah, Brutus, good to hear that you're back in port. It's been months now, hasn't it?
And as Brutus sits down and stares towards the five of you, he doesn't even answer Kaliko at all.
I would like to lock eyes with him, and I would like to try to incite him.
Go for it.
There he is.
There's
Black
the
Tiger
man.
of Martirallo.
Also, real quick, Monty, I don't know if you meant to or not. Were you going to put up the art of Oslimir as well?
I'll add it later.
No.
Okay, no worries.
No.
Use your imagination.
Also, yes, and for the podcast
Awful.
listeners, absolutely the scowl is there, permanently etched onto his face.
Can't tell the difference.
That's
Who's
an
here, who's not?
11. I think Otho's trying to gauge what's going on through his father's head, but just seeing him for the first time after so long, and after everything he's learned, his emotions are getting the better of him, and he's just trying to focus on maintaining a visage of calm collectedness.
I haven't seen your father in a long time. He seems more intense than usual, but his eyes seem to be tracking on every single person, not just you and Kai. He does glance at you two for a short while, but then his eyes set to Gaius, kind of looking him up and down. Then he looks down to Milo and kind of raises a slight brow, still scowling. And then he looks towards Eastcan and kind of looks you up and down, and then leans back in his chair and runs a hand through his beard and looks towards Oslimir, and Oslimir kind of looks towards him as if trying to get him to say something, but your father says nothing and turns back and leans back in his chair. The door finally opened.
I was just going to say, Otho briefly looks over his shoulder at Kai.
Kai is just glaring at him. And he's doing, you could see that the grip on the scepter that he has is tightening.
Given what we heard about Brutus from Oslimir, does he look ill at all?
Roll a medicine or insight.
Oh Lord,
I would
I'm gonna
actually
do
like to do
insight.
that.
25
God damn.
insight.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Milo,
Mm-hmm.
he looks tired.
Mm.
His physically he's fine. He looks very strong and very he's been eating his Wheaties for sure.
He is on the Wheaties box.
He is the Wheaties mascot.
Yeah, the Wheaties box is just fucking his face, just staring at you.
However,
Eat.
maybe it's the permanent scowl on his face, or perhaps it's just the way his eyes are. But he does look more tired than everyone else present, except for Winona, who looks like she'd rather be in the grave right now. Escan, I'm gonna DM you something.
Okay.
Where the fuck are you, Mark?
The cereal
It's
box.
been
with
so
Brutus-
long.
The cereal box with Brutus's face. It just says "consume" in Arial font.
Oh my god.
You must eat.
That's what you get from your insight.
Okay.
The door opens and you see Gusprun Tipperbottom make his way inside. And he kind of looks around the room and there's like an energy, there's like a tension in the room. And he's like, I say, it's lovely to see everyone today. I'm going to sit down. He like walks up and sits down.
The guy who's actually trying to bring the fucking tension down. God damn.
I'm going to organize the Ocean Lords on the screen here for the audience. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show the other characters here. Gusprun.
Gus.
There he is.
Here's the
Oh my
And
goodness.
Ozlemir.
The gang's all here.
Stuffy old men.
And Winona.
And a teenage girl. Teenage. She's an adult, but you know what I mean.
This is exactly how I want my government ran.
This is the first, what's it called? The first Suicide Squad.
Oh my god.
Sorry, thank you for your patience. I just want the audience.
Nah, go ahead.
All good.
My laptop is so slow when I stream. I'm gonna put your father in the middle because I feel like he's kind of important, maybe.
Just maybe.
Monty, if it's running slow, you may need to turn on hardware acceleration.
Maybe, yeah.
That would involve restarting Chrome, though, so.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
actually.
good
Not
luck with that.
today.
Alright. I keep zooming in on your father.
Monty!
Sorry, don't yell.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
jeez.
That was very
Ow.
loud, Kai. That was very loud, Bosco. You need to watch your gain. Alright. As each of the Ocean Lords finds their seat in front of you, the door closes, and you watch as the seam of the door disappears. You are locked in here.
Oh, that's comforting.
The scribe, who is just enthused to work today and is not reading the room at all, pulls out some sheets of paper and prepares them to record everything. Though it seems like he's already recorded the brief interactions you've had so far.
He just writes, they're just sitting there. They're still sitting there.
He's just sitting there
Still there.
menacingly.
Ozlemir Harlan turns towards the other Ocean Lords and goes, "Fellow Ocean Lords of Martorallo, I have called this meeting due to its fact that it pertains to our neighbors to the north. Eon Vil and the Trinity Treaty, that which has remained peace between our neighboring nations for many decades. Reveal thy swords, and let us begin this meeting in proper." And you watch as he takes his cane and pulls out a long sword from it, and places it in the tiny little holder, like in front of his seat.
Oh shit, he's got like a little, like a sword holder.
Yeah,
just
they
in front of the
they
seat?
all have sword holders in front of their seats to
What the
basically
fuck?
display their swords.
Oh my god,
Cool.
the swords of Martorallo are keyblades.
Don't.
Mark,
I can't
Mark.
deal with that fucking story.
I'm not awake enough for that, Mark.
The Ozlemir Harlan's sword is placed inside. It appears to be a nice silver blade. You watch as Kaliko pulls out his
Diplomacy.
more curved sword. Yeah, that's diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
Kaliko pulls out his blade and places it. His blade is interesting. It's a very curved blade. Winona pulls out her blade and places it very clumsily into its holder. As she's not a swordsman, it makes sense. Gusprun pulls out his sword and places it in front perfectly. And your father pulls out his baleful black blade from its scabbard and places it in the holder in front of him.
Woebreaker.
As he's pulling it out, Kai's eyes will go from him to the sword and watch it get put in.
He places the sword most aptly out of all the individuals. Him and Ozamir definitely seem the most trained to do so. Ozamir starts the meeting. We are to understand that you are acting emissaries of Eon Vil and its current ruler, Lady Carolyn Eon Vil, correct?
You understand correctly, Ocean Lord Harland.
And we are to understand that the words you speak here today are the representation of her ladyship, Queen Carolyn Eon Vil, correct?
Indeed, we speak on behalf of the land of Eon Vil.
Indeed.
And for its leadership as well.
Indeed. You are an audience to the Ocean Lords, Winona Odez, Kaliko of Coin, Brutus Valentinius, Gusprin Tipperbottom, and myself as Ozamir Harland. Do you consent to the meeting this day?
I do.
Please introduce yourselves and your names.
I am Otho Valentinius, Steward of Eon Vil.
I am Iskan Seatlali, Steward of Eon Vil.
I am Milo Brightbeam, Steward of Eon Vil.
I am Gaius Agni, Steward of Eon Vil.
I am Kaisar Valentinius, Steward of Eon Vil.
You notice your father's nose twitch when you say that.
Kai will not break his sight on his eyes.
Very good. We are to understand that Lynn has, and the country itself, has undergone a sort of metamorphosis as of recent. If you could please pertain to reporting to this, we would like to hear all that which you have to say. This information has been shared amongst my peers. However, I would like to know how things stand as of now. We are aware that Eon Vil was under a very deep curse. We understand now that the king is gone, and we understand now that Lynn wishes to relinquish her rulership and bestow it upon you. Is this correct?
Yes, all of what you have just said is correct.
We are to understand as well as the populace of Eon Vil has been notably eviscerated upon this curse. Is that correct?
Not entirely, my lord.
Please elaborate.
There are still fragments of people that were living in the country before the curse was lifted. Those people, some of which have fled to other countries, some of which have remained, make up our populace now.
Gusprin kind of whispers something to Ozamir Harland. Unfortunately for you, Escan, covering his mouth.
You son of a bitch. This was my only ploy.
Ozamir kind of nods him, and Gusprin turns and goes, "In what state are the people of Eon Vil in at this time? Undead curse of this magnitude no doubt will have some sort of residual effect upon the populace, if I'm not mistaken."
Lord Tipperbottom, it is true that the curse and the events that unfolded in Eon Vil undoubtedly devastated the people of Eon Vil, but despite all of that, we are beginning to rebuild, and hope is once again starting to bloom in Eon Vil.
It's kind of a general sort of mumbling between each other, and you just hear Winona go, just like trying to stay. Minecraft villager noise. Kaliko voices up and goes,
Am I to understand, then, that the current rulership of Eon Vil has lost counsel? Individuals of high standing which would make a country run smoothly and operate in the most well-oiled of manners?
We are just now beginning to establish old contacts before the curse fell upon Eon Vil.
Who is your lawmaster, then?
That was, is that the outsider? Did we officially make him the lawmaster, or?
No, he was going to be training the guard, which would make him the armsman,
Yeah, he would be like general at that point.
Man at
general, or
arms.
arms master, or something of that nature. I think it was Otho, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't place a title on this for anyone.
That would be me, my lord.
There's a sort of stone quietness.
You are both steward of Eon Vil and master of coin?
Master of coin.
Or, sorry, lawmaster, apologies. You're lawmaster and steward.
That is correct, my lord.
Do you happen to have the records of the previous lawmaster?
We did get those dug up, right?
You have no
We
idea.
We looked through the archives.
They are
Un-
possibly in the
They're
library.
possibly in the library.
So what
Mhm.
Unfortunately, Lord Kaliko, much was lost in the interim time between when the curse fell and when it was lifted.
Of which I am currently assessing. Have you a master of coin?
That
Above-
would be me.
A steward and a master of coin. What is your budget currently in the state of Eon Vil?
Go to the vault.
Escan actually, like, not missing a step, will respond. That is currently being calculated. As a lot of our trade routes were disrupted during the curse, it has been difficult to get that information all gathered together, but it is in the process.
What time do you think that information will be available?
We are hoping to establish trade routes with our neighbors first before such information is finalized.
Who's your captain of the guard?
That is the outsider, right?
Yes, that was the
Could
outsider.
be, yeah.
A man referring to himself as the outsider has agreed to watch over the guard of Eon Vil.
Everyone in the room, except for Winona, who's dying, like perks up at that and kind of like gives each other a bit of a glance. Gusperin actually goes, I've not known the outsider to stay in one place for too long, if they've managed to convince a man of such rapport. You watch as Kaliko kind of waves a hand dismissively.
Of course you do.
A second, I'm just looking through what they're going to ask you.
Yeah.
What is the password to the royal
What?
coffin?
What are the funny,
Oh
wacky
my
digits
God.
on the back of your credit card?
Currently, Lynn is the standing ruler of Eon Vil, correct?
This is correct.
Her queenship has not come into question upon your seizing of the country, correct?
Can we insight that question?
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, what's he trying to glean from me from that? I
Yeah,
wanna
what's he trying to
insight
get
him.
out of this?
Roll an insight, yeah, go for it.
May we all?
Yep.
Cool. I'll roll it.
Damn it, 9.
7.
16.
Oh, fuck. 11.
Of course
Come
you
on.
can't read him. He's a bug.
That
I mean,
bug is
my
tight-lipped.
guess is they're trying to make sure we have a legitimate claim.
Yeah.
For sure.
Milo, you get the sense he's asking this question to just see if like Lynn is like completely out of it. Like if she's actually like still a cognitive person and she's basically just assessing like, oh, is this you guys taking advantage of a situation in which Lynn is not like fit to be queen, or is
Right.
this like her consenting to basically you doing this? He's
okay.
asking for that for clarity.
Her queenship seeks to withdraw herself from the throne in its entirety.
Ozimir chimes in and goes, upon her death, which she noted in her letter, which is why she wishes to mend these bonds sooner rather than later, lest a vacuum appear and an issue resolve itself, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Gusperin kind of sighs. He goes, shame about the king, though. He was such a lovely man.
Yeah. Sure.
We are
Does-
holding
you know what? To be
it
fair, he
in.
does seem like your type of guy.
this was all, of course, above.
Yes, that's why I did it in a very deep and not
Minecraft.
Kai voice.
I suppose then we ask the big questions then.
You watch as Ozimir turns. He goes, "What sort of government do you intend to instate upon Eon Vil upon the Queen's death?"
We talked about this, didn't we? We wanted a
council.
A council.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
quite similar to what you have here in Motorola. We would have a council of individuals that would oversee business in Eon Vil.
For the first time in the meeting, your father chimes up.
Oh, fuck.
And he looks towards Ozimir and he goes, "You would entertain this farce?" Ozimir kind of turns to him and goes, "Do you fear nepotism, my friend?" And he looks down towards all of you and goes, "Hardly."
Kai, for the first time, is going to speak up now that his father has. I can assure you, Lord Valentinius, we've had excellent examples of how this government can work, and I believe Otho here is the perfect person to help us put it into place.
Indeed, my Lord Father. We have already secured aid from Delvaria and Harflin.
And what aid have they provided you?
Hearthland seeks
will-
to send their halberdiers.
And Delvaria will send its berserkers.
Soldiers and guards on Lender does not a military make.
If I may, your lord, our goal in making friends with our neighbors is to avoid any outright altercations. The soldiers who are arriving simply wish to offer their services patrolling our roads, keeping them safe from bandits and thieves who might seek to opportune such a flux in our country.
That does remain a bit of a problem.
Kaliko says to the other ocean lords.
There seems to be a bit of smuggling making its way through Eon Vil even still.
A problem that we are currently in the process of rectifying.
Using outsourced guards, no doubt. A reasonable solution, but a temporary one at best.
I am personally overseeing it, my lord.
And yet your hands sound so full.
Winona at this point chimes up and goes, "Shut up, bug." And he just kind of cackles at her and she's just like, ugh.
To be frank, my lords, we are trying to build a nation practically from the ground up. Eon Vil was devastated by the Ash Plague, as we have learned that the surrounding areas as well have also been affected. Starting...
Gusbrin... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We are looking at every avenue we can.
Gusbrin
Old
chimes
allies.
up at this and goes, "Have you not considered relinquishing the country to the stewardship of another?" The
My lords,
The Trinity Treaty was written up to prevent other countries from absorbing the small nation into their own, but at this point it sounds like there's very little to protect. Perhaps it might be wiser to relinquish claim upon Eon Vil to others.
You
So-
would see the land divested amongst her neighbors? With
Perhaps.
no regard for those who did survive the Ash Plague, trying to maintain their homes and keep their land thriving?
If I may, your lords, I believe attempting to split up Eon Vil would only cause more problems. You would then have to figure out who would take which piece, and if someone does not like the piece they are given, that could start an incident all on its own. I would hazard to argue that it would be easier to simply remain its own nation, and if it were to fail, that war would come inevitably anyway. Why rush it?
Roll persuasion check.
Ah!
Can I give him advantage?
Please?
Yeah, you can. Yep, you can.
I'll take it. 17?
Woo!
Come on, Kai!
Gusprin kind of ruminates on it. Ozimir Harlan seems to agree with a slight nod. Kaliko doesn't seem to care which way or another. And Brutus seems like kind of shakes his head a little bit like, and Winona's dying, so she's got nothing for this.
My God.
Good. Mm.
Just a constant stream of vomit throughout the entire meeting.
Otho, you'll notice as he's doing this, there's a slight bead of sweat running down the side that only you can really see at a glance, but he seems to be holding his own.
Winona kind of leans over and goes, "Let them keep their country, for God's sake. It's not like we defend the northern lands all that much anyway." Ugh. At this point, your father chimes up and goes, "Yes, that reminds me, the northern lands. I heard you set up a toll bridge in our country."
Uh-oh. I knew we should have killed him.
Is this where Gaius is going to speak up? God damn it.
Sure.
Do it.
You go ahead. It was your idea. This is perfect.
Rather than executing someone who has very little grounds to understand things, making them a proper societal worker, as it were, seemed like a correct course of action rather than just pure bloodshed.
Indeed. Would you rather them continue with their banditry, their murder, their kidnapping? Or would you rather them contribute to society, my Lord Father?
Things like that don't contribute to society. You, above everyone else in this room, should know that.
And yet, I've seen it.
There are other rumors that have been coasting into my lap. Apparently you were poking around Darkport as of recent.
Aye, that would be my issue.
He just looks at you, like stern father, just looking down at you, Gaius.
As you can tell, I am a stranger and foreigner to most lands around here. I heard word that a family member was nearby, one who is a sellsword. I had reason to believe he was in Darkport, and my allies accompanied me to such a thing. We were given an option to invest in Bloodsport in order to find my uncle. I would not put my allies in such a threat, nor such danger on my behest. Therefore, I declined, and we simply went on our way. The last chance of me finding my uncle in the past 2 years of my life vanished, but I will not put my friends on the line for something.
I was thinking, like, why didn't you guys want to clam up? You're doing amazing.
Gaius, roll a persuasion, please. With advantage.
Like, yeah.
Come on, baby.
Master of
jeez.
tactics, I'm pulling your string.
Otho's over here being like, do better.
23!
Let's go!
Brutus looks down at you and kind of compartmentalizes, and then he looks over and goes, "And what are these rumors of you hitching a ride to Kushner's Cove?"
They are truth, Lord Valentinius.
Indeed, I'm sure you've heard of the rumors of the Yellow Dragon harrying the people of Kushner's Cove.
Indeed, and how that place is a known smuggling location.
While that is also true, they are also a major fishing port.
We
Indeed,
also
one wonders why it would not be being utilized by the Master of Coin. And he looks to Kaliko.
The people in Kushner's Cove have rebuked my offering to join into the fold of Martiralo. We don't even offer them land guard because they refuse to follow our rules and procedures.
Be that
So-
as it may, we did have reason to believe the sightings of that dragon might be related to the curse that befell Eon Vil.
And for what reason is that? Gusprin says.
The sighting of a strange dragon is what started the whole thing in the first place.
Winona
It's
looks
a loose
over and
connection, of course, but it was all we
Winona
had.
looks over and kind of acknowledges you, Escan, and goes, "They're not wrong, are they?"
No.
They all the Ocean Lords, including Brutus, kind of actually agree with that, and Brutus does say aloud, "Well, at least you're able to keep some honorable friends."
I don't know if I'm happy about having Brutus's approval.
Osamir actually kind of postures himself and goes, "May I inquire as to why you hired the clerics of Fort Divinity after their contracts had expired with us?"
If I may, Lordship, that was in large part my doing. Eon Vil, being in the state that it is in, needs spiritual guidance from all divinity. I thought it the best action to bring them to Eon Vil, since they no longer had a border that they needed to guard. And they all seem very happy to be leading all the people into spiritual guidance.
Gusbrin turns and goes, "It's not too uncommon to hire clerics in a place known to be rife with undead. This seems like a very, very understandable process to make." And Osamir kind of subs and goes, "Yes, but I was simply curious as to why specifically they hired Motorolans, but I suppose that does make sense."
I cannot
Philippe.
speak for...
Oh, go ahead.
I cannot speak for all members of the cloth, but in my experience, the spiritual wellness of an entire people takes precedence over national loyalty from time to time. We go where we're needed, not to shake the foundations of government, but for the sake of the everyday person.
There's a bit of silence as everyone kind of ruminates on that, and Brutus kind of rolls his eyes and goes, "Such flowery words. They have a poet amongst them."
Flowery but honest.
Not very well heard, though, at a council such as this. Let's speak business now, shall we?
And you watch as everyone else just groans, like everybody.
Oh my god!
This fucking bug!
Even your father is just like, "For fuck's sake." Kaliko taps his fingers together.
What export would you offer Moderalo in your new government? I'm curious. You have many mines, many forests, many orchards, many farmlands, untapped now with very little inside.
Not so, Your Highness. We actually happen to have a bustling and burgeoning produce crop that we've been growing.
What of wood? We have great need for wood here.
We've got wood, right?
There are
yeah,
forests
yeah.
all to the
We've always
north.
got
There's
wood.
tons.
Checking everybody.
We got wood for years, bro.
Yeah.
You got
On
wood?
that front, we do have a number of forests that we would be willing to potentially open up contracts for logging and trade. We
To
do also
foreign?
have some conversations started with Hearthland as well to trade some of their wood.
I see. Very fascinating. What trade would you expect of Moderalo in exchange?
Ish.
Yeah, I was going to say.
We have
Lord
no
Kaliko,
law.
we have been very aware of the port city, but also just in general that fish seems to be a major interest from Monteralo. I've heard it's the finest. Tasted it even.
No foreign imports either. How small your scope of business is. It's very cute and adorable and quaint, but a
As you
little
might understand,
lackluster.
we are still in the rebuilding process. We don't really have any plans to usurp anyone's trade in the area, just to be involved.
We would feel stability would be more paramount than luxury at the current moment.
Winona chimes in. "Yeah, not all of us sleep in an ocean of gold, you idiot."
If I may, Lord Kaliko, what would be your recommendation as far as exports that you believe Monteralo could offer in exchange for our wood and such?
People.
Can we insight that?
I would also like to insight that.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't mean slave.
I'm hoping they mean like guards.
I'm hoping like tourism
Yeah.
or something.
Or relocate.
Visit scenic Easton.
I'm curious about relocation. If they're
I
trying
mean,
to eject a certain kind of people.
Now,
Well, I got a
hang on,
6, so
gang.
I don't know.
Now hang on, gang. What if we did make Eon Vil sort of a tourism place with cryptids and shit?
Oh my god.
I mean,
if Eon Vil acting as sort of like the middle ground between three countries is sort of like the big like trade port country
the
between
melting pot.
three,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it would make sense for like a bunch of people to want to come and congregate there.
You're the
Correct.
middleman trade.
The only thing we're checking is to make sure that's what they mean by people and not something much
and
more
not
nefarious.
something more untoward.
Because while that sounded
19.
fine, you just want to make sure you read the fine print with somebody like
Fuck.
Kaliko.
I want to read this man's mandibles for lies.
The man mandibles.
What
We
does
know
your
it.
bug face say?
E-scan, you tie with him actually on this. You
Woo!
he's clearly talking about like not slaves. Clearly.
Okay, good.
Okay.
He's talking about like bodies. He actually continues with his thing. He goes, I am to know that you have issues with smuggling. You also have plenty of land, empty houses, things like this, yes.
Indeed.
There is a large number of buildings that would be available for repopulation. Of course, we'd want to check with local. Sorry.
Martiralo has a bit of a surplus of people of your sort, adventurers, mercenaries, bounty hunters. It could be a fine place to house such individuals.
Oh, that's what I
Indeed.
figured.
Should such enterprising individuals populate Eon Vil, I'm sure our exports would exponentially improve.
That remains to be seen, says your father. Which other of the nations of the Trinity Treaty have you spoken to?
Hearthland,
Just-
Your Grace.
Just Herthlin for now.
And the royal family was amicable to reinstating this trinity, viewing you as proper rulers in the stead.
Above
of
Game
Queen
Monty,
Eon
didn't they
Vil.
give us a letter stating
They
as
gave us a
much?
letter specifically
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah. Which I thought we sent to, or a copy to these guys? I thought? Maybe?
If not, we have it on us.
Oh gosh, that was so long ago. I don't
It
know
was
what
long
that is.
ago. I'll say either
Uh,
from you or from Ozimir, that letter is then procured because you do
Okay.
have it.
Yeah.
Your father snatches it out of Ozimir's hand and very quickly reads it. You see a sort of twitch in his nose again, and he hands the letter back to Ozimir. Ozimir turns to you and goes, That remains to be seen. There is one issue, as the Motoralians may see it, and this council views it. Have you spoken with Athel in any facet or function?
Otho kind of looks over at the rest of his group as if to say, like, what do we tell him?
Kai will speak up. They are the third of the Trinity that we need to speak with. You are the second.
We know that, says your father, growling ever so slightly.
Kai almost retreats in on himself, like as a reaction from many years of hearing that snap.
Escan will speak up. While we were able to make some connections in Centralia, we have not yet been able to make direct contact with the royal family of Athel. It is our
Thus,
understanding that there is a number of internal issues going on in the country that have made it difficult to get a hold of them.
Gusbrin speaks and goes, Unfortunately, while Centralia is a very noble place and the work there done is very important, it stands as its own city-state, meaning, unfortunately, that connection bars you no benefit in the Trinity Treaty. He kind of turns towards the rest of the Ocean Lords. Have we any other questions, gentlemen? Ozimir says to the rest. Kaliko looks excited. He looks like he's going to get a lot of business opportunities. from this.
Oh, this guy's going.
I was so tempted to bring up the fact that we have technically undead workers who can work without sleep or food.
I don't want to bring that up.
I'm not going to. I'm just saying.
We got to be very careful.
If we need an ace for whatever reason with this bug-faced boy, I think that's it.
Yep, that's our workers don't need to eat or sleep.
Yeah, let's not bring that up. We're good. Yeah, no.
Huh?
You said what now?
Go my scarab.
We'll just say they're very productive.
Yeah.
The instant you tell them that, go my scarab.
The Ocean Lords actually begin to discuss amongst themselves, kind of whispering to each other. It's very hard to pick up for you, Escan, unfortunately. It's going a little too fast. The only person who doesn't seem to be involved is your father, who is just staring at the five of you.
Kai will meet his gaze, or at least attempt to, now that he's regained himself.
This man ain't my dad. I'm just staring back at him.
I was gonna say, you ain't my dad. Hashtag not my daddy.
My dad's part giant. Fuck you.
I'll stare at your shins. I don't care.
My dad absolutely can't fight you, but he's also really far away.
My dad's
That's all I've got.
my dad's an angel. Let's fucking go.
My dad's the son.
They deliberate for about 10 minutes, just leaving you all there in silence. The only real entertainment you have is the scribe just writing out rapidly. Eventually, the Ocean Lords, including Winona, actually, who was included with the conversation, kind of lean back. And Winona looks and goes, "We have conditions."
Aw.
What are
Osmir Harlan leans up and goes, "There are two issues as we see it currently, a third that is tentative. One, we ask that you speak with a representative from Athel, at the very least at a surface level, to confirm that we have a third party willing to sign the Trinity Treaty. If not, any endeavor from this point on is futile and useless. Two, if we wish to open trade with you, there is one jarring issue that we wish for you to rectify prior to such engagements."
And that is?
You speak of the bandits on the road?
Hardly. We'll see how your guard force handles those first before we come to any formal agreement on that regard. However, there is one standing issue of which we would like you to rectify. Not only to open up potential trade routes for future engagement, but also as a sort of confirmation of your capabilities as leaders, and as well as a sign of good faith. Between Martorallo and Eon Vil, in the land of Eon Vil, is a fortress known as Stand Fortress.
We've
I
seen
believe
that,
I am
right?
familiar.
You do, yes. I will
It's
take
to
it.
the south?
It's the southmost fortress on your
Yeah.
guys' country.
Yeah, that's
The
the
one
one we
where
were told not to go near.
The one we saw the fucking undead
dragon.
birds flying in and out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you can successfully hire a company to clear out Stand Fortress, thus making the road safer for future trade, we will take this as a sign of good faith from your newly blossoming council. You hear Brutus kind of growl, and he turns towards Ozamir and goes, "You cannot be serious. You think that these five can maintain a council?"
To confirm, my lord Highland, you wish for a garrisoned company, or just for the fortress to be cleared?
Either a task force of your organization or a band of mercenaries of your hiring to clear out this fortress. You have proven yourself to be very well-seasoned adventurers. However, we want to see you as successful managers of sorts.
Very well. Also, I should mention, though we've had no official contact with the royal family of Athel, we have had contact with Rose Sinclair of the 13 Grand Knights of Athel.
Brutus kind of leans back and goes, "Of who I am quite familiar, yes." And she endorses you?
We have a friendly relationship.
But does she endorse you?
You yourself claim that you approve of one who has honor, don't you? We spoke to her in an honorable fashion, and she agreed to it.
If I speak to someone of an honorable fashion at every tavern I stop at, that is not the same as endorsement.
Then, Lord Valentinius, I suppose we should speak with her and get a formal endorsement so that you are comfortable with it.
Sounds like you should.
As you wish.
Osimir actually kind of looks at that exchange with a bit of concern, and Winona just kind of scoffs a bit. And Brutus kind of turns to her and goes, "What, you have something to say, witch?"
Jesus!
Oh, what a
Pull
fucking,
it back a little,
what
Tiger
a,
Man.
what a fucking ray
Do
of
you
sunshine.
understand Kai now?
Winona turns towards him and goes, "If we were on the open ocean, you might think to refrain from using your tongue so liberally." And Brutus responds with, "Don't get too cocky, brat. A few well-placed cannon and you're not an issue anymore." And you hear as
My
Osimir goes,
lords.
"Enough! Enough! And you too, silence!" He looks and Osimir points down towards you, Otho, as if to say, "How dare you," and try and bring authority here. "We shall speak on this matter. You are dismissed. We shall give you a letter to provide Lady Eon Vil. We shall also provide you a letter for your counsel with Athel. Any other technicalities we shall send to your Master of Law. And beyond that, we shall be in letter correspondence for each individual's intrigues and interests." Kaliko is, again, tapping his fingers very excitedly.
Really
That being
quick,
said-
who was that? I'm so sorry. Who was that knight you mentioned?
Rose.
Rose Sinclair of the 13
Rose
Grand
Sinclair is
Knights of
part. She
Ethel.
was the leader of those. I think it was the 13 Royal Knights.
No, she's not the leader. That's Vice
She's just
Luke.
one of them. Yeah.
Oh, she's one of them. Okay.
I just needed the name again. Thank you.
Osimir kind of sits and goes, "We come to a vote. Do we, Ocean Lords of Motoralo, acknowledge these 5 individuals as the leader of Eon Vil upon the death of Queen Eon Vil? Raise your sword now if you agree." And you watch as Winona's lifts up her sword. Kaliko enthusiastically lifts up his sword. And Osimir Harlan lifts up his sword. Gusprun and Brutus do not lift up their swords.
And the decision has to be unanimous, right?
No, I think it's just a majority, isn't it?
We shall see.
Find out.
Well, we don't know.
This agreement has not been made unanimous. It is a tentative assurance. However, more formal inquiries must be made. You've impressed 3 of us, however, the other 2 are not impressed. All 5 of the parties must be satisfied before full counsel is agreed upon, and your acknowledgement is assured. Though it sounds that you are in a transitional period, I'm sure this is not too unfamiliar to you.
We endeavor to earn your favor further then, and your endorsement thus far, even though it is not unanimous, is heartening.
Indeed.
Hey, Monty,
Mm-hmm.
can I give Tip or Bottom a quick up and down insight to try and get his feel for
Sure, go for it.
why? Because it's I'm just looking for reactions for his
All of you may roll
disapproval.
this, I'm going to say, for everybody.
24.
That's pretty good.
We're all rolling this, you said?
Everyone rolls
all?
this, yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Soft
not
20.
bad. It's my lowest one tonight. 13. I can't read the fish.
16.
Nice.
Let's go,
19.
Otho.
19. Escan, you're kind of trying to read the room. It's very difficult. Unfortunately, there's just a lot going on, and the guy is still writing like the paper should be on fire at this point, which he's got like another stack of paper next to him, just translating all this. All of you, except for unfortunately Escan, and Escan, you're just kind of keeping an eye around the room. You all gain the following information. Winona is ride or die, and she also hates your dad, so she's gonna do it despite him.
Fuck yeah.
Kaliko's in it. Kaliko is in it for the money, no matter how tentative. Your father is hard to read, but you get the sense from your father that he does not acknowledge you as rulers or having the maturity or the resources to rule properly. Gusbrun Tipperbottom seems to share the same thing. Your presentation here, while well spoken, was not substantiated by any form of structure.
But he's not being a dick about it, right?
No, he seems to be like, they have no connections, they have very little planning, this seems rocky as shit, I don't trust it, basically. He's like, this is not a foundation to work off of, so he's not even entertaining it. Ozamir Harland, you know, is good friends with Lynn, so you get the sense that he is voting because he trusts her. Though, looking at his face, he seems to have his doubts about you. As the swords are placed back in their sort of stands, Ozamir Harlan stands to his full height and goes, "For now, Queen Carolyn Eason Vale shall be acknowledged as the same ruler until such time as proper inquiry is made upon Athel. Apologies. Once you have word, we ask that you return for another meeting, of which we shall organize ourselves and perhaps find the first notion forward. If by any chance, a freak accident or otherwise, if Lynn were to relinquish leadership due to her untimely death, then unfortunately, Easonville may be seized by its neighbors for temporary consideration. Does this make sense to you all?
My lord, I have but one question.
He nods towards you.
If the worst was to happen and Eastern Vale would be divided and occupied, what plans do you have to prevent a civil war?
Those plans, unfortunately, would pertain to the Inner Circle Council and would not, unfortunately, be something I wish to disclose to you at this time.
Understood.
Monty, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Given the history of Iskan's homeland, this particular sort of informal declaration of we intend to seize your lands if something happens to your leader, how serious, on like an international relations level, how serious a threat is that?
It's pretty threatening. Not that they're directly threatening you, but the thing is, if Lynn dies and there's no heir, and it is a monarchy, unfortunately that leaves no one to take seat. And if they don't recognize you as a leader, you attempting to take leadership could be a sign of a seize of power, and that basically they would retaliate against you if you were to do that.
So from that, does this seem, coming from Harlan, more formality, or is it a declaration of intent?
Both. He's declaring it, and he's like, this is what's going to happen, and be ready for it if it happens, until such time as you can actually be unanimously decided upon being the leader.
Okay.
Not just from Martirallo, but from Athel as well. Hearthland's consideration has been considered, but it is not, universal, unfortunately.
Right. Okay.
As Aldemir turns over, he turns towards Gusbrun and goes, I shall pen a letter to the Hearthland royal family and inform them of our decision on the matter. And Gusbrun nods very sternly about it. Unless any parties wish to announce themselves now, this meeting is adjourned. And he pulls his sword from the scabbard. And you are gestured to leave.
We shall leave.
As you slowly make your way out and the doors close, Escan, Otho and Kai, you begin to hear shouting from inside of the meeting hall between the various parties.
I'd like to listen to it.
As you go to approach the door, the two guards immediately shift their heads to look down towards you.
Yeah, bad idea.
I assume I can't hear it from where I'm standing.
Perception check.
Can I make that as well?
From the three of us?
Oh!
Yep. Actually, all of you technically can.
Oh.
All of us?
Oh, God.
18.
Ugh. Only a 14.
I don't hear nothing. I'm too short.
I would like to very subtly control my shifter abilities. And I would like to shift in a way that is not totally noticeable to gain advantage on this.
Okay, go for it.
You shift the ear that they can't see.
Yep, I'm a Wild Hunt shifter. I get advantage on wisdom checks.
Yep.
I just didn't know if you could subtly shift.
I mean,
you can make one of his ears grow.
I was told I can control how much of it.
Cosmetically, how it looks, yeah.
Okay.
Come on, baby. Come on, Otho. Hit it again. Yes!
20.
Let's go.
I'm so sorry, Zito. You missed by 1. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Go, Otho, please.
Otho, though, you hear what says inside. You hear your father yell. The 5 of them are likened to rip each other apart for a throne.
All right, whatever, Chief.
He
And
clearly
you
doesn't
hear Ozimir Harlan say, "You must have faith in them." And your father responds with, "Faith is useless in this." And Ozimir Harlan responds with, "Why haven't you told them yet?" And Brutus responds with, "I have my sword, old man. I will cut you like a cake."
Oh!
This man just wants to start war.
He sure does.
He wants the smoke.
Well, he's going to get it. Come on out the room.
Remember,
you then hear
guys,
Gusprin
he's
Tipperbottom
got
say, gentlemen, let's deliberate. Enough of this childishness." And then you hear Winona hurl.
Oh. Just yeet that poor girl into the ocean, please.
And
There's a
as you
river
make
right
your
there.
way out of the hall, down the steps, your legs, the tension leaving your shoulders, your breathing returned. It almost feels like there's actually air in this hallway. That is where we're going to end the session for.
Ooh-wee. So how do you like Brutus?
My notes are extensive this session.
Yeah, mine are massive.
What
So
was
we're
the
asked-
name? What was the name of the rock where this meeting was taking place again?
Pinnacle Rock.
Pinnacle Rock.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
You all right, Monty?
Yeah, it's just a lot of notes I had to write down for each, because each individual Ocean Lord has their own vibe check, I guess.
Yeah, that's a
So-
good way to put it.
Yeah, but we were
Yeah.
never
3 out of 5 is not bad for what we had.
Honestly, I was surprised Gus Brund was not on board.
I was too.
He seemed really happy with everything
did.
we were saying.
Mhm.
The problem is he doesn't trust you as leaders. That's the problem.
Right.
Like,
Which,
he's like,
you know what? If we
Vale-
handle Athel, that'll be the biggest proof.
Well, actually, I think the clearing out of Stand Fortress is his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think the
that was
Apple
his
thing is
idea.
more Brutus because
True, but it'll
'Cause
only
if-
reinforce that.
If
Yeah, well,
we've
for
got
sure.
if we've got a place on our border that is not secured by us, that's a really bad look.
It is.
especially
so if we
a
handle
border
that.
shared with them.
Although they did say to get a group together
best-
to do it, so we have to find mercenaries now.
The best
Yeah.
way to point this out is Kaliko wants safe trade routes
Mhm.
because he's the fucking money. He wants money. He's a money man.
Sure.
Winona has no horse in this race. Brutus and Ozlemir both want you to negotiate with Athel.
Mm.
And Brutus also wants the edge to be cleared out. And Gusprin Tipperbottom wants you guys to have actual people in positions of power who aren't you, as well as clearing out the border as well.
Who aren't us.
That's a little
Yeah.
hypocritical.
'Cause
coming
No,
from
no,
Ocean Lord.
it's subdividing responsibilities. It completely makes sense.
Yeah, they're clearly like, you guys are doing too much. You need to have people for this sort of shit.
Yeah,
essentially.
we need more people working for us that are not Oberth and Girk.
Oh, jeez. To think if they came to the castle right now, the state it's in with the creatures we currently have.
It would be
If they saw it,
embarrassing.
they
It
would
be
not at
embarrassing.
all.
Oh, yeah, no.
Except for Winona. Winona would be like, "That's funny, I'm in," but the other four would be like, "Absolutely fucking not." But you guys have the benefit of them not knowing that. However,
Right.
Otho, you would know that their knowledge, like the stuff that they know about your own country, is pretty impressive. Honestly, they seem to be doing their homework.
It's also a little strange too, and this is not a critique, just commentary. It's very strange that, like, given the seemingly room full of understanding that this arrangement is temporary, that the idea that we would be holding any of those positions as a temporary means would not be enough to prove to them. Like, that we have to basically set up the country completely before they're willing to entertain the idea, which is interesting. Because it's sort of like, we know we're not, like, perfectly fit for this. That's why we want this trade agreement. And they're saying, well, you can't have the trade agreement until your country is perfectly set up.
Well, at that point,
To
it's
be
like,
fair-
why deal with you? And we could all just, like, the other countries could come to a different conclusion that would
Right.
probably be better. Like, that's what
Right.
that's what you need to beat out right now is, like, how can we prove that it would not be better to do these other options, basically?
Right.
To be fair, everything they're asking of us is reasonable
It is
Absolutely.
reasonable and it's doable.
and doable. Yeah, like
It makes
We
sense
were
to
going to do
them.
Athel anyway.
So,
So-
guys,
They're asking us
Yeah.
to send a mercenary company to that fortress, but we could probably do
What-
it ourselves.
What's up, guys?
Well,
That's
Okay.
the whole point. The whole point is that we shouldn't be doing it by ourselves. They want to see that we
They want us
can
to hire somebody out. What were you gonna say,
manage
Gaijin?
it without doing it.
hey guys,
Yeah.
when are we gonna disclose that there are sentient undead living
We're
in
not
our...
going to get into that yet. We're going to let them sign the paperwork.
I
and then we'll
understand
talk.
that.
let
I
them-
understand
we'll
that,
let them
but that's-
sign the agreement first,
And
so
then
they
we'll
can't
tell them.
back out.
Also, the way it works for hiring your mercenary company, that means you have to hire other players to deal with that problem.
Oh
for
shit!
You.
Hey, so you're going to do a one-off?
That's a one-off thing.
Let's
yeah.
go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hopefully, don't die.
Yeah, so that's something you're gonna have to do for a one-off adventure, basically, for someone to do that for you, and hopefully they'll succeed, because if they fail, it's kind of bad. But yeah.
So when I come see you in November, I know a couple guys.
Uh-huh.
I'm just
Wow.
saying.
Well, before we get too deep into what we just talked about it during that meeting, we should probably go ahead and go around the horn because we are a little bit over time tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just
Let's
a little
bit. Yeah.
So let's do it.
Yeah.
Starting with Gaijin Goomba. Where can they
Oh,
find
boy.
you? What are you up to?
Twitch.tv/GuysAndGoop in the Wage every Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday. Been doing a lot of Helldivers, finally hit max level. Yay! Been messing around with TF2 Classic, not actual TF2, but the classic version, where it keeps it at, 2008, 2009 levels. It is free and very fun and is completely done in... What are rooms called? My brain is falling apart out my ears. Whatever. I'm still dipping my toes in a couple other things. I need to play Blood. Like, that's the one, like, really, really old boom shoot that I've never touched.
You have not played Blood. This is amazing.
Yeah, I know. Shut up,
This is
Zito.
not-
Don't make me look bad.
I'm not. Oh, dude, I'm not saying this to make you look bad. That's fucking gonna be cool to see you play it.
Yeah. There's also a couple other boom shoot likes. I've been getting offers from devs to basically just kind of show off. So yay, rebranding. So yeah, that's a thing. New video this weekend. For those of you that don't know, I have a weird fondness for Oda Nobunaga, who is known as the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, aka Buddhist Satan, and why I think the other two great unifiers, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Yasuo Tokugawa, are absolute dicks in comparison. And it kind of irritates me the way that anime and pop media in general likes to lavish a lot of praise on them when, they did so much worse. They did so much worse. So if you want to hear me nerd rant about something that is irrelevant but hilarious, that's going to be up this weekend. More Orkin 40k content coming on the new channel as well.
Right on. Up next, we've got Mark Allen Jr.
Hi.
Where can they find you? What are you up to?
You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky at Mark Allen Jr., over on TikTok at Mark Allen Jr. VA. You can find me here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming, and you can follow the adventures of my Piss Cat Bunny on Instagram at Chonk for Life. More signing happening on Friday. I've got these amazing Escan Seat Lolly prints made by the ever-talented LJ. They are on the shop. That shop is a Streamily shop. Links to that are available on my on my Twitter and my Blue Sky. So if you want to see where those are, that's where they are. Also, other prints available as well. It's March Madness and not the basketball kind. I'm trying to get rid of all of my prints. Buy me out, please. I need more closet space, and these prints are taking up a lot of closet space. So that's happening on Friday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Probably some other things will be happening too. Maybe some gaming. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's going to be a good time either way. Come on by. And then, of course, Sunday is my music challenge stream. I spin a genre wheel. We get a genre, and I have 3 hours to make a piece of music in that genre. Recently added to the wheel are audience choice, meaning you all will get to vote for a genre that you want me to make. I also have a sample challenge wherein I find a sample from musicians on TikTok and make a remix or song out of that sample. So if those things interest you, come on by on Sunday, 3 p.m. Central. We'll be here. It's going to be great. Other than that, that's it for me.
Right
This
on.
is the part where you say right on. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Zito, where can they find you? What are you up to?
Twitch.tv/Zito, where folks apparently are very happy with the idea that I do more just chilling out on VR chat nights and just dicking around with the community. So I guess I'm going to be trying to do that a little bit more. However, tomorrow is more SRP 2K, so more racing shenanigans. We have actually done a big exodus of old and fucked up content that has been bogging people's computers for a while. So the mod pack is much smaller, so more people can have a chance to play. Beyond that, please consider going to my Patreon and checking out my book, which is called The Living Index. And if you're looking for more player options that are a little bit on the strange, weird, but yet somehow plays with the source meta that hasn't really been touched side of things, I think you might like it. And once you buy it, it's going to be getting a 2.0 and a 3.0 update, which will add even more content, which is just basically me filling out 5 years of my homebrew altogether into one neatly packaged book. So once that's done, I can move on to the newest thing. All the stuff that was not able to go into Aloysius's Guide to Social Acceptance Volume 2 is trying to get jam-packed into this one. So you're not going to get Aloysius, unfortunately, but the Living Index, maybe 2.0 and 3.0, will have the content that was supposed to be in there slowly get eked in as we go along. So please check it out. I'm hoping to get 80 races in there.
A lot of races.
Yep. And they're all different. That's the fucked up bit. It's just I painstakingly try to get all this shit to be different. And I did a damn good job. In my opinion, anyway.
Right on. Edward Bosco, where can they find you? What are you up to?
You can find me at Ed Bosco VA on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and right here on twitch.tv/Edward Bosco. I unfortunately will have no more streams for the rest of the weekend because I'm going to be in Minneapolis, St. Paul, doing Anime Detour. I don't get to do a lot of cons, but this year I'm hoping to change that. So if you're going to be in the Minneapolis area, come out and say hi. I'll be there with my friend Dawn, who you've seen on Throwback Thursday, my good friend Sarah Williams. I'll be doing a Hell of a Boss panel with a bunch of the cast. It's going to be great. So we'd really like for you to come by, say hi. I'll have Remy prints. So if you're an Unexpectables fan, come by and grab one in person. That's me.
Excellent. Monty Glue, where can they find you and what are you up to?
Oh my gosh, you can find me at Monty Glue on Twitter. You can find me at twitch.tv/Monty Glue. Tomorrow will be more Dungeon of the Mad Mage, so that's gonna be fun. And then Friday is more Final Fantasy, and Monday is Mass Effect. Jazz hands.
Right on.
Check out my YouTube too. Look at all my stuff
Yeah.
there.
As for me, they can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, and Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. I stream Tuesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, as well as Thursdays. Currently working my way through God of War 2018. And once I'm finished with that, I'm thinking I might start streaming Dragon's Dogma on Thursdays.
The original or the new one?
The original.
I wish you luck.
Dark Horizon. Yes. Then after I'm done with that, I'll probably do Dragon's Dogma 2, because it looks really cool. Yes. Find me all that usual stuff, usual places. Lost Judgment before Gateway this week as well. Yeah, check out my DM's Guild. I release 5th edition homebrew content. Currently working on my next spell list, the Photomancer's spellbook. Yeah, it'll be pretty cool. Bunch of light-based spells. And yeah, that's about it for me. This episode was brought to you in part by Die Hard Dice.
Die Dice.
Die Hard Dice.
Oh, God.
Not gonna. Oh no.
That was my magnetized dice tray grabbing a spoon.
Funny.
That's how strong those magnets are. They're really good. So are the dice.
Die Hard Dice is your one-stop shop for dice and dice accessories. And if you head on over to dieharddice.com, you can use the code Unexpectables to save 10% on your order.
Yes, they steal dice. Steal spoons, sorry, rather.
Yeah, as well. The Lies Aspect Dice are currently being restocked as of this episode. So for those of you watching the VOD on YouTube, it might be rectified by the time this comes out. Don't know for sure, but it is happening. The restocking of the Lies Aspect Dice is happening. Also check out our merch store. We got all sorts of designs that can basically be turned into any kind of merch that you want, from apparel to accessories. You can get it all. Just click the funny link in the chat right now or in the description of this video. Yes. We also couldn't do this week in, week out without bits and subs from viewers like you.
Bits and chips.
Where did we leave off?
That's a
we left off at I think it was 100-bit drop. What was their name? Oh my gosh. Oh, I think I forgot the name because I was so focused on that last bit.
You should have written it down.
I apologize. Pick
Rookie
somewhere and I'll
mistake.
let you know.
Okay.
I got through most of them, so
Yeah.
more recent stuff.
I'll pick Reaper Harlequin.
Okay, I think I read that one.
I'm being pushed into DMing for the first time in like a week. Do you guys have
Yeah, I read that one a
recommendations on
little bit
which
later.
Yeah, we
That
read
was, I think,
one.
the last one we did actually.
Yeah, that might have been it. What's the next one?
The next one is Corin Solus with 5 bits. So Monty, is Monty a bearded dragon in human form?
That's the one.
Because of the dandelions?
Yep, that's the
Oh
one.
my god.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I'm leaving. Get out.
Good pick,
Killer
Connor.
No, come
Killer
back.
Chansey with the additional 5 bits is because it's such a versatile vegetable. It makes me very nostalgic. Baba Bob, thank you for the 500 bits. Sweet, more mint flavored dice.
Please don't eat the dice.
Ace Bounty, thank you for the 200 bits. I just got Helena's Guide to Monster Hunting. They got some interesting one-shot quests in it, and you can have a mimic familiar.
Nice.
Man.
I too have that book. Very
Messenger of Chaos, thank you for the 300 bits. Reaper Harlequin, thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you, Monty, for the one-shot suggestions. Zenlita, thank you for the 100 bits. This is How We Druid is the episode title. Cheshire Joker, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, Warg, glad you're back. Where do you go when you're not alive? I've always been where I always am. When you're not actively using me like a wand in a frightening liminal space between states of being not quite dead, not quite alive. It's similar to a constant state of sleep paralysis.
I mean, what?
That's horrifying.
By the way, before we get too much further, I just want to say this before I forget, before the end of the stream. Monty, I know you're not one for political discourse, and you're trying to do it in this campaign. I just wanted to praise you on how phenomenal that whole interaction was.
That was fucking great.
It looked like you were a veteran of doing that, and I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it showed off. That was fantastic, and I loved it.
Man.
I know, but you did an amazing job, and I loved it, and I just wanted to praise you because I know it's difficult for you.
Like you said, I like political intrigue, and I was like, okay, rolls up sleeves.
But I appreciate it. That's why you're an amazing DM and one of my favorites, so thank you.
Mountains Gamer, thank you for the 100 bits. All someone needs to do is invent a pool / floaty waterbed type magic, and that will fix their problem.
Yes, the solution to Winona's land sickness is a waterbed.
Yeah, just put a hot tub on a Tensor's floating disc and have her approach like that.
Tensor's floating jacuzzi.
Pokey in my pocket, thank you for the 4 bits. Sorry, Daddy. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Citra King, thank you for giving us your 1 sub to Xanalis Grim.
Hey. I know that guy.
Speaking of people thirsting over Brutus, Jesus.
Yeah, seriously. He sent me a thing.
Saw it.
It's really good.
I make things up. Thank you for the 47 months. 47 months, dear God. Like Tibuya123, thank you for the 100 bits. What a session to come back to. Great job, guys. Bubba Bob, thank you for the 500 bits. Title suggestion, Gleaning the Details.
Ooh,
that's good.
That's really good.
I like that.
Pokey in my pocket, thank you.
I had an idea. How about Gleaning the Meaning?
That's
Gleaning the Meaning is really good. I like it, actually.
Do love the alliteration.
That's not alliteration.
No,
that's just
that's-
rhyming.
I do love
rhyming.
the onomatopia.
It's no, still
no,
missed it.
Do
Almost
love
there,
Close
Connor.
enough. You know what? Close enough.
He tries so hard.
He
like-
goes up
I
so
love-
fast.
I love English.
What are we speaking?
As a
You love the
linguist, I
semicolon.
don't.
You know, I've been casted to say that.
Fuck the
Latin with
semicolon.
extra
Don't get me
steps.
started on that shit.
No, but Mark, we've both been casted to speak English.
I
feel
hate
like we have a
you.
good.
Fuck off. Fucking semicolon. Piece of shit.
Pokey in my pocket, thank you for the additional 3 bits. Loving the daddy drama tonight. Stop saying that.
Yeah, don't like. I don't like that
Uh,
alliteration.
Why would
Callum Draws, thank you for the 15 bits. I don't care if Brutus is hot. He's a jerk, but he's hot, though.
It's the struggle of I could change him. Oh, he's so hot.
He's
I
got very Remel Blacklaw energy.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you can never change them. Trust me, I've
You
tried.
can't. You can't. It's true. Don't
That
do
man
it.
is unchangeable.
You can't fucking change them worth anything.
There's a reason he's single.
Oof.
Damn.
Got him.
Damn. All right.
Listen, I couldn't say it in game, but Bosco doesn't give a fuck.
He's single, you say, someone says.
God damn it. Wrap it up. I'm tired of this.
More Thrandor, thank you for the 500 bits. Oh god, this felt like the consequences of all of the Campaign 2 previous adventures.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
little
it
bit.
technically was the culmination of everything we've done coming together.
Why'd you
and
go to the
not-
evil district? Me,
not-
dumbass.
Not quite the way that we wanted it to go.
Although, also, Monty, fucking shout out for bringing up the John Bridge as like an actual serious thing.
Yeah,
because
it was great.
That was
Fuck,
one
I
of the
meant to-
dumbest things that we've done in
And
the
it
campaign
mattered.
as a just for fun thing, and you made it have consequences. So thank you for
Yeah,
that.
it's like
That's
you
super
guys made a
cool.
toll bridge in our country and thought we wouldn't notice. Hello?
Well, the tolls aren't going to us. They're going to
Yeah,
you.
Kaliko should be happy.
Yeah.
Go collect.
You should be elated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just like, I'm not getting the money for it. Well, that's your fucking fault!
Make
if we're
them pay
being-
taxes. That's on you.
And if we're being really technical, we didn't make the bridge. The goblins made it themselves. We
gave them an idea, and they basically unionized. We didn't do
And
anything.
they ran with it real well.
Yeah,
we
so
didn't
so
do
so if
shit.
you want to fucking
So
take it up with
really-
anyone, take it up with them, not us.
I like how we're not saying this to the actual council.
Oh fuck
We
that.
can't!
I did
That's not exactly. We cannot.
I was.
By the way, you're wrong on a technicality.
I was
Bro,
going to.
you understand how much shit I wanted to say, but I couldn't?
I was gonna say you got a Chicagoan and a New Yorker in here. We were ready to throw hands.
I was like, oh, this motherfucker wants to talk. Let's go. Let me at him.
It makes me think of like this video I saw where it's like these two guys going back and forth pretending to be lawyers, and one of them is just like, Your Honor, in my defendant's case, he was going goblin mode and like just like having these weird excuses.
Your Honor, it was kayfabe.
Your Honor, in our defense, you weren't there, so how do you know shit? Like stuff like that.
Your Honor, that was a joke.
Bosco knows how hard it is, given certain characters I've played, to sit in a room like that and have stuff be thrown at us and have to just sit there and take it. There's so many characters I've played who would just respond, and that was fucking hard.
Your Honor, I put down all pretenses that my client is a liar because therefore his parents were not on fire.
Oh. Fair point.
Callum Draws, thank you for the 25 bits. Episode title, Seal the Deal.
Also pretty good.
Stellar Coyote, thank you for the 100 bits. Episode title, Counseling and Councils. Callum Draws, thank you for the additional 25 bits. So if Otho and Kai's dad made his own beer, would he be Brutus?
Hey.
Got
Hey.
-1.
+2. Just you have that positive.
Boo. Boo this man.
Why are you booing him? He's right.
The Nargacuga Tamer, thank you for the 1,000 bits. See you there, Bosco, at Detour.
Hey, you're coming. Let's go.
Bubba Bob, thank you for the 500 bits. We finally got a group name, and we finally got to see Brutus. Well, the group name is pending. It's patent pending right now.
Patent pending. We'll see. We did get a good one though. I think I like Milo's idea.
Yeah, I think we kind of decided.
Get in there.
The alternate title suggestion would have been A Long Time Coming. To a World of Wonder.
Like no other.
Under the Shining Sun.
Goblin!
Quartermaster, thank you for the 25 bits. I also stand with Mark's sentiments. English is a language that beats up all other languages in dark alleys, then rifles through their pockets for loose grammar and spare vocabulary.
And
Fuck
then
English.
fucking tries to put it all together as its own product and sell it like it's better. Fuck
I don't
English.
understand. English is the easiest language to learn. Objectively.
Hey, Mark.
I speak it fluently.
Oh, fuck off.
It could be worse. It could be Japanese, Mark.
No, Japanese is a better language than English. There,
You know
I
what?
fucking said it. I don't even
You
care.
You know what language sounds like a nightmare to learn? Russian.
Yeah.
Who else has a language you'd like to learn?
Also, Mark, we're gonna throw hands because if you don't acknowledge the concept of Keigo right now,
We will have our own stream discussing English versus Japanese.
Oh,
we'll be here for
fuck.
another 3 hours.
Sorry.
Thank you, Zito.
I got
The
therapy
payoff.
tomorrow. I can't stay up late.
Draconian 9, thank you for the 44 months. Hey, sorry I missed the episode. I was getting a new hire training done. Looking forward to watching the VOD though.
Hell yeah, you're in for a doozy.
Congratulations on your new job.
Right.
And finally, we got from Oregon Native, thank you for the 100 bits. Your Honor, my client pleads oopsie daisy.
Nice.
I want to see that be played at some point.
Your Honor, no.
Your Honor, tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on the Wendy's menu, Your Honor. On the Wendy's menu, yes, Your Honor. Damn, that's a good menu. You can't be guilty.
Your Honor? Sustained.
I have a raid suggestion because it was someone's birthday recently.
Is it a Munchkin?
It's a Mr. the Zoid. It is Brachyzoid.
Munchkin Man.
It's a
was his
bug.
birthday a couple days ago? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
He's just a little guy. Can that be the raid message?
He's
just
an
a
old
guy.
little guy.
Just
now.
a little
Just
guy.
a little guy, dude.
All right, he's just a little guy will be our raid message. Also, throw some happy birthdays in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, little guy.
You're old.
We'll see you guys Saturday for more Unexpectables goodness, and then also next week. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye now.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Have a good night or else.
Oh God, no.
Bye-bye.
Tito, put it down!